Hi, Mr. Chair.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
We
Okay,
can hear
good.
you now.
I just want to make sure my microphone's working, so I'm gonna turn it off and just tell me if you can't hear me anymore. So I think it worked, right? Okay, great. Do we have all the commissioners on, Tessa? can you do a roll call for us, please?
I don't think the clerk is on, so I will go ahead and do it for you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Clerk.
Chair Roybal,
Here.
Commissioner Hanson,
Present. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Here.
Commissioner Garcia,
Commissioner Garcia is excused for a moment. He'll be on shortly.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes, here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Clerk. Appreciate it. Okay, so next we're going to go on to the next two items, which is the Pledge of Allegiance and also the State Pledge, and I'll be leading those. And we do have our flag up on the screen here. So if everybody could join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we'll go on to our state pledge. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Okay, so next we have item number E, and this is a moment of reflection, and we have Mr. Gene Varela.
When life gets hectic and you feel overwhelmed, take a moment to focus on the people and the things you are most grateful for. When you have an attitude of gratitude, frustrating troubles will fall by the wayside.
Thank you, Mr. Varela from the RECC. We appreciate it, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like us to take a moment of silence and to remember some people in our community. First of all, I want to express my condolences to Senator Heinrich for the loss of his mother, Shirley Heinrich. She died on 7/12/2020, and I am sorry for his loss, and I would like the board to all send him condolences. And we'll take a moment of silence. And then I also wanted to take a moment of silence to remember Luis Gallegos. He was a longtime community member in the La Cienega Valley. His son, Brad Gallegos, is the treasurer for my campaign, but I knew Mr. Gallegos also quite well. There was an incredibly beautiful mass for him in the cathedral. And we're sorry to lose him. He was a very vital part of the La Cienega community for a very, very long time. So if we could take a moment of silence for those two individuals.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And I just want to say that, prayers for strength and for their families, and also a spirit of understanding. So thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner. Okay, thank you. Did we have any other anything else from any other commissioners or anybody else that would like to remember somebody? Okay, hearing none, we're going to go on to the approval of the agenda, which is item number F. And is there any changes to the agenda or requests from any commissioners on the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I have the list of amendments to the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller.
So the original agenda was posted 2 weeks ago on a week ago on July 7th, and then amended on, it actually was amended on last Friday, at 4:48 p.m. And that the amendments that were made at that time are on page 2. Actually, I need to note that the amended agenda was posted, it says on the agenda, the 14th, which is today, but it was actually amended on Friday the 10th at 4:48 p.m. And the items that were amended on the agenda is under miscellaneous action items, number 3C. That caption was updated. On miscellaneous action items 3E, that item was added to the agenda. Then under item 8, matters from the county attorney, under executive session, A5, water delivery agreement was added to the agenda. Then on page 3, under public hearings, the item 10A, the BCC case number 20-5010, that caption was updated. And those are the only changes that were made to the agenda after its original posting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any other requests on the agenda for changes?
No, but
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd move to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, great. So we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a second from Commissioner Moreno and a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Okay, Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So the item passes with a, I guess it would be a 4 vote, and we don't have Commissioner Garcia at this point, but it did pass with the unanimously with the commissioners that are present. So we'll go ahead and move on to our next item. And our next item is the approval of the June 9th, 2020 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Is there any changes, Commissioner Hansen? Do you have any changes, or have you already submitted them to the stenographer?
I have not already submitted them, but I will, and I do have changes, and I will move to approve the minutes with the changes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Was there any other changes from other commissioners, or if not, I'll entertain a second.
I'll
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Moreno. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Okay, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So the agenda is approved. Next, we're going to go on to the approval of the June 12th, 2020 Board of County Commissioner County Canvassing Board special meeting. Do we have any changes to this item as well? Commissioner Hansen, did you have anything on this special meeting minutes?
I do not, but I will move to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hansen. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia. Okay, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes. Next, we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Is there anything on this consent agenda that any commissioners would like some extra explanation or have any questions that we need to pull the item from the consent agenda? Or if not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a question on A.
Commissioner Hanson, do you want us to see if we can have staff answer this right away, or do you want to pull it for the time
Yeah,
being?
it's a simple question.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
So on the resolution, on the second whereas, I am wondering if in 2004, when the NCRTD was created, where was Taos County and the town of Taos? Because they're not listed as members, so maybe they joined later.
Do
I
we
don't
have
know.
anybody? Do we have
Maybe
anybody
Carrie?
from staff that can answer this question for Commissioner Hanson?
Flavio, Brent, Flavio? I mean, it's not a big deal. I was just reading it and I just wondered when they might have joined.
Commissioner Hanson, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thanks. This is Brett, Santa Fe County Planning.
Hi, Brett.
Yeah, at the time of 2004, Taos County was not yet a member, and they've
Okay.
subsequently joined. Many other entities have joined as well.
Okay, I was just curious. It was just a curiosity question. So I really appreciate your answer, Brett. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
And,
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Did you want to make a motion? I know that
I do.
Commissioner Moreno does sit on this.
Yeah,
On this board.
I'll move
So-
the motion.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let Commissioner Moreno make a motion for approval. Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Moreno, and would you like to second that, Commissioner Hanson?
yes,
So we have a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
yes,
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Do we have Commissioner Garcia on the line? Okay, so we do have 4 yeses, but I do want to see if there's any other comments from commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to
Commissioner
confirm
Hamilton,
whether
yes.
we were voting on just A or on the entire consent agenda.
We are voting on the entire consent agenda.
That's
Did
what I
you?
thought. Yes.
Okay. Okay, I wanted to make sure you didn't have any questions on item number B. Okay.
Nope, I was just confirming.
Perfect. And
Thank
just as a comment from myself, I think the transit service that NTRD has done a great job. I mean, it's I was out in driving to Penasco the other day, and I saw one of the blue buses stopped in one of the rural communities there, and I think it's really amazing how we reach out so far. I think it's a great public service, and I think that it's really done really well and expanded over the years. So, and I do want to recognize Commissioner Moreno for sitting on this board since he's been a commissioner. So thank you for that, Commissioner Moreno. So we do have a vote of 4, and Commissioner Garcia isn't here right now. So these items do pass. Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, can you provide us with resolution numbers, please?
Yes, Chair Roybal, the resolution that you just passed for the record is 2020-52.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you. Okay. And you're welcome.
Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 3, and this is miscellaneous items. Our first item is actually going to be item number 3A, and this is request approval of amendment number 4 to agreement number 2016-0183-CORR/IC between Santa Fe County and Securus Technologies for the jail management system at the adult detention facility, increasing the compensation from $78,530 to a total contract amount of $580,751.13, inclusive of New Mexico gross receipts tax, and extending the term to June 30th, 2021, and authorizing the county manager to sign the purchase order from the purchasing division, Mr. Bill Taylor. And, just to start off, I want to see if we can get an explanation as to why it's so much larger than it was before. It's almost $500,000 more, and maybe that's only a portion, but if we could definitely clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Bill Taylor with Purchasing. Good afternoon, Commissioners. To address your first question, Mr. Chair, this is an increase of $78,000. This amendment, it increases the contract amount, the total contract amount, to $580,000, and that was the agreement that was approved in February 2017 for the installation of the jail management system out at adult detention facility.
Okay, so it's an increase of $78,000, and as described, that was the additional services that we're receiving. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. As I mentioned, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that this was approved in 2017, and this jail management system assists the department with all of their multiple jail operations, including the booking, releasing, medical and classification information, jail billing, incident reports, inmate property information, barcoding for tracking inmate identification. And this amendment will include additional equipment, hardware, and the associated licensure related to the jail management system. So Amendment 2, well, that was Amendment 1. Amendment 2 extended the term. Amendment 3 modified the scope and extended the term to February 2020. The amount of the increase is more than 10% and requires BCC approval. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Do we have questions from the board? Okay, hearing no
Mr. Chair?
questions. Yes, Commissioner?
I would like to move to request approval amendment number 4 to the agreement number 2016-0183-CORR/IC between Santa Fe County and Ceres Technology.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Do we hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Moreno. Thank you, sir. Under discussion, is there anything else under discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Commissioner Garcia, have you joined us?
Commissioner Garcia just called. He's having some issues signing in, and he should be in shortly.
Okay, thank you, Tessa Jo. So this item passes with a 4 vote unanimously to the commissioners that are here right now. So we're going to go ahead and go on to our next item. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. It looks like you're still up, though, so we're going to go on to item number B. And this is request approval of amendment number 1 to 4 price agreements, 2016-0199-A, B, and C, D, PWRM, between Santa Fe County and heavy equipment dealers for lease and short-term rentals of heavy equipment, extending the term of the agreements for 1 additional year. And 2, authorizing the county manager to sign the purchase order. And once again, we have Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We entered into this contract with multiple dealers for heavy equipment in 2016. It was a multiple source award with, it was a result of a competitive seal proposal solicitation. We entered into agreements with Easton Sales and Rental Four Rivers Equipment, United Rentals, and Wagner Equipment to rent or lease heavy equipment for the Public Works Department for road maintenance and repairs and improvements, and also to help with other departments such as the fire department and wildfire management, protection, and open space management maintenance. And so the agreement that we entered into in 2016 was a straight 4-year contract, and we are requesting that we be allowed to extend that term for an additional year while we look at the feasibility and continued use of these to help with the maintenance of our roads with good equipment, and it helps out the department with keeping equipment on the road for repairs and other needs within the county. It is an indefinite quantity contract, and our expenditures annually are in excess of about $500,000 a year on leases and rentals. And with that, Mr. Chair, we're requesting approval by the board and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, do we have any questions relevant to this item for Mr. Taylor, commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move to approve.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Moreno. Is there anything from commissioners under discussion? Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Tessa, do we have Commissioner Garcia on yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, thank you. So and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we do have 4 yeses from the commissioners that are here at this point. So we're going to go on ahead and move on to our next item. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for the presentation.
Thank you.
The next item is item number C. And this is a resolution adopting the final budget for fiscal year 2020 through 2021. And from our finance division, we have Ms. Yvonne Herrera. Director Herrera.
Chair Roybal, this is Joey Rowe, Budget Administrator for Santa Fe County. I will be presenting this item. It is my pleasure to present to you the fiscal year 2021 budget. The final budget that was presented to you on June 30th has been amended. We made a few changes which resulted in a decrease to the fiscal year 21 budget in the amount of $2,748,000. And we do have a presentation attached to this item on board docs. If you would like, I can go through the first few pages of that presentation, outline and detail those changes by department as well as by fund. And then the remainder of the presentation is the same presentation that you saw on June 30th, but with those changes and updates.
Mr. Chair, I suspect it would be valuable to quickly go through the very beginning as Joey suggested, just for
Yes, I do.
make it easily available to the public. Yeah.
Yes,
Public
I
record.
agree 100%. Let's just, if we could do it as just a summary as Ms. Rowe indicated. So yes, I think that's a good idea. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Roybal, we do have construction going on downstairs, so I apologize if you hear jackhammering through the presentation.
We should have given them rubber jackhammers. Oh, there it goes.
Okay, so this is the presentation and request for approval via resolution of final budget for fiscal year 2021. And here are the changes that were made. When you saw the presentation on June 30th, it totaled $333,770,899. And as I mentioned, we did have a reduction of $2,748,000. In the general fund, we reduced the budget by $1,450,000, and a corresponding reduction, which I will explain, in the corrections fund was also $1,450,000. And then we also had an increase to the assessor's fund in the amount of $152,000. The capital reduction, the reductions to corrections, the general fund, and the assessor's budget are all in the capital area. Fixed assets, we had the $340,000 in corrections that was for the radio project that was approved as part of the fixed assets that was presented to you, was actually already included in the project's budget in Fund 313. So as well as a few lines down on this slide, you'll see the recreation yard at corrections for $1 million was also already budgeted in the project's budget. So the corrections budget, which is Fund 247, did not need to budget for those. There was also interior remodels at the adult facility in corrections that totaled $110,000. Those also were included in the project's budget. So we made the determination through county management that we would reduce those amounts. And we also, at that time, since we were doing that, we also increased, there were 2 areas in operating that inadvertently were left out of the budget. And so while we were amending it for those fixed asset and capital projects, we went ahead and added $177,368 to human resources, as well as $255,000 to CSD for their Teen Court program. Part of those operating costs, I was able to use some of our contingency budget that we already had in the amount of $106,097. So overall, we had reductions in the corrections budget, which allowed our general fund transfer in, which is also listed as an expenditure, that also was reduced by the corresponding amount of $1,450,000. The assessor's budget, if you recall, we had the GIS flyover was in the general fund budget, and it was determined that the assessor and the county management would have a conversation to see how we could possibly fund that differently for the upcoming year. And it was actually reduced, the overall amount of the GIS flyover was reduced, and then it was split between the assessor's fund and the general fund. So the amount that was reduced in the general fund, if we can go to the next slide, Daniel. My apologies. The amount that was reduced was over $100,000 in the general fund for the assessor's budget. And then it was split $152,000 for each general fund and the assessor's budget. So with those changes that were made in the amount of $2,748,000, we have reduced the fiscal year 2021 budget down to $331,022,899, which is an overall decrease from the fiscal year 2020 adopted budget by 9%. And then all of the following slides in this presentation, as I had mentioned, are have been updated. As you see, the big blue bold updated from the June 30th presentation that outlines all of those changes. So with that, I will stand for questions or can continue with the presentation if you desire.
Mr. Chair, that covers what I was
that we've
So, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
just
Hello?
You're breaking up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner, I think I heard Commissioner Hamilton earlier.
I said I had a question,
Thank
this is
you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah.
Okay,
you
Commissioner
heard
Hanson. Did I hear
Hamilton
Commissioner
first.
Hamilton right before my internet started giving me problems? Let's go to Commissioner Hamilton first, and then I did hear Commissioner Moreno, and then we'll go to Commissioner Hanson. Go ahead,
Yes,
Commissioner Hamilton.
that in fact covered what I was interested in hearing and getting on the record, the explanation, the overarching explanation of where the cuts were able to come from. Very good catch, and thank you for the information.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno?
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Joey, I'm wondering if the Community Service Department has adequate funds for the COVID-19 issue that we're facing. As things are getting worse, I am concerned about my district and the increase in numbers. And so I'm just wanting to make sure the community service will have enough in their budget to, if we need to do some outreach, I would really prefer the money to come from the state. But if things get worse, is there a possibility to do like a bar or something like that in community service?
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hanson. As a matter of fact, Rachel had a web call with Yvonne and I last week to discuss this exact topic. Because we don't have budget for COVID-19 for fiscal year 21, specific to that, we had a conversation as to how we can track those expenses using the current budget that they have. And then once we are able to have the adopted budget from the state, if in fact they do need further funding for those specific for COVID-19 expenditures, we would absolutely come and have a conversation about where we could transfer those monies into their budget. So as far as the conversation went with Rachel and Yvonne last week, if there are needs to the community, to the citizens, we will continue providing those with our current budget that we have. And then, as I mentioned, if it does seem as though that's going to start depleting their other resources that they have in CSD, we can have a conversation as to where we can find funding for that. I do believe we are supposed to be receiving some funding reimbursements for fiscal year 20 that will fall to the bottom as revenue that we could budget next year for in the current fiscal year 21 as unanticipated revenue to be able to cover some of those costs.
That would be great. Thank you. I just wanted to ask that question because I am concerned about what is happening with the community spread and public awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Catherine.
And you know, you're absolutely right, Commissioner Hanson. It's something that I think that the county has looked at as a moving target, and I think in preparation, I think that we need to, you know, be proactive and make sure that we're covering all those grounds. Manager Miller.
I wanted to give the board and I was going to do it later under legislative updates, but I think it might be relevant right now, and that is that the state allocated, I think, about $150 million for local governments out of the CARES Act funds, and they haven't told us how they're going to distribute it yet. But my understanding is they're going to make a distribution rather than us having to submit to the state a bunch of expenses. But we've been tracking all of our expenses related to COVID-19 because the CARES Act money is very specific what it can be used for. But like Joey said, that's money that we've spent and already, you know, while we've tracked it, it's not money that we were assured we would get reimbursed. So it'll be great if we do get something that covers the funds we've already spent. We've spent close to $1 million in, and maybe even over that by now, in COVID-related expenditures, and that we do believe would be eligible for the CARES funding to replace those funds. And if public information is not one of the allowable expenditures, it would still give us some money back in the bank that we did not know for sure that we would receive. So we're hopeful that we will get that, and we're also and soon. And we're also hopeful that it could be used for public information. So, and particularly in Spanish, I think there's a severe lack of information about COVID-19 and what's actually occurring in Spanish. And so we're hopeful that we can get some funds to do that and put together a good public information campaign for the whole county.
Thank you, Manager Miller. That's great information. Commissioner Hanson, do you have another comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Catherine, for that update. I feel like it is important for the constituents to know that we are out in the community working. I know we are feeding people, we are getting information out, but you are absolutely correct in the fact that there is very little information in Spanish, and Commissioner Garcia and my district 87507, one of the largest zip codes, plus one of the largest areas that have the most Spanish speaking residents, is being community spread is happening. So thank you very much for that information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I appreciate all the feedback. Do we have any other comments from any other commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair, I move
Commissioner
to approve
Hamilton?
this- Thank you. Sorry. I move to approve the budget as recommended.
Thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Hamilton. And we have a second from Commissioner Moreno, I believe. I'm going to
Yes.
go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Moreno,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Doesn't appear he's signed on yet.
Okay. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously with the commissioners that are present at this time. Okay, thank you. We're gonna actually this one does not need a resolution number, but I believe that we need resolution numbers for the other two previous items, Madam Clerk.
Chair Roybal, which one are you specifically speaking about?
I think it was C and D, or did you already give us numbers
Yes,
for that?
that's correct. C and D. So for the record,
Yes,
the
ma'am.
resolutions you passed for C is resolution number 2020-53. For D, resolution number 2020-54.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I do want to say thank you to Ms. Rowe for your presentation, and I'm sorry that I actually thought it was Yvonne that was giving the presentation, but thank you so much. You did a great job. We're going to move on to item number 3E, and this is request authorization for the county manager to negotiate and.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt, but I don't think we actually presented item D yet, the fourth quarter report. The clerk did give us a number for that, but it's part of the final budget, but I think Joey hadn't actually presented that yet.
You are correct.
I thought it was.
Correct.
I thought it was part of it. Sorry for that, and sorry for that, Madam Clerk. So we're going to go on to. We're going to stay at item 3D, and this is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter financial report to be submitted to New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, Local Government Division as a component of the fiscal year 2021 final budget submission. And once again, I do apologize that we skipped that one. We're going to go to Ms. Rowe from the Finance Division.
Chair Roybal, Commissioners, Joey Rowe, Budget Administrator, I will be presenting this item. The Santa Fe County Finance Division is tasked with regular reporting to the DFA Local Government Division. Among the reports that DFA LGD requires is a quarterly financial report, which is due within 35 days at the end of each quarter. This report, to be submitted in a prescribed format, contains information on the unaudited revenue, expenditures, and cash balances, including detailed investment information of Santa Fe County. Beginning fiscal year 2011, the DFA LGD required that this report, which is certified by the Finance Director, be formally approved by the BCC for the fourth quarter of each fiscal year and submitted as a component of each new fiscal year's budget submission. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you, Joey. That was pretty fast.
Are you going to present?
So, do we have any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Hanson, I believe that was you.
Yeah, are we going to get a presentation?
That was it.
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hanson, there is a 2-page report that is attached to the item. So the fourth quarter expenditure and revenues are detailed in that. There isn't a PowerPoint presentation, but there is this fourth quarter report for fiscal year 2020. And it is in a different format than the county uses. This is the state DFA Local Government Division format. So that's the prescribed format that is mentioned in the memorandum. Revenues for the fourth quarter these are cumulative numbers. So at the time it was $149,383,311, and the expenditures are $145,664,437.
Okay, does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? I think I might have heard Commissioner Moreno.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve.
Commissioner Hanson, thank you for the motion. We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second from Commissioner Moreno. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, but I've been trying to ask a question. Can you actually hear me at this point?
I can right now, definitely. Can you?
Yes, I've had no problems. After we vote, if I have a small question that doesn't bear on the vote, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you for that, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm sorry that I didn't hear you before.
No problem.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia, are you on the line? No? Okay, well, a yes from Commissioner Roybal. And under discussion, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
I appreciate it. Joey, more specifically, I was just going to ask about if you had a summary of just a generalized idea of the GRTs from the fourth quarter, to the extent that you know what the reporting is, and we could look at those numbers compared to what our projections have been.
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Hamilton, I do not have that information in front of me, but I will be happy to get that, and I can come back later on in the agenda if you wish with that information. I do know that our revenues throughout the first, I believe, 11 months of the fiscal year were coming in higher than what was budgeted, and then they started to go down. They went down about 2% then 7%. And I believe the most recent month was they had gone down 17% in 1 month from the previous year. So I will be more than happy to pull up that information and provide that.
I appreciate it, Joey. And frankly, I'm not sure we need it today. That is the kind of information that I find very useful. I think everybody would find useful. But I know we were really planning to revisit this briefly on a month-to-month basis. So perhaps, I don't know if we're planning to do that toward the end of each month when you might have, when it would be best from your point of view in terms of when the information is available on a rolling basis. So if we're doing that at the end of the month, great. If not, we can wait until the beginning of August, but I think it would be useful to see that kind of update and summary.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Manager Miller?
So to Commissioner Hamilton's point, we do have a financial report at the end of the month, every month anyway. And what our plan is, instead of just including it in the packet, that we'd actually go over it under matters from the manager, and we'd look at what we had estimated for the month's revenues versus what we received. And just remember, we're always 2 months behind for gross receipts tax for actual collection, because the businesses have a month to pay, and then the state has a month to distribute. So what we saw through June 30 still doesn't reflect the May and June actual GRTs. And May is likely to be one of the worst months because it was, we were still under the stay-at-home order. And as Joey said, what we noticed for March's revenue when it first started to close, we started to close things down. That was, GRTs were down 4%. And then when we received April's revenue, which was a full month of being closed down for GRT, they were down 17%. So she was correct on that amount. And like I said, we haven't, well, now we probably do have May's. I think it was 4, 6, and then 17%. And then property tax was actually up for the year. So over what we had received last year and over what we had budgeted. But we don't anticipate to seeing much of a shift in property tax revenue till we get further into the year. Because the main collection date was due date was May 10th. So most people pay all along with their mortgages, or they had already set aside their property taxes. We anticipate seeing a bigger impact of the COVID-19 on property taxes in December, in the next half. And like I said, in GRT, the way we estimated GRTs, we also took it month by month. It came out to something like a drop in 30% for the whole year, but we didn't say, oh, immediately it will be 30% down. And because they've rolled back some of the opening of things, we may have to look at what we estimated for July and August, because we had anticipated we would start to come back up by now. So.
Thank you. Yet the end of the month.
Yeah, it will be the end of the month. Sorry.
No, that works perfectly, and I thought I remembered that, and that is quite adequate, more than adequate, and right on point. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Hamilton. Any other questions? If not, we do have a motion and a second. So I'm going to go to a roll call.
Oh, you already did.
Oh, we did. Thank you. So we did have a vote of 4. And
Sure.
Is Commissioner Garcia online?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to get connected, so.
Okay,
I'm
so
here.
we are actually on item number 3D, and this is a resolution approving the fiscal year 2020 fourth quarter financial report to be submitted to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, local government division, as a component to the fiscal year 2021 final budget submission. I don't know if you probably didn't hear the presentation, I'm not sure, but I don't know if you have any questions relevant to that item. I'm sure that you looked through the paperwork.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'll be connected live here in about 7 or 10 minutes. I'm good. But, I'd just like to thank Catherine and her staff, as into, Santa Fe County's done an excellent job as into our budget. She knows that. I talk to her about that all the time. And, thank you for staff and you, Catherine, and for being very conservative. And I think it's great. We're one of the top counties, like our school district, we're good. So just wanted to say that for the record.
Garcia. No, it's great to put on the record, and it's always good to recognize staff for their hard work and effort. So I appreciate that. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Or we already did. Commissioner Garcia, do you want to vote on this item in approval?
Yes, I will vote for it. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we have a unanimous vote from the county commissioner, from the county commission on item number D. So that item passes, and we already got a resolution number of 2020-54. Thank you again for that, Madam Clerk. So we're going to move on to our next item, which is item number 3E. And this is authorization for the county manager to negotiate and execute a guaranteed bed days contract with San Juan County for the housing of juvenile detainees. And secondly, to the authorization for the county manager to sign the purchase order. From Public Works Department, we have our director, Mr. Pablo Cedillo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, forgive the typo. That's the Public Safety Department, and I'll be presenting this item. It's Greg Schaefer from the legal department. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
That is perfectly fine, sir. Thank you.
And so, Mr. Chair, what we're asking from the board today is to authorize the county manager to negotiate a guaranteed bed days contract with San Juan County. This is an outgrowth of previous action by the Board of County Commissioners. As you undoubtedly recall, in late March of 2020, the Board of County Commissioners approved an existing contract, which is number 2020-0154-0-C033 TBR between San Juan County and Santa Fe County to house Santa Fe County juvenile detainees in San Juan County. And in addition, the BCC on that same date. So the contract that had been approved by the Board of County Commissioners is not a guaranteed bed day contract. So in other words, beds are not guaranteed to Santa Fe County, and revenue is not guaranteed to San Juan County. Instead, Santa Fe County only pays for the bed days that we utilize, which are not guaranteed to us, but rather are subject to availability. And for purposes of this conversation, and as contemplated in the agreement, a bed day is any day when a Santa Fe County youth detainee is housed at the San Juan facility. So at the time that contract was approved on March 31st, 2020, the thought was to postpone consideration of a guaranteed bed day contract for a while so that both Santa Fe County as well as San Juan County could assess what our actual bed days look like during the current COVID-19 pandemic, as well as to assess the overall relationship between the parties and how things were working. So at this point in time, staff for the counties feel that the time is right to consider a guaranteed bed day contract with Santa Fe County having the option of housing more juveniles than the guaranteed number if necessary and if space is available. So not only do we have some data upon which to make a business decision in the COVID-19 world, but in addition, the existence of such a guaranteed contract with Santa Fe County is, as I understand it, material to San Juan County as it considers whether to reserve beds in its facility for CYFD, for adjudicated youth, during the current fiscal year. So we're requesting this express delegation of authority because the final guaranteed contract sum, as well as any additional bed days that we pay for, may exceed the county manager's signature authority of $250,000. And in addition, an indefinite quantity agreement such as this must be authorized by the Board of County Commissioners. So to give the board a little bit of further background in terms of what staff is exploring with San Juan County, we've set forth in the packet material for this item what our actual bed days have been at the San Juan facility in April, May, and June. You'll note that there is variability over those 3 months. And in addition, the general trend line was up, but we don't think that 3 months worth of data will necessarily give us a firm prediction of where the future is going to lie. Looking forward and updating that information, or excuse me, not looking forward, but updating that information to where we are today, I believe that the number of bed days that we have used, at least through yesterday, were 37. So, you know, extrapolating from there, you're certainly going to be above an average month. And that, again, depends upon how future events unfold this month. But within that, the thing that I would highlight is, you know, our actual daily counts have some variability to them. And so over the course of those 3 months, our daily counts have ranged from 1 up to a high of 5. And, you know, one way to think about it is that a guaranteed bed day contract, you know, you're thinking about a number that is somewhere in the middle of your range of possibilities so that you're comfortable that you're not going to often be without guaranteed capacity, but you're also recognizing that there's some variability in your numbers. So there's an appropriate peak or you know, surge factor that you want to build into those numbers. And so the things that staff are exploring with San Juan County is where should that guaranteed bed day number be? You know, is it 3, is it 4, what have you, with the idea of, you know, we want a fair amount of guaranteed revenue going to San Juan County, and in exchange for the county having what we think is a generally adequate number of guaranteed beds, while potentially working out arrangements that would, you know, allow us to get credit for bed days that we pay for but don't immediately utilize. So again, in any event, that's the background to the request that's before the board. We're requesting this delegation of authority to the county manager so that we can expeditiously, you know, finalize negotiations in time for San Juan County to factor, you know, the existence of such a guaranteed bed day contract into its decision-making calculus relative to the Children, Youth, and Families Department request. So with that, I would stand for any additional questions. And I know that Public Safety Department Director Pablo Cedillo is on the line and can speak to you know, his overall satisfaction with the relationship with San Juan County, and the county manager may have additional insights relative to her discussions with San Juan County and the contract decision it has to make with CYFD.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. I'm going to go ahead and allot some time to Mr. Cedillo and also Manager Miller, if you guys had some input.
Yes, this is Director Cedillo. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. I think in the last 3 months, we've had a pretty good relationship with San Juan County. They've been very amenable to our needs with our kids. And just to piggyback off a little bit of what County Attorney Schaefer indicated, we did have a couple of times that we've had up to 5 kids. However, they only stayed 3 days. So it kind of gives you an indication. They get picked up either on Thursday and Friday or Friday and go to court on Monday. I think the administrator, Tracy Neff at San Juan County, is a good partner that we've established for quite some time now. The benefit at San Juan County is they have a very unique situation over there in terms of a one-stop shop, at which they have some behavioral health programs over there, as well as their juvenile detention center. And it has been kind of a not enough time for the data that we wanted to collect to give us a good foundation of how many kids. But you can kind of see that we have, as of today, 37 man-days on that. So I'd like to continue that relationship with San Juan County at this time. They've been very amenable to Santa Fe County as well. And I know that the county manager has spoken to the official over at San Juan County. So I'll turn it over to the county manager if she has any more input on that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, one other piece of information to note is we did try as well to get a guaranteed bed contract with Bernalillo County as it's closer, and they have, and I recall from our discussion when we did close the juvenile facility in Santa Fe, one of the desires was to try to locate our youth at Bernalillo County. Bernalillo was unable to give us a contract through June 30, and then just recently told us they could do a contract with us, but not on a guaranteed bed. So we'd also like to enter into a contract with Bernalillo, so that option is available. But that would not be on a guaranteed bed rate. They can't do that yet. They have not finished their renovations, and so they can't promise that they would have room for Santa Fe County youth. But we have not dropped pursuing that. What we want to do, though, is make sure that we do have a place to take our youth and we're not closed out from both Bernalillo and San Juan. So this request is to enter into the guaranteed bed contract with San Juan. This is something they requested as well. I think Greg alluded to this. For their planning purposes, they need to know that we intend to continue to bring our juveniles there, and we aren't going to just stop, because the way they have to allocate their bed space is predominantly for pre-adjudicated juveniles. If we don't guarantee beds with them, they would need to enter into contract with CYFD, which would then be for adjudicated juveniles, and the two populations can't be mixed. So there is a mutual desire on San Juan County's part to know that we would be bringing our youth there for some amount of time, so that they don't have to head in the direction of a different type of population, and could continue to serve the counties in the northern part of the state by keeping all of their bed space available for pre-adjudicated juveniles such as we have. So with that, I think all three of us would stand for questions.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I had a couple of questions really quickly on that. As far as our juvenile detainees, it seemed like we're averaging maybe 3 or 4, more or less. But since we've had the contract, how many more or less? Because I know I heard 37 man days. So I'm assuming that's 37 days that we've had juveniles in the detention center in San Juan. And I also wanted to ask about, as far as the given our circumstances, as far as the COVID issues that are going on at this time. I know that San Juan did have some a little bit higher numbers in that area, but is there any in the detention center? And given the circumstances in the future, can they choose not to take any of our juvenile detainees in the future? Maybe if somebody could answer those couple of questions.
Well, I can answer the operation part of it, Mr. Chair. The operational part of it, I am not aware of any positive COVID-19 in the juvenile detention center at all. There is a protocol prior for the kids when they are taken to Santa Fe to get booked to San Juan County. We do our medical assessments on them as well. And then when they get to San Juan County, they do a complete makeup on the kids as well as there too. So it's kind of a double hit with the COVID-19 assessments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so the average number of days that we've had for the last 3 months, as Greg had in the memo, is about 62. That does it, and so it could be 2 juveniles that stay for 30 days, and then some days we might have another 2 juveniles that are only there for 4 days. So the way we're structuring the contract is number of days, bed days. We call them man days, bed days. It's the number of nights that there is a juvenile with their head in a bed. So the average right now is 63 days per month, but bed days per month. But it's been going up. We think that the numbers were lower in March, April because of COVID-19, but we've noticed now there are more juveniles being detained than there were 3 months ago. Our average before COVID-19 was around 6 juveniles per day, or 180 bed days per month. And right now we think we're at about 90 to 120 bed days per month. So we would only negotiate a contract, and they're willing to do this, for something in that range, 130 to 90 to 120 days per month. And San Juan County is willing to do that. What that does for us is make sure that we have that many days per month that we can bring juveniles there. At least the first 3 to 4 juveniles that we have every day, we have a guaranteed place. If we don't have that kind of contract, they could say, sorry, we can't take them. And so that's why we want to enter into this particular contract, to make sure that we are a priority customer of their facility, and that we have a guaranteed place to take the youth.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. Do we have any other questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Hamilton, correct?
Yeah. So with respect to that, Manager Miller and Mr. Schaefer had mentioned something about credit, what to do with getting credit for unused days. So normally I sort of made the assumption that you you're giving them a guarantee and you're paying for them to hold those open for you. So could somebody say a few more words about that? How, if there is some concession, if there are periods of time when we're not using that much, or what the liability is, or what we would then have to do if we're starting to go over consistently and we want to maybe up that guarantee because of need, reflecting that need?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I did talk to San Juan County about that. I said, you know, we might start out with a contract that guarantees 3 or 4 a day, 3 or 4 beds a day, and assess it each month. And if it continues to climb, maybe in September we would revise that, and they were completely open to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Do we have any other questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. Couple of questions, comments.
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Commissioner Hamilton, very good questions. As in paying for beds that we don't know we're going to have. It's almost like paying for the flights that come into the airport. But I'm going to question here, not today, but I'll talk to Manager Miller about it as into how many flights a day do we have come into the airport, and are we guaranteed those flights? We're not guaranteed those flights. I get the whole situation as into wanting tourism to come to Santa Fe. However, during the situation that we're dealing with nationwide, worldwide, so that's, I see your point, Commissioner Hamilton. Great. So a couple other things. Let's see. So the $250,000, Manager Miller, does that include transportation, or is our sheriff's department going to absorb the cost of transporting hopefully a juvenile all the way to Farmington?
Mr. Chair, our sheriff, Commissioner Garcia, the sheriff doesn't transport them. We use correction staff to do that. And that was factored into the budget when we proposed closing the juvenile facility. We said we would have transport officers, and those officers are on duty at the adult, and if there's a need to transport somebody, then they move from their post at the adult and transport the juvenile to Farmington.
Thank you. And then another thing about the facility in San Juan, I'm kind of a little disappointed, not with you, Manager Miller, or your staff, but as to why Bernalillo County, about 6 months ago, we were told they had an excellent facility, brand new facility, this and this and that. And so now we're having to take our 3 to 5 kids a month, hopefully not a day, to San Juan. So I'm just a little disappointed in Bernalillo County. However, nonetheless, what about the culture, the culture of the facility in San Juan, and the culture of the sensitivity of the kids in here in New Mexico? Are they just going to put them in the facility in a pod and say, here you go, work it out? Or have we looked into whether education, how's the education aspect?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, San Juan County, as I indicated, are very unique. They have several different programs within their facility, as well as a mental health program that's all in one area. So it's a one-stop shop, as I indicated, and that's what makes it very unique in San Juan County. Now, any correctional facility run by anybody with experience, they know they just don't throw people in to different pods. They classify them, they assess them, and they place them in the best opportunity for those kids. Thus far, since April, when we started taking kids, we haven't had any problems whatsoever with any of our juveniles, with any other juveniles in San Juan County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just have this guy was getting in trouble. With the one-stop shop for kids, I don't agree with stop shop for kids. And it has to do with the whole community, as into how do we get in the facility first of all, and the one-stop shop. That's a great one-stop shop. They get toothpaste, they get all this other stuff. I'm just not what you're saying, Director Cedillo, but this one-stop shop, they're getting it. There's no challenge.
challenge with juveniles these days. It's hard for me. I just have a passion for the kids. And so in regards to $250,000 a year, right? So how much, if we have 3 or 4 or 5 juveniles a month, how much are we paying for each juvenile to be in that facility out there? If you divide them out, I don't have a computer in front of me, but can somebody tell me that? Are you paying $100 a day, 500? I'm sorry, what's that?
Chair, it's $225 a day per juvenile bed night. That's what the contract currently is, and that's what the guaranteed rate would be as well.
Thank you. So Mr. Chair, just for the record, what is that juvenile getting that $110 a day for the juvenile or the adult there on State Road 14? What is he getting more than the adult's not getting for $250 a day? I guess what I'm interested in is education. Whenever that kid goes, lock up. How can we help out kids? That's what I'm focused on.
Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we had a hard time.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Garcia.
I just want to know what the county is getting. 50 days, $250 a day for a juvenile, $20 a day for an adult. Why are we paying more for a juvenile? So what are we getting for a juvenile than we're not for an adult? Because I just want to know what we're getting for a juvenile, $250 a day and not $110 a day.
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, Director Cedillo again. Every institution, I shouldn't say every institution, but the institution that San Juan County has programs, education, behavioral health, medical. They have everything for these kids. I think that's one of the things that we looked at, as well as Bernalillo has the same thing. Santa Fe County had the same in terms of those kids. So they're not losing any type of services to those juveniles whatsoever over at San Juan County.
You know, the other day I went to New Mexico Focus, and they talked about mentally challenged individuals in the state of New Mexico, which is under Governor Martinez's administration. And now 3 or 4 years later, we're feeling the effect. And you know what? I'm just going a little off tangent. It's just sad to think that in the community, juveniles or mentally challenged individuals, I guess I just have a little passion for that, but that's why I'm not. Because in the next 2 to 3 years, we're going to figure out, wow, right? Hopefully the juveniles that are detained, not incarcerated, but detained, same thing. But how can we help these kids out? That's what I'm about. Another thing is so the size of the facility, is the size of the facility actually adequate? Do we have they have enough room for 3 or 5 individuals, or are they going to be housed together?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, absolutely. I think their bed space on that, and County Manager Miller, you might correct me, I think it's 48 beds over at San Juan County, if I'm not mistaken.
So as a policymaker, as county commissioner, we all know this, and so we have to go visit our. So do we have to go visit this juvenile facility, and are we our children in a facility that the county commission has not went and actually analyzed it or looked at it, or Manager Miller and Director Cedillo, have you guys gone to make sure it's up to par? I'm just asking questions. Sorry.
Commissioner,
I'm sorry, but I'm just asking questions.
That's quite all right. Chair Roy Ball and Commissioner Garcia, it's been very difficult during these times of COVID-19 to go down there and actually visit that place. I mean, there's a lot of restrictions in most of the facilities at this point. I have no problem whatsoever going up there, sending some staff up there to visit that place. I know the administrator personally. She's been doing it for quite some time now. And if you are asking for us to go, we can make that those arrangements.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it's not a statutory requirement that you go see where they are housed. It's a statutory requirement that county commissions that operate their own facilities have to do an annual inspection of those facilities. So they don't have a statutory obligation to go to a place that you contract for their housing. That said, it doesn't mean you can't go and see the facility. But Director Cedillo said right now that's just a little bit difficult because of the COVID-19. When we entered into the contract with San Juan to begin with, they were totally open for the county commissioners or anyone from the county to come visit their facilities.
So I'm actually, there are kids, they live in our community, we live in the state. And so I would like our director or yourself, manager, or myself, I want to go see this facility because let's create a contract with San Juan and has anybody gone down there? So I would appreciate if we can talk about it, Manager Miller, as into how we can, I want our staff to go down there and make sure it's safe for our kids. Really quick. So once again, so our property on Airport Road is going to be shut down, right? So we have no more kids there, it's shut down. So I should see no more cars there during the day.
Mr. Chair, no, we do our training out of there. So we're not using it as a detention facility, but we do have staff that are over there.
Yeah, we have our finance department over there as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. So thank you very much for. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Manager Miller, and Director Cedillo. Just take care of our youth. That's our youth. Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we can't hear you. Mr. Chair, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno, did I hear you make a comment earlier?
Yeah, I wanted to, yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah. I see this as a learning experience. There are going to be a lot of variables with we don't know how many inmates will be in San Juan at any time. So I think there are a lot of variables, and the learning experience we will learn as we go and learn how to manage in the most efficient way. I have confidence with the staff that you can do it. So
Thank you.
So good plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Okay. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? Okay, and I think that Commissioner Garcia brought up some valid points, and we do go and do an inspection of the jail, and so I would be curious as to how that would be, how we would do that, just to make sure that we are making sure that our juvenile detainees are safe. So I think I can understand Commissioner Garcia's concerns. So I think that is a valid point, and I would also like to see the facility as well if we go figure out a way that we can actually visit this facility. So okay, thank you for all those comments.
I just want to, I can't, we're not taking you only because of COVID-19.
Oh no, not at this point, Manager Miller. We understand that.
They're not letting anybody in. Even our staff goes to one back door to take the youth. So it's not a matter of us not wanting. Pablo's been to the facility before. We just haven't been in there in the last 3 months while we've had our juveniles there because of COVID-19. But that's the only reason we haven't. They are limiting, just like we're limiting access into our facility because they don't want to introduce any COVID-19 into their facility any more than we do in ours. So I just want to make that point that it's not a matter of by any means we think we shouldn't go look at the facility. I just think they're not doing tours right now.
Go ahead.
Just really on that quick note, you know what? Catherine, Manager Miller, I agree with you. But you know what? If you're going to send my kid to a facility, I want to make sure that it's clean and it's responsible. And I understand your point about the whole virus and everything that's happening. However, you can go to an outdoor patio and put a mask on. I just want to make sure that my kids that live to go to a facility, just because of COVID, the world doesn't have to stop. And so I just want to make sure that somebody's going there and making sure that we're good. They're clean. How do we know we're not clean? Our facility's clean. So I just want to make sure that it's not because of the virus. I'll wear a whole mask and I'll walk in the facility and hopefully they can make sure to me as a county commissioner that it's clean for my kid to go in there or any kid in there. So I'm just asking. I understand, Manager Miller. Thank you, though.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton?
I'm willing to bet that, first of all, I think that the COVID restrictions need to be taken really seriously, and they're of tremendous value to us. So thinking about alternatives is probably very rational. And I would suggest that we could probably invite some virtual participation, maybe in a future BCC meeting, to have the director of the facility or some appropriate senior staff member in that kind of position to maybe make a presentation, maybe with a walkthrough video of the facility for us, a recent one, not a, that everybody can do on their cell phones. Make it reasonably brief, but that could give us some background information that then when there's the possibilities for individual tours, there would have at least been some satisfaction of, knowing what the facility contains, what it looks like, and what the programs are. So maybe doing it virtually would be an idea at a future BCC meeting.
I would agree with that would be a alternative. Given the circumstances, everything is kind of changed. I do feel that, and I would caution, the statement made that we are not taking you. It's something that, it's something that I think that we have to work on together. And I totally respect, the other facility that has their boundaries set up as far as the COVID-19 circumstances and what they approve and don't approve. So, that's the only thing, and I'm totally agreeable to what they accept and what they don't accept, so I just want to say that. And we, I think that we do have an obligation to these kids to make sure they're safe. And like Manager Miller had indicated that Pablo has visited this facility. So I'm confident that Pablo has all the experience in the world to make sure that, looking at this facility that our youth are safe. But it is something that, is an obligation as elected officials that we have been tasked with. And so, I think that, there's valid points all the way around. And I think that, a virtual tour would be acceptable in given the circumstances at this point, but we do want to, just look at the future and make sure that, we, and I don't think at this point, I know that Commissioner Garcia would like to see the facility, but, I think he realizes the circumstances and that we're not in control of this facility and we have to abide by what the boundaries of that facility have established. So, I think there's been a lot of good feedback back and forth. And I think that we've brought up some really great talking points and different ideas. So I appreciate, the commission bringing these all forward. So we do have, we still have this agenda that we're talking about. Are there any other comments from commissioners on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. I'd like to make a motion. I have the ultimate most respect for our director, our manager, to take care of our community and our kids. So I'd like to make a motion for approval because I have the trust in them, like I said. Motion for approval, sir.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I believe the second was from Commissioner Hamilton. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move on to a roll call vote on this item. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, of course.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. This item passes unanimously. So we are through our miscellaneous agenda items. Our next item is item number 4, and it's approximately 3:45. If we are at a good stopping point at 5 o'clock, I'm going to bring this item back up just to make sure there isn't anybody from the public that has chimed in at that point. But item number 4 are matters from public concern. Tessa, do we have anybody that signed up from the public that would like to address the board?
We have a number of people who've signed up to speak regarding the cases this evening, but nothing, no other public comment other than that.
Okay, so if we can unmute just for a moment, I want to ask the public to please keep the noise level down to a low roar if we can.
Because they're just asking this other case.
If we can unmute and ask if there's anybody that would like to address the board other than the item that will be coming up later for public comment, and it will be actually later on in the agenda. If there's something that isn't relative to the public hearings that are later on this evening, if I can hear if there's anybody that would like to address the board this evening, if you can unmute just for a moment, Tessa. So is there anybody from the public that would like to address the board in any other matters besides the public hearing tonight? Besides what's on public hearing? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public matters from public concern. On to item number 5, and this is matters from our county manager. 5A is the 2020 ICIP update and community outreach process. And from our growth management department, we have Mr. Paul Olofson.
Yes, hello, commissioners and everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay, excellent. So I'll be very brief. Basically, we have, due to the COVID-19 situation, we've had to rethink how we do some public outreach for different elements of our planning processes. And the ICIP, which is Infrastructure Capital Improvement Planning process, is one of those examples. So based on the need of keeping safe separations and public health and safety, we are proposing to have virtual public meetings this year for the ICIP. And actually, we also anticipate that there will not be a large capital outlay from the state this year anyway for capital projects. So we're trying to kind of turn the focus of these public events into more of a resource sharing opportunity for the county to share resources to community members that can help them with various aspects of dealing with the COVID virus as well as other community activities along with the ICIP, realizing that the ICIP is probably not going to be the primary focus of these meetings. And some of the items we want to focus on are services and resources for community support, including food assistance, agricultural resources and food production, economic development, public participation through community organizations, and then finally community infrastructure development. So as you see, Daniel, yeah, if you could scroll down, perfect. So the schedule is we have met and briefly looked at potential ICIP projects, and this is something we'll always be bringing back to you. We are noticing the procedure as of today, or the process, and we're also giving the presentation today, July 14th. Then we have 2 scheduled webinars that we would invite the public to participate in and ask questions and get resources, and that's on July 21st and 29th. And then we would ask the Capital Planning Committee that's internal to the county to review the proposals we've received on August 7th. And then August 11th, we would notice BCC hearings. August 25th, we would have the first of 2 public hearings with the BCC. And then on September 8th, we'd have the second of the public hearings with the BCC. And then the ICIP is due to DFA by September 18th. And this year, as we did last year, we would want to focus on a more streamlined and targeted ICIP list that has projects that are ready to be implemented within a reasonable funding range for the state to fund, and also possibly the backstopping current projects or filling in gaps on current projects. So that's a very quick outline of what we're proposing. This is just an informational item, and I would stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hansen, go ahead.
Thank you, Paul and Jacob. Nice to see both of you, even if it is virtually. How are we advertising this to the community? How are we going to get this out to them?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, we are going to have a lot of our web-based platforms to use, so our email list internally to the county, as well as putting it on the web page, sharing it with other partner organizations that can help put it out there virtually. And we're also running ads in the newspapers. And we'll be doing also further outreach to our known community organizations that we've worked with in the past, whether that's a community group or a nonprofit group, et cetera.
How about radio?
Oh, that's right. Also, I'm sorry. Yes. So there is a plan to present on K Suave as well.
Okay, that's good. And then I think this is something all the commissioners could send out, via their list. But if you did a short press release, I'm sure that I could send it out to my list, and I'm sure the other commissioners would like to send it out to their list also.
Okay, we will certainly get it to you all.
Okay, thank you. Jacob, did you have something you wanted to say?
Did we have any other questions?
I do, Mr. Chair. This is Rudy.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Very good points from Commissioner Hansen. Paul, you've done this for many, many years, as you and I have done this for many, many years. Now it's all Zoom. It's all about the phone, right? But just always keep in mind that my grandma doesn't have a cell phone, and my grandma doesn't have a computer. So always keep in mind, how do we reach out to the individuals in Cerrillos or Madrid that don't have really good phone service out there. So, Paul, you've done this for many years, you know. So just don't forget, it's not, you know, Paul. So let's just put in the paper, let's get through organizations and let's communicate other than this stuff these days, but you get it, Paul. So just keep in mind about the individuals out there that don't have this, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we definitely do.
And if you can actually have some guidelines on our webpage as into, or whatnot, as into, if you have a submittal that you want to put on the ICIP plan, here's how you do it. Project name, what you want, how you want it done, so on and so forth. You get it, Paul. You understand. But just don't forget my gravel. You got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we actually used that example in our planning for this, so we're thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olofsson. Do we have any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go on to our next.
Commissioner Hamilton has one, and I think she's been trying to get your attention, but she's muted.
I think I've been muting and unmuting on my microphone, and it turns out that somebody muted me electronically. My apologies. I didn't realize that. So what my question is, do we have some assurance that there's a connection at this point between the list that you're floating and going to develop and that we will eventually approve and turn in and what is appearing on our capital plan for the next couple of GO bonds?
Madam or Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, we have used both the planning processes that have evaluated all of our capital projects this year, the new process we've been using. And so we are using those lists as well as any requests we will receive from the public to put that list together, and we'll bring that all to you for review. So there is some overlap on some of them where it was, doable, I guess, in dollar signs. So yes, we're looking at all the lists and trying to make it as practical and functional as possible.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton, remember we have our CIP, which is the bigger capital improvement plan, and it's more than what is on the ICIP. The ICIP is what this is a component of the larger CIP, and the ICIP is what the state requires us to do that typically is within our 5-year, it's in our 5-year window of spending money. But what also happens is this is where outside entities that use us as a fiscal agent also try to get onto our ICIP, where it's not necessarily county funds that would be expended to do these projects, but it's their attempt to get onto our ICIP to have us act as fiscal agent for their projects. So in this process, what we're hoping we'll do is that we'll also contact all of those nonprofits that typically come to us in the middle of the session, not in advance, but like the Recovery Center, the Mountain Center, St. Elizabeth Shelter, all these nonprofits that go to the legislature and ask for money. We want them to get into this process now so that we know what the project is and that we can scope it, and we actually have an understanding of what they expect from the county as far as potentially owning the facility, if it's a facility, or managing the construction of something, and that we get enough information through the public hearings to know, one, that they have something, and then two, to get them to fill out, like we've done with all the departments, a scoping sheet that says, what is this project? Because we're trying not to get the surprise at the end of the session or the middle of the session that says, by the way, you're our fiscal agent and you're going to manage this project for us, and it's going to go in front of all the stuff you had on your CIP and your ICIP. So this process, and it relates to bond questions, because right now what you're going to do for 2020 bond projects, unless you change it, those are already on our CIP and ICIP, but there could be some that come up through this process that are higher priority or higher need than something we might be looking at for 2022. Also, some things that would come up through this process would be projects that maybe a nonprofit would go directly to the legislature for funding, and it wouldn't be part of our county funds. So we're trying to, so we are going to do outreach to all of those nonprofits that we typically have heard from after the fact, and make sure they know that we want them to get into the queue now, not in January.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Can't hear her again. Commissioner Hamilton, did you say something else?
No, I'm sorry. I thought I was on. It pretty much does. I think there are still some disconnects, but I think that's for a future discussion.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I think there'll always be disconnects because this process is a state mandated process, and it doesn't really fit our 20-year plan and our code and our CIP. It inserts itself into our process because we have to do it in order to get state funding for some of our things, but that cycle happens irrelevant of our process, and it's very hard to make our process match the legislative process and the state's process. So because our budget cycle, while it's the same fiscal year, putting our budget together has already happened. And then, for 2021. And so this is kind of future years, not 2021.
Oh, yeah. And for the ICIP, I recognize that, and I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Was there any other commissioners that had comments or questions? And if you could,
Mr. Chair, really quick. So, question for Paul. So, Paul, we can have like a, if people, excuse me, if people want to submit stuff, they're just going to submit it to virtual Zoom, or you can have like community meetings in the north and the south and the east, or how are you going to do that? Just really quick.
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. So again, because of the pandemic, we are not scheduling any in-person meetings. So we will have on the website, as well as we can just mail it out as in a hard copy if that's the desire of a community member. They can call us. We'll have contact information on all our materials. We'll share it with our different community groups. And then we can help citizens if they have a request to kind of navigate the process and figure it out. So the goal is to get as many people aware of it as possible. And also, the real focus of these meetings is not only the capital request, which is important, but we're trying to present other resources to the community that can help them in this time of the pandemic and helping them navigate other systems and other resource providers as they may need. And we're also, we've advertised these on the Facebook already, these meetings, and we will record the meetings. And so if someone is not able to attend this day or that day, they can play it back at a different time at their convenience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Do we have any other questions from commissioners on this item? Mr. Olafson, thank you for the presentation. Great job. We're going to go on to our next presentation, which is item number 5B. And this is the 54th Legislature First Special Session 2020 update and 55th Legislature First Session 2021 preview. And from the County Manager's Office, we have Hutchie Miller. You're up, Hutchie.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So I'm giving you an update on what has occurred since the last commission meeting. The signing deadline for the special session was July 12th. So there was still time after the last commission meeting for the governor to take action on legislation that was provided to her for her final authorization. I had emailed the report out earlier today, so I think everybody should have that to follow along. It has 7/14/2020 legislative report, special session 2020 at the very top in the left-hand corner. So what ended up happening was that there were 7 bills in total that the governor provided final authorization on. And on the first page there, they're listed there by their chapter number. And then to the left, it has when they were signed into action. And so since the last meeting, there was 3 different bills which were finally authorized by the governor. And I had briefly spoken about what had been presented to the governor for authorization at the last meeting on June 30th. And that was the House Bill 1. And mostly everything that I presented stayed in the bill. And the one main item that had changed was her vetoing a cut that was made to education. But I will go over here the key points of the budget. The fiscal year 2021 state budget was $7.22 billion. The reoccurring general fund appropriations were reduced by roughly $415 million. The non-reoccurring general fund appropriations were reduced by roughly $184 million in fiscal year 2021. And the state reserves in the new budget will be at 11.3%. The next point that I'm making here is that this is partially the reason that the cuts and overall measures needed to be taken by the legislature were not as severe as originally thought. And that's because there was $750 million from the Federal CARES Act, which was infused into the state budget. And so that did take a lot of stress off legislators for cutting programs, services, state agency budgets. And so included in that $750 million is $150 million for city and county grants, which the county manager had mentioned earlier in the meeting today. And there's also $28 million for tribal government grants. In the bill, the Department of Finance Administration also is authorized to additionally reduce state agency budgets by 2% if it is needed. So that's kind of a fail-safe for the legislature not to have to come back later in the year, if at all possible. The Department of Finance Administration can go ahead and review and monitor how the revenue stream is and how budgets are going through the end of the year to make any adjustments if needed. So that's what that 2% adjustment given to Department of Finance is. speaking about the changes that the governor made, which was the holdup of the signing of the bill itself, were that there was $30 million in education cuts that were provided in the version of the bill that the legislature sent to the governor, and she vetoed that out, $30 million. And that restored funding for culturally and linguistically relevant instructional materials. And it also put back in the Opportunity Scholarship, which was her tuition program for all New Mexico residents to attend higher education facilities within the state. So those got put back in. Those were the overall points of the state budget. And going now on to page 2 of the report, the Senate Bill 8. And this is the bill that was requiring police officers to wear body cameras. And what the bill entails is that city police, county sheriffs, state police would all have to wear body cameras. And they must maintain the body camera footage for at least 120 days. And any police officer interfering with the device could face penalties for withholding the evidence. And this was a controversial item at the legislature in the special session. One, because it was a short session, and two, because of the pandemic restrictions on social distancing. People weren't allowed into the Capitol to testify or provide their case regarding certain legislation. So a lot of the law enforcement agencies already have body cameras in place, but they don't have these specific requirements. And this bill was unfunded as well, so putting this in place kind of put an unexpected burden on law enforcement agencies as well, if they weren't ready to take on these new requirements. One of the main items is the holding of the video for 120 days. I don't believe that everybody was ready to take on that storage. Depending on your department size, that could be hours and hours and hours of video for your police officers. So that is a major cost to law enforcement agencies. But after the signing of the bill, law enforcement agencies now have 90 days to put these requirements in place. So that is still an issue for some police departments within the state, and it could be an issue into the next session as well, that this piece of legislation could be revisited. Lastly, I have Senate Bill 3, and this was a bill that provided low-risk loans to small New Mexico businesses recovering financially from COVID-19. And how this affects localities is that it allocates $400 million from the state's $5 billion severance tax permanent fund for, and of that $400 million, $50 million for loans to local governments. And to be eligible for those loans as a local government, 10% of your operating revenue has to have declined in fiscal year 2020 due to coronavirus disease impacts. Lastly, on page 3 are the items I had discussed at the June 30th meeting, and those are listed here. No other changes have been made since we last spoke about that. There was information that was requested from the commission at the June 30th meeting regarding Senate Bill 5, and those were the projects that were being pulled back from the state and the funds for those putting back into the general fund for operations of the state. And I had sent out information regarding that previously because the commission had requested that. And in the additional attachment, Daniel, there's a spreadsheet showing all the projects statewide that were pulled back. And upon first review, I had mentioned that the June 30th meeting that there weren't any county managed projects, and still upon further review, there was not any pullback of Santa Fe County managed projects. But as you can see in the spreadsheet there are several projects within the county, although not managed by Santa Fe County government. They were pulled back into the general fund. And for instance, there, line 9, there is the Zaffarano construction for $100,000. Another notable one was the money for the Mountain Center for the yurt. I'm trying to find that now on the page. It's on page 4 of 4, and that's line 58.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Hutch, but whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Garcia, Hutchie, do you want us to ask you questions right away, or do you want to? We can wait till the end as well, but I think that might be better to get the question out there while it's still fresh in our mind. Commissioner
That's
Garcia,
fine.
go ahead.
That's the end of the presentation.
Oh, it's the end. Oh, okay. Yeah. Commissioner Garcia, go ahead, sir.
So really quick, Hutch, thank you for your presentation. I saw, Daniel, can you go down to line 50? There you go. Keep going. Let's see where we're at. Keep going. So, Lava Mutual Domestic Water System, so that got cut? That $50,000 got cut?
That's correct. That money did get pulled back within Senate Bill 5.
Thank you. And then also in regards to the Boys and Girls Club up north, I guess that got cut as well?
Yes.
So basically everything that you just got cut?
These were the list of statewide projects.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I saw Zaffarano unfortunately got cut as well, but nonetheless. Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Garcia, something funny about Zaffarano is this bill came out and it showed that was cut, yet we got a notice from DOT, I think, that we had 90 days to try to encumber it. So we're going to try, but it's weird because this is the analysis that Linda Kehoe did of the bill and sent it to the counties, Association of Counties, and we were told these are gone. But then we had a email from DOT that Zaffarano may not be cut. So we're still trying to figure that out. We're getting conflicting information from the state, but this is what was in the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manager Miller. So, for example, does Lava Hala actually have 90 days to go encumber their money because they're actually a quasi-judicial government entities? So can they go encumber their monies and say that?
I would recommend they contact that grant's probably through the Environment Department or the state engineers, one of the two. And I would highly recommend they contact the agency. That is not one that was coming through us. So Environment Department, they would recommend that they contact Construction Programs Bureau and find out if there is any opportunity for them to still utilize those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions. Thank you, Catherine.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Hutch or Manager Miller, depending on who may know, the money from Bill 1, you know, there are $150 million in there potentially for counties. I assume they have to apply for that money. Previous CARES Act money, like from the feds directly, had constraints on how big you had to be or whatever to qualify and apply, and we didn't fall into those categories, so we could never apply. Are there similar or some other constraints on who can apply for that money? So I just wonder if we're
Mr.
gonna be
Chair,
able to avail
Commissioner
ourselves.
Hamilton, this is what I was talking about earlier when Commissioner Hanson was asking about funding for a public information campaign. It's what I was referring to when I said that there was $150 million in the bill out of the CARES Act money that went to the state. And yes, it's restricted. It can only be used by what the Treasury Department says it can be used on. But my understanding is that they're going to make a distribution possibly based on population. So we've been keeping track of our expenditures just in case it has to be done on a reimbursement basis. But also, even if they do a distribution, it can only be spent on those items that were authorized in the CARES Act.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just on that note as well, by me.
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Sorry. So that $50 million that was given to local governments, so for small business loans, so who determines what small business gets that loan? Does the state require the county to administer that?
So, Mr. Chair, I was on Commissioner Garcia, I was on a call on last Friday, with the New Mexico counties, and I sadly volunteered myself
Sadly. Again?
to help figure out how this money can be accessed. We think the Finance Authority is, the New Mexico Finance Authority, as you know, I'm the chair of that as well. And that $350 million is going to go be administered by them. And we're in conversations about whether or not we could do the $50 million that's specifically through counties for businesses within counties. The other $350 million would go through banks. As a business, you'll go to a bank and meet the criteria that was put in the legislation. That's going to be a first come, first serve. But that $50 million hasn't been really outlined yet. And so that's the thing I raised my hand and said, sure, I'll participate in figuring out how that can be accessed. And we hope to do something in the next week or two to have more information on how that works.
Thank you for volunteering your time and effort, as we all do, because it's a whole different story up there. But thank you. So one of the other things is I just like to give our sheriff's department, our sheriff, as into our body cameras. We're actually we've been doing that, and he's totally for body cameras, and he has been doing that, and can't actually authorize his budget for that. So just nothing new to Santa Fe County. So we have been doing that, and just want to give a little plug out for the sheriff. But Catherine, thank you for volunteering your work again. Help out as into how we have to spend this money, because it's just a time where we need some institutional knowledge. But I appreciate that, Catherine. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have any other questions from commissioners on the legislative update? You know, it is concerning that, I know that, we're losing some of the funding for our Boys and Girls Club, that is concerning, but, given the circumstances, I hope that the decisions from the legislature was the best ones to make at this point. So thank you for those comments, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Hansen?
Hutch, I want to thank you for putting that list together and for your update. I appreciate it. And it's good to see, even though it's always sad to have money taken away, it's good to know what it was that was taken. And so thank you for a comprehensive list. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, you're welcome. If there's any other questions too after this presentation, go ahead and contact me and let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hutchie, for your presentation. Okay, if there's not any other questions, we'll move on to our next item. And this is item number 5C, miscellaneous and COVID-19 emergency updates. Catherine, are you giving this presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I've got a few things to update the board on. They're in emails as well as I printed some of them out. So first of all, the Chair Board met on Monday, July 6th, and they had a special meeting to approve a proposed 2020 schedule for what they're going to call the Youth Achievement Show that will take place instead of the Santa Fe County Fair the weeks of August 2nd to the August 18th. And it's not a public event, and it's only open to the 4-H youth, immediate family, extension staff, and fair board members. But they had a tentative schedule of activities, and they're going to be in line with the governor's orders of no mass gatherings and the CDC guidelines. They're going to be subject to change depending on any interim action that the governor might take to reduce COVID-19, spread of COVID-19. But the proposed schedule includes a horse show that will be held at the Rodeo de Santa Fe grounds, a lamb and goat show, pig show, and cattle show. These animals will be shown by each species, and then there'll be no more than 5 animals in a class or 5 people showing. There'll be a junior livestock virtual auction. There'll be 4-H indoor exhibits with time slots for each family, and the exhibits will be dropped off one person at a time. And then they'll do poultry and rabbit shows will all be done virtually with the exception of the poultry showmanship. So I want to hand it to our fair board for being creative and coming up with something for the youth so they didn't completely miss out on the season of preparing their animals for the fair and showing them and the projects that they do and that they work on all year. So I think that the fair board did a really commendable job coming up with an alternative plan.
Great. I think that's good to hear. I think we're doing everything that we can, being, given the circumstances we're in. So I'm really happy to hear that. Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, Catherine, and my colleagues on the dais there, thank you for allowing the Fair Board to be very creative as to moving forward with these children's projects. With no schools going on, it's hard. Kids want to go back to school. You saw the paper today, and because kids need to interact. And thank you for the Fair Board and for my colleagues, as well as Manager Miller and your team to think outside the box. But I appreciate that, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, I go ahead.
Okay, so that was the fair. I have a few
Manager
things
Miller?
to give you. Yeah, I have a few things to give you updates on. Another one is that from our community services, the things that we're working on there, we are sending out emails so that you know and information relative to Santa Fe County COVID cases by zip code. And as Commissioner Hanson mentioned, there is a significant disparity, especially in the 87507 area code. Nearly one half of all of the Santa Fe County positive cases are in that zip code. And community services brainstorming about ways that we can provide outreach to this area and education to those constituents and residents, hopefully to reduce the spread. Also, we have a contract in place with the New Mexico Coalition for the Homeless. They're going to be providing case management, navigation, and other Medicaid enrollment services to the Midtown Center. That is where the city has set up a homeless shelter for individuals needing isolation for COVID-19 prevention and recovery, if some of them may be there just to be isolated and out of community settings. This the contract with the New Mexico Coalition for the Homeless is a partnership with the city. Also, the Pathways in Espanola. The Pathways program is now part of the Santa Fe Connect and is utilizing our platform. And we'll be working on a contract with them for navigation for this fiscal year. We did some work with them last fiscal year, and we're looking at another contract with them for navigation services for this fiscal year. And also just to point out that just since we started our portal, the Connect data shows that we have served 488 unique clients for all types of different services, transportation, substance abuse, money management, legal assistance, income support, mental and behavioral health services, just to name a few of them. Probably the greatest areas in housing and shelter and food assistance and income support. So just wanted to note those items. So I don't know if you have any questions on those. Then I have another item.
Manager Miller, I think Commissioner Hanson has a question. It would be probably better to take care of it right away. Commissioner Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manager Miller, thank you for that update. I wanted to let the board know that I did write a letter to the governor requesting funds to help with a public awareness campaign. I don't know what will come of it, since I'm sure they have their own way of distributing it, but I did talk to and reach out to the counselors in District 3 and 4, who also represent that District 87507. And I also reached out to Commissioner Garcia, and I mentioned them all in the letter that we were talking. I've also, on the whole COVID issue, I spoke with Miguel Angel Acosta, and he is very concerned about the fact that there is no hotspot or Wi-Fi in the area from Airport Road to Agua Fria. There's no, we don't have a community center there. We don't have a school there. Ramirez Thomas is the closest school to that kind of area, and there's a tremendous amount of trailer parks. Also in the letter, I talked about doing some kind of public awareness campaign in Spanish, because that is where a large immigrant and Spanish population, Spanish-speaking population lives. And I am very concerned, and I don't know how we can get more hotspots or Wi-Fi spots into that location, because it seems we need to have a county or a city or a school or something like that. But according to Miguel Acosta, those children are not getting access to that. So I wanted to also mention that for Commissioner Garcia, because I know that he cares about those issues also. And that's really it on the COVID-19. I have other things to talk about, but since we were talking about the COVID-19, I wanted to share that with everybody.
Okay, thank you,
Mr.
Commissioner.
Chair.
Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, so another item that for an update, as you know, the board authorized me to make some.
Just, Catherine, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chair, if I may, just on Commissioner Hampton's note, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Garcia, go ahead.
Just in regard to the hotspots, the school board has actually, we actually bought many hotspots from T-Mobile because Verizon, like I said, last meeting was 2 or 3 months out for hotspots. So 97% of our kids, thanks to the electric voters, actually, they have a laptop. 97% of our kids, the 12,000 kids. So I would like Miguel Acosta to give me a call because if there's kids in Cesar Chavez, Ramirez Thomas that don't have access to an internet, actually they do. And so I just want to put that out on the record because kids have access to that internet. And so I just want to put that out there on the record because.
So I'm happy to share his number with you, and
Yes,
I will share his number with you so that we can find places to put those hot spots.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I think if there's not any other questions, Manager Miller, if you'd like to continue.
Okay, and then another item, back in March, I believe the end of March, the board, or the beginning of April, the board gave the authority to change some of our programs, particularly those we did an emergency ordinance. And one of the things that we did make a change to for an interim period was the solid waste permits. So on April 20th, I had authorized county residents to dispose of solid waste at our transfer stations 1 time per day without having to have their permits punched. And, you know, as with all things that are COVID-19 related, it wasn't anticipated that we would still be in this stage of lockdown, I guess you'd say, or lack of reopening. And so we had expected to do that for 2 to 3 months. We're still doing it, but it is at a significant cost to the county. Just to give you an idea, for May, June of 2019, we had $125,000 worth of punches that we had done last year, that same time period for 2 months. The number of trips people came in that would have been punched were 186,000. So it's cost us about $61,000 just over 2 months from May and June. So I do anticipate stopping that at the end of July, and giving people plenty of notice that we will start on August 1st punching passes again. But I think that the county residents have been able to take advantage of the free access to the facilities for the last pretty much 3 months, and that has been beneficial. They've taken advantage of that to make sure that they've taken quite a bit more trash. I think a lot of people did spring cleaning when they couldn't go anywhere. So, but I just wanted to let you know that it was well utilized by the residents. We went, just a comparison of the amount of tons. We did about 400 to 500 more tons. We did 1774 tons last May and June, and we did 2,150 tons this May and June. And as I said, that was at about a cost of $61,000 worth of revenue that the county did not receive in allowing people to go in for free. So I just want to put that out there, and that we will be going back to punching punching the cards starting August 1st, as we did not budget for that level of increase this year in tonnage, nor did we also budgeted that we would receive revenue. So the budget that we submitted does have us having revenue and not as high of an expenditure as we're having.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Commissioner, you need to unmute.
Thank you. I forgot. Thank you very much. I think that it's fine to go back to punching the cards. I just want to make sure that people have equipment, or have shields and gloves and masks to make sure that they can punch safely. And that's really all. I think if we do that, then we're protecting us, because that's what we're doing at SWAMA. We're punching cards now also, and so people have gloves and masks and all the things they need to protect themselves. And as long as we have that, we need to go back to punching. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Garcia? You were looking through your calendar.
So really quick, I'd just like to thank my colleagues on the dais again, because and Manager Miller and her staff, and especially the individuals that actually work at the transfer station, because whenever the city of Santa Fe closed Burt, guess where they all went to go throw the trash at? Guess where they all went to go, not throw the trash, but guess where they went to throw the trash from La Cienega? I got calls many weekends in a row where there was like a 2.5 hour wait of a line, people trying to distribute their trash in La Cienega because the city of Santa Fe was closed. And so I would just like to thank my colleagues on the bench, not the bench, actually on the dais, and also the staff that works for the solid waste. You guys get it, you guys know, because that's where everybody was at. They couldn't go throw trash at Burt, and the county commission allowed city residents to go distribute their waste in La Cienega, because that's one of the only places that was open. But I just want to thank everybody out there, because the county, we're doing it. We're being proactive. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
So, Commissioner,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Chair.
Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hansen, you have something additional?
Yeah, so Burt was never completely closed. Okay, they only limited their hours. And according to what I understand from Manager Miller, is that people could only get into the transfer stations if they had a punch card. City residents could not just go dump their trash in any of our transfer stations. Maybe they did, but
So
Burt didn't close. Burt did not close. We limited the hours. We closed for a Saturday, but it was never completely closed. Okay, so I just want to make sure you understand that.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia.
Just really quick, I understand that. I get it. It's just us as commissioners, the manager, we actually allowed individuals to borrow so-and-so's card to go get stamped and distribute your waste. I understand, but I'm just saying thank you to my colleagues on the dais there that, as Manager Miller said, we never budgeted for this, and we got a lot more tonnage. So, and we're dealing with it. So thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. And, I do want to express my gratitude. I think that there was a lot of constituents that benefited from this time that we were able to allow them to throw their trash. I know that we probably still have a lot of constituents that aren't working right now, and so we need to be think about that in the future. So I think that it's been great that we were able to do it to this point, but it's something that we don't know in the future what's going to happen with this pandemic. So hopefully it does get better and we're okay, and I don't know if there's any other programs out there that could help some people that can't afford to pay for some of these trash permits. That would be great if we could look into that. But thank you, and thank you to staff for at least affording the time that our constituents have been able to take advantage of this time for as far as using our transfer stations to throw their trash for free. So I mean, it's been something that's really been beneficial to our district. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gary at Public Works.
Yes, Gary, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Manager Miller, I just wanted to say that the solid waste staff have done a really good job during this time of managing the flow and providing good customer service. And I think that bears recognition.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that all of the feedback that I got from my constituents was very positive, and I think that we did an awesome job. So kudos to our staff at the transfer station. I know Commissioner Hansen had asked that we make sure that they have, a safe, that they're safe in the way that they punch cards in the future. And I think they've already implemented that, and you can probably talk to that as well. So I think that our staff is already working within those parameters of safety. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? Okay, Gary, please convey our appreciation to your staff at the Solid Waste Division.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Commissioner Moreno? I believe I heard somebody else address the chairman to talk. Is that correct?
That was me, Mr. Chairman. This is Rudy. But as you mentioned, Gary, please tell your staff that thank you what they do, because we appreciate them. I do. We all do, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I'm not
yes,
done. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I still have a few things. So lots happened in the last 2 weeks. So as you know, Representative Linda Trujillo resigned from her position, and her district is within the boundaries of Santa Fe County, completely within the boundaries of Santa Fe County. So the county commission is responsible for appointing somebody to finish out her term and through December 31st. And we advertised that we would be taking applications for qualified individuals to apply between the date that we heard of her resignation and July 20th. So we will be accepting applications for the board's consideration until Monday, July 20th at 5 p.m. Then we'll vet those applications and make sure that they meet the statutory requirements in the laws. And we have told the board relative to a date and time that you are all available for a special meeting to listen to a presentation from each of the applicants, and then make a recommendation and vote on a person to be appointed to fill out that seat. And the date and time for that meeting would be July 23rd, Thursday at 3 p.m. So we'll be sending you a calendar invite to do that, and that will be noticed as a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And do you have any questions or comments on that item? Because I still have one more after that.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I'd like to know, do we have an account of how many individuals have already sent their letter of interest and resumes?
Mr. Chair, I think we've had 2, but Tessa Joe, could you confirm how many we've received? I have 1.
I've gotten 3 inquiries, but no completed applications yet.
Okay, and I did receive a a letter, an application. I'll get this to you because I don't know if they've provided everything that they needed, but they did send a letter.
So, Mr. Chair, Rudy.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, Catherine, once again, on our webpage, it's all there, what they need to do, how they need to do it, so on and so forth, right?
Tessa Joe's nodding her head, and so is Daniel. I count on them to put everything on the web.
So really quick, whenever we do interview 5 or 7 or 2 people, so is it live, or do we have to ask them the same exact questions, or how does that work? How are we going to do that?
We'll do it. We'll do it just like we'll do a web meeting, just like this. And what we've done in the past is they present their own presentation. We usually give them about 5 minutes for them to say why they think they would make a good representative or senator or whatever the elected office is. And then the board has usually asked questions. It's not as formal as an employee interview where you have to do everything identical. It's entirely up to the board to make this decision. As I said, this one is all within Santa Fe County. So the board's selection will be the person who fills the term through the end of this year. The Central Committee of the Democratic Party is the one who will actually make the selection of the person who would go on the ballot for the next 2-year term.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Catherine, also, so when does the Central Committee need to make that recommendation? Like in August or before, obviously, November? So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it's my understanding in talking to the county clerk that it's within 63 days of the election. So it's likely sometime in August or September.
So just for the record, so if we choose Susan and the Central Committee does not agree with it, they have the ability to say, we want to put some other individual on the ballot. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this isn't my area of expertise, but that is what I understand in talking to the clerk, that it is their decision as to who goes on the ballot. It's my understanding, though, that often who the county commission selects does have a lot of weight because you are the elected officials in the county. And so, but that doesn't mean that that's a definitive, but it's my understanding that that does weigh with the party because you are elected officials.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd just like to caution my colleagues as into we just got to be careful as into not committing to any individual, because I think we're doing an excellent job as into this is the democracy process, and let's put it out there, and let's whoever wants to apply for it, let's interview everybody, and then we all can make a decision and move forward. But thank you for what staff has done, because I know sometimes we're getting pressured as into how we do it, why we need to do it, and why. So I think we're doing an excellent job as Santa Fe County Commissioners. And I appreciate Catherine and your staff, Greg, and everybody else that's looking into it, because Catherine called me one morning at, what time was it, 6:30, 7 o'clock? I'm like, yes. But anyhow, so just to, as into it's a democracy process. So I appreciate my colleagues saying, let's move forward. Let's just interview everybody and may the best individual get the appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hansen?
So just to clarify a few points, I do believe that the County Central Committee from District 48 will be the people who decide who goes on the ballot. It is not the entire Central Committee, it is the County Central Committee. And I've heard that it will happen sometime in August, which would be good, because that gives enough time for them to comply with the clerk's office. I am especially going to miss Representative Linda Trujillo. I had a really good working relationship with her. She knew and understood the issues in my district. She was aware of how important the village is, and we had a really great working relationship. And I want to thank her for all of her service and recognize her for the great job that she has done for the community. And I think RLD is incredibly lucky to have her working there with them. And, I know that she will be able to be a benefit in many other ways besides being a representative, but I am truly going to miss her. She lived in my district. I didn't live in her, I would not have voting member in her district, but she was my constituent and she still is. And I'm just sad to lose her as a representative. And thank you, Linda, for all your great work that you have done for us. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Rudy.
Commissioner.
You're right. Linda Trujillo, school board member, representative, school board member, representative for a lady that actually she's on the school board. I get chills. Whenever you sit on the school board, it's a whole different ballgame than people out there realize as into how it works, federal funding, schools. But she sat on the school board for several years, and she actually did an excellent job. And as a state representative, excellent job. Linda Trio, great job. And for a lady that actually lives in Las Acequias, on the south side of the area, great job. And for a lady that actually, she was a county attorney at one time. And she actually was one of our county attorneys that I worked with for the NAME project and a lot of other projects. And she actually worked for Santa Fe County as an attorney. State representative, school board member, great job. And thank you for what you've done for the community, because a lot of people don't realize when you sit up here on the dais or an elected official, people can sit there and Snapchat all they want and do whatever they want. But, Representative Trujillo, thank you for your services for the state of New Mexico, for the Santa Fe School Board, and actually being a assistant county attorney. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. As our county clerk, do you want to chime in on some of the matters that went back and forth as far as the central board and
Chair Roy Walgo, on you froze a little bit.
Was there anything that you wanted to add to that?
Okay, you froze a bit, and so you wanted feedback regarding the board and the board of county commissioners process, and also the party. Is that what you were requesting? You're freezing up.
Can you hear me any better? Yes, ma'am, that's what I was asking for.
Okay, so what it is that the process in place already that County Manager Miller has put into place of an advertisement announcing a vacancy to replace Representative Linda Trujillo has been done by the county. And now you will wait the applications. And then I believe on July 23rd, you will be set up to listen to the applicants. And then from that process, then you will vote as a board to who you will select. And then after that process, whereas the Board of County Commissioners, my understanding, there's no cutoff date to do this, but I think that in order to continue with the processes you've done in the past, to be consistent in this type of a process, and I understand also that in the past, the governor has been involved in this process, but since former Representative Linda Trujillo's position is solely in Santa Fe County, it is up to the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to vote on this without the process going to the governor. After your process and after you select who you want to be in this position, then it would be the Santa Fe County. Can you hear me? Has everyone been able to hear me?
Yes, we have.
Yes.
Okay,
Clerk.
so after your process, then it would be the Santa Fe County Democratic Party who would then select who would replace Linda Trujillo. And as
Okay.
Manager Miller stated earlier, that is customary, and I guess historically, that whomever the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners has selected, that the Democratic Party has also appointed.
If you can hear me, I have no sound.
I can hear you, whoever's asked. Yes. So that
Tessa,
is.
can you mute that one, please?
So, Chair Roy Ball, that is the understanding of the process from my point. Are there any other specific questions?
No, Madam Clerk, that covers it completely. So thank you for that update. Is there any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Tessa.
I just wanted to mention I just received an additional application. So I just actually received it by email. So just a heads up.
Thank you for that update.
Chair,
yes.
Chair Ball, I'd like to just make today is July 14th, and I believe your cutoff date, Manager Miller, is July 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So there's an opportunity for citizens who are registered to vote within Santa Fe County. I didn't see the advertisement, Manager Miller. Did you state in there about voter registration and residency?
Tessa Joe, I believe we did.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
So then the public who qualify can look at what the county has provided and then submit their applications, and they have till the 20th. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Manager Miller, your next item.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could, because Director Cedillo has the person on the line that could provide the best information. What I'd like to do is if we could move item 11, information reports, quarterly report on restricted housing, up to right now, and then do the GO bond 2020 stuff. And then we could move the executive session to the end of the meeting so that you could do your public hearings as soon as you finish the other items, the matters from commission and matters from other elected officials. So would that be okay with you if I have directors quarterly report on restricted housing?
I will accept that amendment. Sure, I will accept that amendment. So we'll go ahead and do that. So our next item, we're going to go to item number 11A.
Yeah, 11A, and then if we can come back after that to 5D.
Yes. So let's go ahead and proceed with the 11A, and who will be the addressing the board?
Director
Yes. Mr. Chair, Pablo Cedillo from Public Safety Department. As you are aware, as the commission is aware, the compliance, Santa Fe County Adult Detention Center stays in compliance with House Bill 364. That went into effect July 1st of 2019 for restrictive housing. We have to prepare a report quarterly. The report was prepared, is in front of, it is in your packet.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. Sorry, Director Cedillo. Restricted housing, can you once again mention what restricted housing is? Actually, because it's been called differently. Excuse me. It's called differently. What is restrictive housing, please?
Restricted housing. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia. As you're aware, restrictive housing is individuals who are placed. It used to be called segregation. It used to be called special housing. Now, as House Bill 364, they're calling it restricted housing. So those are individuals who are placed in restrictive housing for various reasons.
I think Commissioner Garcia, they're not in general population. They could be in medical, or they could be in just an area that isn't with
General population. Right.
No, Mr. Chair, if I may, I know I understand Manager Miller, but just for the general public to realize it's kind of like segregation, but now it's general. It's
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if I could, this is Greg Schaefer, County Attorney speaking. The Restricted Housing Act defines restricted housing generally as confinement of an inmate locked in a cell or similar living quarters in a correctional facility for 22 or more hours each day without daily meaningful and sustained human interaction. So that's the technical definition of restricted housing as provided in law.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you. If you could please continue, Mr. Cedillo.
Yes, at this point, Mr. Chair, Commission, I will stand for any questions. I do have Captain Rios on the phone here. She is our subject matter expert. She oversees the restrictive housing department, and she's available for any questions that the commission may have.
Okay, that'll be fine. I don't know that, so was there an actual report as far as that you wanted to summarize for the quarterly report for restricted housing at Santa Fe County, or will she speak to that as well?
She'll speak to that, but there was a report that was in your informational report that was in your packet. Captain Rios, would you like to respond to that? Kind of give a summarize of your report.
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So for the second report for April, May, and June, there was a total of 26 inmates housed in restrictive housing here at the adult detention facility. Daniel's pulling up that report now. Does anybody have any questions?
I think at this point, we'll wait till the end of the presentation or the summarization for any questions. Thank you.
Sure. I think that's the report. It's the number of inmates, and you can see that the longest stay, I believe, was one individual, 13 days. Otherwise, most of them are 1 day, 2 days. Very short.
So we are still scrolling through it, right?
Yeah. And on the far right side, you can see the number of days they were in restrictive housing, and in the center is the reason why.
Okay. So we've already scrolled through all of it, it looks like. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I have a question or a comment.
Commissioner Garcia, go ahead.
Just for the general public out there, I appreciate Cedillo, your staff, and Attorney Schaefer what that means for restricted housing. When you're incarcerated, that's 23 hours a day in a cell, and you get to get out 1 day to do recreation and whatever you got to do for 1 hour of the day. And I just want to put it forward for the general public to realize that I believe, and I think that Santa Fe County is on top of our game as into doing the right thing for our individuals that are incarcerated. So I just want to make sure for the general public out there that our staff, I feel that we're doing a good job at it, because incarceration for 23 hours a day in one area, I couldn't even imagine that. But I just want to put that on the record, Mr. Chair, as into, you know what, our staff is following the state law, and we're doing a good job, and we're actually moving forward. And actually helping out those individuals, I get chills once again, but I just want to put on the record that we're following the state law, and we're doing what we need to do. And thank you for Director Cedillo, Greg, for your definition, because you're actually right as being an ex-judge. And for the staff for Cedillo, thank you for what you guys do, because there's individuals that are human beings that are actually, they all need help, right? So I just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments from the commission? Okay, so thank you for the presentation, Mr. Cedillo and staff. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next item. Thank you guys again for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so our next item is going to be number 5D. This is a presentation and request for preliminary direction concerning potential CY 2020 general obligation bond questions and projects. Manager Miller?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So the first item is actually just a quick refresher. Jacob Stock is going to go through if I can get, there it is, go through a presentation that was given to you previously, and just remind you what we've been doing to get to the point where we brought you all the projects that we've been trying to shore up the budget for. So Jacob's going to do that, and then I'll go into and then he's going to show you the total list of projects and how we've scored them, and which ones are funded and with what money. And then I'll go into the 2020 recommendation. And then we just put together a potential 2022. We're not asking for that to be what is in 2022. It's just that the last time we presented the potential projects for the 2020, several of the commissioners wanted to know, well, what about certain other projects? So we'll go over that. This is a non-action item. It's once again just for information and discussion, but we will need to make a decision on by the end of the month for our bond questions. Go ahead, Jacob.
Thanks, Commissioner Miller. Can everyone hear me?
I'm a manager.
Sorry, Manager Miller. Apologies, Manager Miller. Sounds like I'm heard, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. As Manager Miller said, I'm going to give a brief presentation refreshing you on our process for determining need and evaluating project proposals as part of our larger capital planning process. And I'll briefly share the full list of projects that we evaluated during our process this year. And then, of course, I'll answer questions if you have any. Next slide, please. So the board passed Resolution 2019-103 last year. This resolution established a new capital planning policy and process for the county. The goals of that resolution were to consolidate all of the different capital plans that we have at the county, to integrate some new planning tools that we developed for capital planning, and to establish a regular process for capital planning. The policy, of course, went into some detail about the process, but these are the main goals that we set out to achieve. Next slide, please. But I'd like to focus on these new planning tools in particular. So these tools include a capital planning committee, which we've talked about a lot at the BCC. This committee is made up of staff experts who convene to oversee the capital planning process. The tools also include a new process for scoping proposed projects early on in their development. And it includes a tool for evaluating, prioritizing, and scheduling projects based on budget need, and a method to evaluate projects based on their ability to meet the county's strategic planning goals. Next slide. But I want to show you how all of this fits into the process for managing the flow of project proposals and developing a capital improvement plan every year. So first, a project is proposed either through our internal system or through a constituent or a commissioner submitting a form for proposing a capital project. That those forms or proposals are reviewed by the capital planning committee, and they're reviewed basically for completeness and for feasibility. Once it's reviewed, then the person proposing the project is asked to work with staff to scope that project out into more detail. Once there's a project scope, the committee determines the need for the project and evaluates the project based on those strategic planning goals. They also look at staff capacity and bandwidth to complete a project. And so based on all of this information that we've collected, then the Capital Improvement Committee can look at this whole list of projects and make a recommendation to the board about which projects should be funded in a given year. And so that then becomes our CIP update and hopefully eventually our budget as well. Next slide, please. So as promised, I'm going to go a little deeper into this point of need determination and evaluation. So first, the committee convenes and determines through discussion whether a project is a basic need. So what is a basic need? A basic need is defined as basically anything that is addressing an immediate health, safety, or welfare concern for county citizens, or projects that must be funded in a timely manner to ensure the basic functioning of the county. So projects identified as basic needs are immediately prioritized for funding. Next slide. So next, the committee will evaluate a project. So we use an evaluation tool that was designed by our staff and in collaboration with consultants from Bohannon Houston. We use 20 questions that correspond to the 4 strategic planning goals of the county. Those are to provide a safe community, sustainable community, healthy community, and a proficient and transparent and accessible government. Excuse me. So these are meant to evaluate the degree to which a project addresses these important goals. So I'd hope to give a little demonstration of the evaluation tool, but there's some technological constraints. So instead, I have this snapshot of the tool. This is actually the tool that the Capital Planning Committee works from during our evaluation meetings. And so as you can see, we have a big list of projects. This is only a small portion of the projects we evaluated this year, with some basic information for each project, cost, funding gap, so forth. We have a column there for indicating whether we've determined a project is a basic need. Just a yes or no question. We also have a list of questions as you go farther to the right. Excuse me. We have a list of questions corresponding to a strategic planning goal. So what the committee will do is we'll go through all of these questions for every project and give each question a yes or no answer. And the tool then calculates, based on our answers, will calculate points according to whether how we've answered for each question. Next slide. So the evaluation tool results in a total score for each project. That score is used along with a number of other factors to compare projects to one another. And making those comparisons allows staff to make more robust funding recommendations to the board when it comes time to propose capital improvements. Next slide. Actually, skip the next slide. So just a reminder, I'm available to answer any questions on this process, but I also wanted to share, as Manager Miller said, I wanted to share the list of all evaluated projects for your reference. So Daniel, I don't know if you have that available to pull up. Awesome, thank you. So I'm not going to go over this project by project, but I just wanted to give you a look at, everything that we've evaluated this year. I think it's, I know it's over 60 projects in total. But what you have laid out here is all of the projects we've evaluated as a committee. You have whether we've determined a basic need. If it's a basic need, it goes to the top of the list automatically. And we also have the evaluation score. Now, the colors are also important here. The colors indicate where the capital planning committee has recommended funding. So you'll see projects highlighted in blue we've recommended for the 2020 bond. Projects highlighted in green we've recommended for the fiscal year 2021 budget from a number of sources. Yellow we've recommended for the 2022 bond, and the red projects we've are part of our preliminary recommendation for ICIP. So I don't know how Manager Miller would like to do this. I can stand for questions now, or I can wait until she's given her portion of the presentation to stand for questions.
So, Mr. Chair,
Manager Miller or Commissioner Miller?
There's two, I give Jacob a hard time. There's
Commissioner Miller. Well, what did Commissioner Miller come into play?
That was a joke. There's two spreadsheets in your packet like this, and basically what Jacob did is, so we have a committee that goes through all of these projects, and they're scored based upon our strategic plan on a safer community, a sustainable community, a healthy community, and transparent and accountable. And so each one of those goal areas in our strategic plan has questions that go along with evaluating each project. So we evaluated each project as a team as to whether it was going to remove a public safety hazard or a potential public safety hazard, whether it was going to clean up the environment, whether it was shovel ready, all of these things. And so when you see those scores in the center, that's how the project scored. And so what Jacob did is put the database together showing you what the project is, when we believe we will start on the project, whether it's a basic need or not, what the score is, and then he put, this one is anything that's a basic need is at the top, and then and then the rank. The other one actually does it by type of project and the rank. And it's just a way for you to see all the projects that we have. And then he also put, color coded them as to whether or not they're funded, whether they're on our ICIP, whether they're, which remember, this is our CIP. And I think there's actually about 80 projects that we scored, if I recall, Jacob. So what we did is then from this list, and we went to the next one, which Daniel, if you could bring up the 2020 bond recommendation. So this was the overall process that we used to try to make our recommendations to the board about what should be funded in our 2020 bond or our 2022 bond, whether it was capital outlay or something like that. So that's the process that we went through, that we established based on the board voting for it and directing us to do that. And then that's how we then came up with these lists of projects. And you can see what we did for the 2020, as we showed you these are broken down by road, by question, by what the bond question would be, which is roads, water and wastewater, and open space, trails and parks. So we have those, three questions, and then this is the list of roads. And if you saw basic need, those were one of the highest, and that's also the evaluation score proves out that it's a basic need, probably because it fixed some kind of public safety issue or some environmental issue, and it's something that we need to do. So you can see, like our one of the top ones is Avenida del Sur design and easement acquisition, because that's one of our main feeder roads. And once we finish Northeast-Southeast connector, this is probably it's in our growth area and probably the highest need road. But then it goes down the list with the score based upon those questions. And that's how we came about to make the recommendations. Now, even if some were not a basic need, we still scored everything. And some of them, you can see they don't score as high, but they're ones that have been brought forward by community members to you as elected officials of needing those projects done. And you can see that projects 19, 20, 21, 22, or 24 are not necessarily the highest score, but those are ones that, as elected officials, you have indicated that the community has a strong desire for those. So you can see how this process has worked out as it brings forward those that are highest need because of population or because of a public safety or health issue. And then also those from a community perspective and a community request make it onto the funding recommendations as well. Can you go? So in total, we have about $11.5 million of road projects. Daniel, could you go to the second page? I hope there's a second page. Okay, yeah. And then the second page shows you the water projects, and those are put in there by basic need and then by score. And that amounts to about $4.8 million. And then, I'm sorry, those are the open space. I'm sorry, those are the open space projects. And you can see most of those don't come in as a basic need. These are community driven. The Santa Fe Rail Trail crossings at Rabbit Road, though, that's a safety issue. And so you can see it scores as a basic need and ranks as the highest project. It's only $20,000, but the point of it was that that one does need to be done because it's a safety issue for the Rabbit Road and Avenida Vista Grande crossing. And then we had the Santa Fe Rail Trail and the River Trail and Pewaukee Valley Recreation Area and Ripley property. And you can see that those all, while not a basic need, are top ranked projects as for parks and open space. Most of those are considered county-wide projects because they, so many people come from all over the county and they cross districts, the rail trail and the river trail cross districts. And then water and wastewater, those are all basic needs. And in most cases, we're trying to alleviate an issue where we don't have enough water via wells, and we're building our water and wastewater infrastructure. So, and that's 3.750 million for a total recommended of 2020 bond projects of $20 million. Then the next sheet, Daniel. And as we discussed the last board meeting, you just wanted to see what potential 2022 bond projects are. I wouldn't in any way ask the board to vote on this now, but the reason we put it together so you could see the comprehensive list of all the projects that we have scoped, and then what we funded with other funds, what we're recommending with 2020 bond money, and then what would be some logical ones for 2022 based upon the way they scored for road projects, whether they were a basic need or not a basic need, whether they were, these didn't worry as much about putting them in any particular order. This was just to give you an idea of those potential projects, things that are on the list that need to be funded sometime in the near future, and would be ready to go by the time we get to 2022. If you could just scroll up, you can see these would be scroll down, I'm sorry, Daniel. These would be continuations of some of the projects that we would do design for in the first bond, and then we look to do construction. So you can see a construction of Lopez Lane, sidewalks, the Avenida del Sur construction, a potential project, County Road 51, road improvements. Can you scroll down to the next page? And then we even had the possibility of the fires, more than one bond question. This would be if we do acquire the land for the land grant, we could get the Northern County Transfer Station and Fire Station done. We have funded the acquisition of the property and the construction of the transfer station, but we still would need to fund the fire station. So that could be a question. And then also potentially an affordable housing question. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same three that we always do. We've done as many as 5 or 6 questions, and they've passed the voters. So as I said, commissioners, this is not an action item, and I stand for questions and Jacob and any of the people who were on the team. But I did want to put it in front of you again for discussion and any questions, because the next BCC meeting, I will be asking for your approval of the 2020 bond questions and a resolution so that we could get that on the ballot.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. And that'll be, of course, our next regular BCC meeting.
Yes.
And not the special one that's coming up. Okay. Is there any other questions from commissioners? Okay, thank you very much, Manager Miller. We appreciate it. I know we've talked about this item quite a bit, so thank you for the presentation. And I think that we're ready to make a decision in our next meeting. So thank you.
Okay.
I know that we had our next item. Manager Miller, go ahead. Okay.
Oh, I just said thank you.
Oh yeah, thank you. No problem. Okay, so our next item are matters from county commissioners. So I'm going to go to item number 6A. Is there any commissioners that have announcements, recognitions that they would like to share with the board and their constituents today? I'll go individually. Commissioner Hansen.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chair, and Commissioners. I just wanted to share with you that I am been talking to the Coalition of Sustainable Communities about the green building codes. And I shared with Commissioner Hamilton a letter that was written by Beth Beloff. She is the alternate for the Coalition of Sustainable Communities. And I wanted her to know that I'm working to either bring forward a letter to support that at our next BCC meeting. A lot of it has to do with energy efficiency, and the building codes were brought forward in 2009, I believe, and the Martinez administration put the kibosh on them, and so we have not really updated the green building code statewide for quite some time. And I think energy efficiency is one of the more important aspects of the green building code. So I just wanted to share that with you, that and give you a heads up on it, that I am working on that. And I have a couple other, I have a proclamation coming up for women's suffrage that's very important to me, and the women's vote, a civil rights resolution also. So I won't take any more time because I have a proclamation that I am looking really forward to sharing with everyone also, but I'll do that as soon as the other commissioners finish.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. I don't really have too much new to share. One comment I would ask before I would suggest, and I think this is important. I know the Sustainable Communities Coalition is doing some very important work on the Green Building Code, and as part of that work, they're I believe doing some economic analysis. There's certainly a thing in the environmental community that if you're going to do, and actually it's way beyond that. It's a factor in NEPA, but it's a factor in federal agencies to do the economic impact analysis that goes with anything that you're suggesting. And I think that there are many really critical reasons for that. But for something like this, there are groups are impacted in different ways by these kinds of initiatives. While it's critically important to do, it has to take into consideration the economic impacts, especially to low and middle income people, individuals, as opposed to developers. And so, in addition, there are potentially programs that can help the implementation of this sort of thing. So to make it practical, I'd very much like to maybe see a presentation by the Sustainable Communities Group to the board if we're going to support what they're doing, so that we can get some inputs on what the economic impacts are going to be and how they're being evaluated and what programs we might be able to help with or sponsor or investigate in order to support the initiative.
So Mr. Chair, if I may just respond. So part of the reason this is being brought forward is that the governor is supporting these green building codes, and that there is a hearing on July 29th at CID to implement these codes, and it's most likely that they will be passed. But it's also important, I believe, as commissioners to support the governor on these initiatives. And I feel like this is an important initiative that she is supporting and bringing forward. And so I just wanted to also share that. And that is why, and I'm more than happy to ask the Coalition of Sustainable Communities to give a brief presentation when we bring forward this letter or resolution at the next meeting. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, did that answer your question, or did you have more clarification that we needed?
No, my statement stands, and
Okay.
I think it's important we can get that, but I didn't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Commissioner Hamilton. Is there any other comments or anything else that any other commissioners wanted to bring up? Commissioner Garcia? Commissioner Moreno? If you guys are trying to speak, you might be on mute. Okay, we can come back to them. I did want to talk a little bit about our sustainable land development code. I know that when we passed this code years ago, there's been some questions and concerns and comments from our developers and contractors and even just constituents in general. And I know that it was supposed to be a living document that we were supposed to visit and refine as time went on to make sure we had the best development code that we could to best serve Santa Fe County. And I do want to put out there and ask that we look at making a task force that can review the land development code and take maybe some comments and recommendations, and so that the commission can take into consideration to some changes to our land development code if we deem it's necessary. But I do want to put together a task force and get not only the people that maybe as a subcommittee that sat on the overlay committees, but also involve developers and things and different entities, realtors, so that we can work with them to see what their concerns are and see if there's any refining that we need to do. Development code. I know that we passed it some time back and we've made some changes, but I think I do want to revisit the SLDC before the end of the year. But I did want to get some comments and feedback from the commission as far as putting a task force together of constituents and developers and realtors within our respective districts, so that we can revisit and find what we need to make some additional changes to our land development code, or look at the possibility of refining it a little bit. So, I'd entertain any comments from commissioners as far as that idea. It would be something that I think would be our due diligence to make sure that we looked at. So do I have any comments or questions relative to that, Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think that we have passed resolutions. Most specifically lately, the last one was the pollinator resolution that we passed that talks about the SLDC. And I think there's many things that could be looked at. And once, if these green building codes passes through the hearing at CID, it would be another a thing to work on. So I would support something like that. I know that we're in very difficult times and I know we're short of money, but I think that we still need, one of the things about the SLDC was that we were supposed to, on a regular basis, do a review and look at the changes that might be needed to it. So it might not be a task force, it might be a committee, or, there's many different avenues to do that. Thank you.
I would agree. I think that we just need to work together as a board to determine what is the best path forward. But I think that we need to definitely have voices and input from the different areas of from developers to realtors to just constituents in general, and get input from them, as we can make sure we do some of this refining on this land development code. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have any comments relative to that?
Well, I'm wondering what particular parts of the code you want to look at, because to think about a wholesale review of the code without being focused on a piece at a time, um, especially without being focused on something that comes under review based on, would come under review because of complaints or problems that have arisen or been recognized by staff or by constituents. So if we have some pieces that are, if you have an aspect of the code in mind, that might be a doable task. Otherwise, I think it's an impending free-for-all. Yeah, and I agree
Okay.
completely that part of the idea is that it is a living document, but there's a rational way to go about it, and and part of that is because um, we have reviewed parts of the code, and even when we in the past couple of years have had specific problems that have been identified, like I said, by some combination of staff and constituents, it was a 6-month to 1 year process to get those fixed. And we have fixed some parts of the code. So I would say that we need to identify what we're looking at first.
And Commissioner Hamilton, that of course is the beginning process of any idea that starts. You always need to get input, and of course there'll be data that we can get compiled from staff and also from some of the general users of the land development code. And I think it would be up to that task force to kind of identify what they feel would be the best avenue to pursue and what would be realistic. I mean, basically, I think that we would have 3 to 4 months to allow them to go through the code so that we can bring something to the board closer to the end of the year or one of our final meetings of the year. And I think that would, be something that we can look at, almost on a yearly basis. I mean, we can establish, somebody that would bring these, this board that would actually bring this situation forward. And in the future, we can, identify what other aspects of the code that we would identify. I mean, there's not any way that we can identify everything at one time, but we have to start somewhere. Just like when you're trying to clean up a room that's messy, you start in one corner and work your way to the side, and so we do have to start somewhere. And I would think that this board or task force or committee that we do assign or that we work with on this venture would probably be able to identify best what the plan of attack would be as far as looking at the land development code and seeing what changes we could possibly make. But thank you for your comments, Commissioner Garcia.
Wait, Mr. Chair, I would like to continue this. I kind of disagree with some of the things that are being implied. If you're suggesting that the SLDC is wholesale in disarray, I can't really agree with that. I think the idea that because there were years and
I
years.
wouldn't agree with that either, Commissioner Hamilton.
Okay, so my point is that right now there is a process in place that has been utilized and has worked, and that has involved staff in land use that field a lot of these. They're the ones that observe a lot of the problems, and they get input from commissioners because we get a lot of if there are going to be complaints, we get complaints. The things that came through on ability to develop properties and driveways and various, that we're getting a lot of variances on them. If you can tell me that process is completely dysfunctional, then I might support a task force. Otherwise, I think we actually have a functional process for revising the SLDC, and to establish a task force is to completely sideline that process and ask to fund some FTEs that for fairly unsupported reasons.
I'm not asking for any FTEs. And the thing is that we do need input from community as well. And I think that we can compile a great list showing what issues and what areas we need to look at to possibly make some additional changes or modifications or whatever it would be. But I think that we should have from developers and things of that nature, we should get input and see what areas that they feel that we might be able to improve in.
Mr. Chair?
We are always saying that we need additional housing. Manager Miller?
I hate to interrupt, but this is a really broad conversation about something that isn't even noticed. I think in addition, there's already a work plan of all the things that Penny and her staff were supposed to continue with the code. I would like to put an agenda item on the next BCC meeting where Penny presents all the things that we're already supposed to be completing with the code. If you remember, we've been working on the short-term rental component of it, but there was quite a bit that was already outlined for staff to do. And then maybe we could, you all could kind of get a sense of where it is you'd like us to focus. If putting together a task force is something that you want to see, I think that's okay, but I think the code is huge, and a wholesale review of everything that people might want to change in it would be very difficult. We have to do it kind of by subject, or it'll be like rewriting the whole thing. So for instance, you had us do hard rock mining and had us working on the short-term rental section. And so usually we do it by area, and we already have a work plan of several of those areas. So I would just suggest that we actually caption this and put a discussion together about what's there, and then kind of what everybody would like us to do, because I can see Commissioner Moreno wants to talk, and we're going to be in a very long conversation about this, and it's not something we noticed at all.
Okay, I think that this agenda item, we can bring up any issues that we think that we're getting concerns with, and I don't know how long ago that these were brought forward, but and how long it's been that we've asked for the change on some of these items, but I think it's something that we really do need to work on. I think it's been some time already. And I know that basically you're asking me to cut off the rest of the commissioners and not get any comment, but I'm still going to allow them to make a short comment.
That's not what I was asking, Mr. Chair. I was just saying that I don't know what to do with what you are asking for. What you guys are asking is very vague, and I'm having a very hard time knowing how I would actually put something together based upon this conversation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I think the ask was somewhat, it went into a lot of different areas, but it wasn't the intent. It was blown out of proportion in other areas. But Commissioner Moreno, you had a quick comment?
Yeah, I'm really happy that this topic came up, because I was going to bring it up anyway. There's always things in a complex system that the county has with land use issues, and it can't be static. There are new methods of doing things in more modern times, and just we need a facelift, not a facelift, but you can I can we can use our efforts to improve all the systems that we have in terms of land use. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia? And I'm just really looking for a brief, comment, just saying, I think that we can look at, or no, I think our SLDC is fine the way it is, and really I'm just looking for something like that. Commissioner Garcia, are you there still? Okay, I think Commissioner Garcia might be gone. So next, do we have other commissioners that have any issues or updates that they want to bring forward today? We're still under commissioners' issues and comments. Commissioner Hamilton? Oh, you already gave your comments, right? Commissioner Moreno?
Thanks.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to add, Commissioner Moreno?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I'll check one last time, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, so I'm going to go on to our next item. And first, I'm going to go to matters from other elected officials. Madam Clerk, are you still on the line?
Commissioner, I have a proclamation. I would really like to read that. That is next on the agenda. And I'm a little put off because you did this to me last month also, or last meeting.
Well, Commissioner Hansen, I'm fine with that. But, basically, I just want to give the respect to other elected officials. And so I wanted them to have the opportunity right after comments from commissioners. So I just wanted to bring her forward, but we can go ahead and do your resolution. I just wanted to have some respect for the other elected officials and give them the opportunity before we did the proclamation. But I will go ahead and do your proclamation next, and so we'll go to item number 6B. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Commissioner Hansen.
It's not that I have any disrespect for my fellow elected officials. I was just following the agenda items. So I think one of the things that we have been dealing with in this community has been civil rights and people's civil rights. And this proclamation is a proclamation proclaiming July 26, 2020 as ADA Awareness Day in celebration and recognition and honor of the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities. And so I'm going to read the proclamation first into the record, and then I will make some comments. So whereas the American Disability Act ADA was passed 30 years ago on July 26, 1990, to ensure the civil rights for citizens with disabilities. And whereas the ADA established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities. And whereas the ADA, with roots in the 504 sit-in of April 1977 and the 1964 Civil Rights Act, is a product of years of effort, struggle, and sacrifice, and its passage is a monumental victory won by Americans who, in the words of President Obama, refused to accept the world as it was, and against greater odds, organized a grassroots movement to enshrine the principles of equity, equality into law. Whereas ADA is not only a comprehensive civil rights law, but one of human rights, mandating fairness, opportunity, and inclusion in all Americans. And whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers and changing perception and increasing full participation in community life. And whereas Santa Fe County affirms the principles of equality and inclusion for persons with disability as embodied in the ADA, the laws of the state of New Mexico, and local government policies, ordinances, and resolutions. And whereas the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners Board, with the passage of Resolution 2017-139, instructs the following policy statement. It is the policy of Santa Fe County not to discriminate against qualified individuals with disabilities on the basis of disabilities in its service programs or activities. And whereas in 2018, Santa Fe County developed an ADA transition plan, which includes an ADA assessment of all county facilities and a plan for ADA improvements over a 20-year planning period, including improvement to roads, parks and open space, and buildings and facilities. And whereas Santa Fe County received $2 million in revenue bonds to implement its ADA transition plan, whereas numerous organizations in Santa Fe County and the state of New Mexico work with constituents and communities, including the New Mexico Center for Therapeutic Writing, to bring forth the promise of hope and freedom that is envisioned by the passage of the ADA. And whereas disability touches us all and living up to the principles of the ADA is an obligation we all share, as every person deserves equal access, equal opportunity, and equal respect. And whereas the board encourages all citizens to celebrate the 30th anniversary of this civil rights law, and that many contributions of individuals with disability. And whereas on the 30th anniversary of the ADA, we collectively celebrate and recognize the progress that has been made and acknowledge there is even more work to be done to make our county and country still stronger and more inclusive for everyone. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 26th of July, 2020, in celebration, recognition, and honor of the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disability Act as ADA Awareness Day. So this was, I am honored to bring this forward. This was shared or brought forward by a constituent who is actually disabled and wrote a really kind of moving letter. We asked her to speak today if she wanted to. And she said, you know, it meant so much to her to be able to have access to like the county building, to have that elevator, to come up to a meeting and to be accessible and to be able to go to events and not feel like she was excluded. And I think that it is so important that we continue to recognize people with disabilities and all the contributions that they give to our community, and that they not be discriminated against for whatever reason that they might have a disability. I myself have dyslexia, and I have worked very hard throughout my entire life to overcome that. And I know that that is a slight disability. It's not a major one, but I have been treated unfairly because of that. And I recognize how much people can be hurt by these small things that, you know, that we need to lift them up and lift all of us up. And by recognizing them and making this proclamation, I feel that we are lifting all of our constituents and all of our friends and family, and we're lifting them up. And so with that, I would like to move that we approve this proclamation.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Excellent presentation, Commissioner. Very well done. The community there that needs help in our area, I don't want to get into it, but very well needed, because these are individuals that actually can't speak up, and they have to have guardians that need to speak up for them, some of them. And I'm totally with you, 100%. Actually, 99.9 because.
So would you like to second my motion?
Yes, ma'am. Second, sir, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner, Commissioner Garcia. Is there any other discussion or comments from other commissioners? Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, no, all of our activities that move toward greater justice and greater equity are really some of the most important things we can do in our community.
Yes, thank you so much, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Moreno, did you have any comments?
I want to thank my colleague on this proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And also I'd like to thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this proclamation forward. I think it is a great recognition, and absolutely we need to support this proclamation as much as we can. So I really appreciate that. And so I'm going to go ahead a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
I want to say yes, and I also want to thank Sarah for my constituent liaison for all the work she helped me do also. So an enthusiastic
thank you.
yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, obviously. Yes, awesome.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this request for approval of this proclamation passes unanimously from the Board of County Commissioners. So thanks once again for bringing this forward. And now we're going to be on to item number.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for allowing me to bring this forward. I am grateful to have done this. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. So now we're on to item number 7, and I do want to ask in the future if we can make item number 7 6B right under the commissioners' issues, so that we afford our fellow elected officials at the county the opportunity to speak right after the commissioners, and I think it's something that's important. So I think that we need to recognize them as right after if we can, and then we can go on to the other items that we would have under matters from, if we could change that to matters from the county commissioners / and elected officials. I don't know if there's anything that would preclude us from doing that, Manager Miller. Maybe you can chime in.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Sorry, Manager Miller. You as the chairman, you run the agenda. You can, if you want to move that around, I think I'm okay with that.
Okay, thank you for your comment, Commissioner Garcia. But Manager Miller, I know that we've always done it that way, but is it okay to change this slightly?
Sure. That's no problem. We can change that order.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Manager Miller. So I'm going to go to Madam Clerk. I believe that you're still with us. So do you have any comments or questions or any I guess information?
Chair Roybal, thank you. I'd just like to remind everyone, I'm sure many citizens in Santa Fe County are aware and throughout the state of New Mexico that we will be having a 2020 general election. Election day is November 3rd on a Tuesday. So we have a few months before that election will occur on that election day. But before that, I and my staff and the Secretary of State and all other 32 county clerks are working very hard to discuss and plan for the upcoming election. We anticipate, as much as several of you, that we will still be affected by COVID-19. So we are looking at what we will be doing and lessons learned from the 2020 primary. The 2020 primary was an experience unheard of. no one has ever experienced this to contemporary individuals, I mean. And who knows if someone will experience this again in another 100 years or in another year or 5 years. We don't know. This may be the new normal. And elections are important in our country. They are the foundation of our country. We have liberties. We have the right to live the lives that we want, but within the law. Part of that process is to elect people who will make an impact in our communities, and that's at the federal level, the state level, the city level, and the county level. So it's important for our citizens to participate. And at this moment, what they could do is update their voter registration file. That would help tremendously, not waiting till the last minute. Look at their registration file, see if anything needs to be updated or changed in preparation rather than waiting for the last minute. It affects us tremendously when people wait till the last minute. We have to prepare for our voters overseas. We have to prepare for our voters who will be voting for federal positions and onward. So please participate. Await our advertisements we'll have in the newspaper. But in the meantime, what citizens can do who are eligible to vote is register to vote or update their voter registration file, and understand that we may be under the same type of circumstance, but we are gearing up for it, and we're using what we experienced in the 2020 primary to prepare us and help us and perfect the next election. Oh, in addition to that, we are having a special election for Edgewood. So in August, we will be having an election, and we're also simultaneously preparing for that one. So that's another election we're working on right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that update, Madam Clerk. I do want to ask if there's any other elected officials, and Tessa Joe, you can probably tell me if there's any other ones that are possibly called in, or if there's any other elected officials that are a part of this meeting right now.
No, it doesn't appear that there are.
Okay, and I'd also like to notice Mr. Hank Hughes, who will be, part of the commission here in the future. Welcome to the meeting, sir. I can see you are in attendance. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item. And we're going to go ahead and bring forward our ordinance. Is that correct, Catherine? I think that we wanted to move our public hearing on proposed ordinance forward and do our matters from the county attorney afterwards. So is that correct?
Yes, that we have the 2 public hearings, and then we could do the executive session after that.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. So item number 9 is the public hearing on proposed ordinance. This is an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement concerning one 900 kilowatt Cummins generator, 60 hertz, 1 level 2 sound enclosure, and 1 2,000 gallon fuel tank for the Santa Fe County Water Reclamation Facility, evidencing a special limited obligation of the county payable for the net revenue of the county water and the wastewater utility, delegating within the parameters or delegating authority to the county manager to execute the lease purchase agreement and associated purchase order within the parameters set forth in this authorization ordinance, ratifying actions heretofore taken, repealing all action inconsistent with the authorizing ordinance, and authorizing the taking of other actions in connection with the execution and delivery of the lease purchase agreement. And from our legal department, we have Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greg Schaefer, Santa Fe County Attorney. So the ordinance in front of you grew out of approval of the Board of County Commissioners back in June to approve a change order to an agreement between the county and Integrated Water Services, Inc. Related to the Santa Fe County Water Reclamation Facility. As everyone's aware, this is a new wastewater treatment facility that is being constructed on property at the state penitentiary that the county leases from the state of New Mexico. And that change order that the board approved back in June contemplated that a lease purchase agreement would be subsequently entered into between the county and Integrated Water Services, Inc., the contractor, concerning emergency backup supply of energy for the facility. So it's a backup generator is what we're talking about. The lease purchase agreement is considered a revenue bond under state law, and revenue bonds must be approved by ordinance. And so at its June 30 regular meeting, the BCC authorized publication of title and general summary of the proposed ordinance, and notice of that public hearing was published in a newspaper of general circulation within the county, both on June 30th and July 7th. So by way of high-level summary, under the lease purchase agreement, the county would be obligated to pay $8,793.58 per month up to 36 months, after which you would have the option to purchase the equipment for $1. The total purchase price for the equipment would thus be approximately $316,000 and change, plus any applicable gross receipts tax and other governmental fees, if any. And the county would also have the option to purchase the equipment earlier at prorated purchase prices. So the ordinance would generally authorize the execution and delivery of the lease purchase agreement and pledge the net revenues of the county water and wastewater utility for payment of the county's obligations under the lease purchase agreement. Currently, this revenue source is not pledged to pay any other debt. And finally, the subject ordinance would authorize the BCC chair and county manager to approve changes. That's either acting independently to approve changes to the lease purchase agreement, subject to the general parameters set forth in the ordinance that is in front of you. And then finally, we have an obligation to account for funds associated both with our net revenues as well as rental payments. There were a few minor differences between the version of the ordinance that the BCC had in front of it on June 30th and the attached version that was uploaded to board docs and is before you this evening. Those were non-substantive in staff's view, correcting some typographical errors and filling in a few blanks. I would stand for any questions, but I did want to provide publicly some information that Commissioner Garcia had requested when the ordinance was in front of the board on June 30th, and that was related to warranty as well as estimated life of the generator. So my understanding is that the standard warranty for this type of generator is 2 years or 400 hours of use, whichever occurs first. With regard to the estimated life of a properly maintained generator, I think the estimate from staff was that a properly maintained backup generator, you would estimate that it would last approximately 22 years. And then finally, with regard to the plans for maintenance, the county staff's plan would be to conduct and regularly perform all manufacturer specified routine maintenance on the generator. So I'd stand for any additional questions, and I know that Public Works Department Director Gary Marone is also on the line, but that is the ordinance in a nutshell. And to start, perhaps where, at the beginning is, again, this provides an emergency source of backup energy in the event that the main power to the wastewater treatment plant goes down. Obviously, the wastewater doesn't stop flowing, and so you need an emergency source of backup in order to properly deal with that waste in that situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So do we have any questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Commissioner Garcia?
Great. Thank you for the basic to the point presentation, and thank you for following up on the questions I had regarding the warranty and the life of the generator, and I appreciate that. To the point. Thank you. And just really quick, is this type of generator actually have the ability to, we have one at the at our property there on the west side where it turns on like quarterly, it turns on once a week. You can program it to do that, like just to get the oil and the gas moving and flowing through. Thank you, Greg. You can answer that. Or Gary.
Mr. Chairman, this is Gary Hedon, Public Works Department Director. If I could answer that. Yes, we
absolutely fair.
We are contemplating that we will have someone to come out and do monthly maintenance on the generator to make sure that it is run for a period of time and that all of the fluids are changed regularly so that we can get the longest service out of the generator possible.
Thank you. So thank you, Mr. Hedon. Let's not anticipate. Let's just make sure we have somebody out there so that way the diesel doesn't freeze or doesn't sit there and get gelled up and all that stuff. But I appreciate the answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions or comments, Commissioner Hansen? You need to unmute, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement concerning one 900 kW Cummins generator, 60 hertz, one level 2 sound enclosure, and one 2,000 gallon fuel tank, the equipment for San Jose County Water Reclamation Facility.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. I do want to say, I believe that this is a public, yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes. That's all right. I was going to address that, but anyways, we're going to go to, this is a public hearing. And so I appreciate the understanding that we are going to go to the public. I do want to check with Tessa Joe and see if there's anybody that is signed up to make comments relative to this issue.
No, I don't have anybody signed up on this ordinance.
Thank you, Tessa Joe. So if you can unmute just a moment, I want to see if there's anybody from the public that would like to address the ordinance that we just talked about and that our county attorney just summarized what it was for. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. I believe that in this instance, we'll only have one public comment. Is that correct, Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, only one public hearing is required for this ordinance, so the board may take action this evening in accordance with the pending motion.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen and if you want, I think that we already had a motion from you and then a second from Commissioner Garcia. We can move forward with that motion and second. Is that correct, Attorney Schaefer?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree to please move forward with the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Garcia, I am assuming that your second still stands as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner. We're going to go ahead. We have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Commissioner. Chair Roy Ball?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno, Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes.
There must be a delay because I don't hear you the first time. Thank you so
Okay.
much. All have voted. Thank you.
Chair Royball, if you're speaking, I think you're muted.
Madam Clerk, can we get an ordinance number, please?
Yes, Chair Roy Ball, for the record, the ordinance you just passed is 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
so, yes, Commissioner Hamilton?
I just wonder, it's been hours. Would it be possible to get maybe a 5 or 10 minute, maybe 10 minute at least, just brief recess before we go to other public hearings?
Absolutely. We can take a 10-minute recess and return. So right now it is 6:25. Let's go ahead and take a brief recess and return at 6:35. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton and Mr. Chair.
Huh? You're not on mute. Mute your computer. No, it's.
I can't hear anything if you can hear me.
We can't hear you, sir, but nobody is speaking right now.
Sorry.
I'm going to take just a couple more minutes and I'll be right back.
For everyone who's watching, I'm going to put the list back up again for those who've signed up to speak on the cases that we'll be hearing tonight. If your name is not listed on the sheet, if you'll please contact me via the chat feature or by email.
Hi, regarding the list, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I need to put Danny Martinez on there and possibly Ron Van Amberg.
Speaking.
For which case?
For the Spirit Wind Terabello.
Representing the Miller.
Danny Martinez representing the Miller family.
Thank you, ma'am. This is Greg Schaefer, the county attorney. The applicants and their representatives will have the opportunity to present their case after the staff presentation.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure.
It's not necessary for you to be listed on the list of folks from the public who would like to testify for or against the application.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it.
Okay, I think that we should have all the commissioners back. I do want to go ahead and come out of recess. I appreciate your patience. I do want to go on to our next item, which is it's a public hearing in administrative adjudicatory proceedings. And basically, this is a BCC case 20-5010, Spirit Wind Subdivision Master Plan Extension. Joseph F. Miller and Kathy A. Miller, applicants and land development agent, request a time extension for previously approved Spirit Wind Master Plan, which consists of 39 lots to be developed in 4 phases on 133 acres. The property is located off Cerro Alto Road via US Highway 285 within Section 5, Township 14 North, Range 10 East, and Section 32, Township 15 North, Range 10 East, within the Bishop's John Lamy Grant. I do want to go into, this is in Commission District 5, but I do want to go into some of the rules and how we'll be doing this public hearing tonight. Tonight we do have a public hearing on these 2 separate land use cases. The rules for both of the hearings are the same, but I will go over them twice before each of the hearings or the hearings in each case. The order of presentation, basically the order of presentation for each of the each of the cases is as follows. First, we will hear from staff and have their presentation. Second will be the applicant's presentation. Third, we will have the members of the public will be allowed to testify for or against the application. Just to make sure that we are being as efficient as we can, you know, I don't know how many people have signed up, but if we have in excess of 13 speakers that would like to speak either for or against this BCC case, if we have more than 13, I will allot 2 minutes. If we have less than 13, I'll allot 3 minutes. So those will be the rules. Commissioners may ask questions at each stages of the cases. As far as cross-examination, the county's rules of order allow a party to cross-examine or question a witness if the applicant wishes to cross-examine or ask questions of the county staff or any member of the public. The applicant must notify the chair before the staff member or member of the public is excused. Failure to do so means that the right to cross-examine with regards to staff on the particular member of the public is waived. Limits for public testimony, I already went over. Members of the public will generally be allowed the 3 minutes, but earlier, if we have more than 13 speakers, then I'm going to cut that down to 2 minutes. I will be enforcing the prohibition of redundant or irrelevant harassing testimony and comments so that you may not get to speak for the allotted time. This means that if someone else has already testified to something, I am not going to allow someone else to testify to it as well. What I'd like to ask is if you want to just say, you know, if somebody's already talked about all the points that you are going to bring up, you can say, you know, I agree with these comments and I am for or against, but I don't want to have repetitive comments made. So if we can do that just for the interest of time and being as efficient as we can. And then we will, we definitely want to make sure that each member of the public identifies themselves before you get started. I'd like to have an address and of course for you to testify or make comments as to your name. And then Tessa Joe, if you can just keep track of the time for me, and then I would like to just if you let me know that it's a 10-second warning, you can text me or whatever you need to, and I can, or you can just let the speaker know that they have 10 minutes, and I will allow closing comments, but I won't let it continue for more than another 10 to 15 seconds.
Mr. Chair, we will be putting a timer
yes.
up on the screen, if that helps.
Perfect. So once you see that the timer is already expired, please make your closing comments. With that out of the way, I'll go ahead and ask our case manager, Mr. Nathan C. Manzanares, to go and start his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you, sir. The history of the Spirit Wind West master plan. On April 9th, 2013, the BCC approved master plan for a 39-lot residential subdivision on 133 acres. They also approved preliminary plat, final plat, and development plan approval for phase 1, which consisted of 16 lots. This is shown in Exhibit 3. The final order for the approved master plan and preliminary plat, final plat, and development plan for phase 1 was recorded on May 1st, 2013. This is shown as Exhibit 2. On July 20th, 2016, an administrative time extension was granted per resolution number 2014-129. This was to extend the final plat approval for phase 1 until December 31st, 2016. This is shown as Exhibit 8. On December 19th, 2016, final plat for phase 1 of Spirit Wind West was recorded. The master plan was approved originally on May 1st, 2013 by the BCC and was set to expire on May 1st, 2018. However, it was approved in accordance with Ordinance 1996-10, Article 5, Section 5.2.7, which stated that the progress of the development, i.e. preliminary or final plat approval, constituted for an automatic 2-year extension. Therefore, the master plan was further extended and set to expire on May 1st, 2020. On February 22nd, 2020, the applicant submitted for a time extension for the previously approved master plan. On April 14th, 2020, the proposed master plan extension was scheduled to be heard by the board. However, the applicant's agent, Danny Martinez, requested that the case be tabled and not heard until further community outreach could be conducted. The request to table was due to a number of opposition letters received from the neighbors within the surrounding areas of the development. This is shown in Exhibit 11. The neighbors' concerns with the development included the number of modular homes built, amending the existing private covenants, and wanting more information from the applicant regarding the remainder of the development and how it was going to be built out. The board agreed to table this case until community outreach could be done by the applicant. On May 12th, 2020, prior to the BCC meeting, the applicant's agent requested this case be tabled. He still needed more time for further community outreach and wanted it to be conducted in accordance with the social distance regulations caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. On May 19th, 2020, the applicant's agent, Danny Martinez, conducted a community meeting with members of the El Dorado community, the US 285 South Coalition, to discuss the Miller family's projects within the El Dorado area and the 285 Community Overlay District. A summary of what was discussed, as well as a list of individuals that participated in the May 19th, 2020 meeting, can be found in Exhibit 9. A total of 4 members of the public that represented the registered organizations and community organizations for the area partook in the meeting. The meeting addressed 4 of Mr. Miller's current developments within the area. Discussion points for Spirit Wind West included working with the surrounding neighbors and HOAs in order to modify the existing private covenants to eliminate any more modular homes for the remaining 23 lots within the development for phases 2 through 4, and also finishing the proposed amended affordable housing agreement and affordable housing plan with Santa Fe County. The SLDC does not prohibit modular or manufactured homes within subdivisions or in any general Pacific area of the county. Such restrictions have always been imposed through private restrictive covenants and are enforced privately. Therefore, staff does not recommend conditioning an extension upon the applicant's agreement to prohibit the construction of manufactured or modular homes within the remaining phases of the development. The SLDC likewise does not impose architectural standards, design standards for residential development in this area. Therefore, staff does not recommend conditioning the extension upon the applicant's adherence to architectural standards. On May 26, 2020, the applicant's agent requested one last tabling of the case until July 14th before the board. On June 29th, 2020, the applicant posted legal notice for the July 14, 2020 meeting. This was done in accordance with the regulations of the FLDC, and the notice was posted in the newspaper, as well as the neighboring areas within 500 feet of the proposed development. The applicant states that the extension requested is based on their continued efforts to complete the Affordable Housing Agreement and Affordable Housing Plan. As the expiration date approaches, this could jeopardize the development's overall master plan approval. The applicant also states that they are committed to modifying their existing homeowners association covenants to eliminate modular homes for the remaining 23 lots under the remaining 4 phases. Staff recommends and has reviewed this project for compliance with applicable requirements of the SLDC and conclude that the facts presented support a 2-year time extension of the previously approved master plan. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request for an additional 2-year extension in accordance with Chapter 1, Section 1.11.4 and Chapter 4, Section 4.9.9.10, subject to the conditions as stated in the staff report. Mr. Chair, may I enter the conditions into the record as stated in the staff report?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now stand for any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you for your report. We appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and go to our applicant's presentation. I do want to go to commissioners and see if we have any questions at this first stage. Commissioners, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that I think about it, it might be a more appropriate question for the after the applicant finishes, but who controls the HOA at this point?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, the HOA is controlled upon the property owners within the development. At the moment, a majority of the HOA votes are the developers because not all the lots have been sold. So they do have a majority of the votes at this time. But each member of the community that owns a lot within that community would have a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hamilton?
No, I'll wait until after all the presentations and perhaps even until after the public hearings.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Garcia, did you have any questions at this point?
Just really quick, I'd just like to thank Nathan for doing an excellent job to the point as in your presentation. And I don't know if you heard this in the last meeting or two, I got several calls from individuals from the Galisteo area and thank you for doing an excellent job as you to the point presentation. And I just want to tell you, Nathan, you're an up and coming star in the zoning department. And I just want to tell you thank you because you do an excellent job. So I'll save my questions till after the presentation as Hamilton did as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I appreciate your kind words. Thank you.
Yes, sir, and I agree 100% with Commissioner Garcia. You're very professional and efficient, so thank you, sir. Commissioner Moreno?
The discussion this evening.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to wait for questions on my part as well. So we're going to go on to our second part of it. And basically, this is the applicant's presentation.
Yes, Commissioner Chairman, Roy Ball, members of the commission. My name is Danny Martinez. I reside at 7009 Maryland Avenue, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I represent the Miller family, which I have done for over 28 years in my efforts through Santa Fe County. I feel very proud that I've had this opportunity to work with such a fine gentleman and Mr. Miller. And it's sad to note that Mr. Miller's health has been diminished very, very much, so he is actively no longer involved in his developments. It's being handled through his daughter, Kathy Miller, and our attorney, Ron Van Amberg, who is also available for questioning. Again, I would like to present this in a single format, hoping that this will save you time so I can just go over a history that basically affects Spirit Wind, Terabello, and I will say Cimarron Village, but we're not talking about Cimarron Village now. We're just basically talking about Spirit Wind right now. The history.
Schaefer, and I'm sorry to interrupt Mr. Martinez, but the applicant and any applicant witnesses are supposed to be sworn before they testify, other than the attorney. So if we could just backtrack for a second, Mr. Chair, and have Mr. Martinez sworn in. Thank you. And I apologize for the interruption.
Thank you. If the clerk isn't here, I'll be glad to swear you in. Mr. Martinez, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Again, Mr. Chair, I do also thank Nathan. Nathan has been a wonderful working partner in the land use department. He's very open. He's very efficient. And again, like I said, I think he's doing a great job for the county. My issues over here, again, like I tell you, is Terabello and Spirit Wind basically are under the same guidance. And I'm not going to push Terabello so much, but I want to just kind of push the history, because the history basically has a lot to do with affordable housing. You know, affordable housing in El Dorado is a first. We've got what I can tell you is the only single affordable house in Spirit Wind. It's been vacant for 9 months, working very close with the Santa Fe County Housing Authority in trying to find qualified renters. The big issue that we're running into is there aren't qualified renters in the upper income ranges of 3 and 4. They all seem to be in the 1 and 2 area. We're also working in coordination with Santa Fe Community Housing Trust. And again, the same scenario, they just don't have the qualified renters that we need out in a rural character like El Dorado. The issue for me is it's hard to do affordable housing on 2.5+ acre lots and try to make it work. So this house that's been sitting out there for 9 months vacant, it has been a real financial burden on the Miller family. And again, the reality is if there's qualified individuals out there, they don't want to be out in Lamy. They don't want to be in El Dorado. They want to be in Santa Fe, where it's convenient, where it's more appropriate for people that are under the affordable housing. So it's been a real challenge for us. And the issues that we're having is back when the original affordable housing plan was approved, this was based in 2003, if I'm correct. And again, my numbers are right with me. I just don't want to spend a whole lot of time looking down at a book. What happened there is the affordable housing was initiated. It was approved by the Board of County Commission. It allowed us to move forward with phases 1 of Spirit Wind, phases 1 of Terabello, and phases 1 of Cimarron Village. Once we got this done, then by the time you go through the development process of permitting, construction, just the whole process, years just flew by on us. And again, like I tell you, it's been a real challenge because development in Santa Fe County is really tough. And I'll be the first to say that sometimes you just want to give up because it just seems like it's never going to happen. In our particular case, we had an affordable housing plan and an agreement. At the discretion of the county land use administrator, she opted that we needed a new affordable housing plan, even though we had one that was already implemented and working. Well, the option of going the opposite direction and bringing in income range housing into the affordable housing threw a wrench into it, because again, you just can't put affordable housing out on 2.5 acres of land in the El Dorado area. Commissioner Roybal, I totally agree with you that a review of the SLDC, affordable housing should definitely be a part of that review, because again, it works where it should be, which is in higher density developments, not in lower density, larger lot developments like what we're proposing. So what happened is we started this process before July 2018. We actually made a submittal on July of 2018 where development reports, plans, development fees, everything were submitted and accepted by the county. And we just assumed that we were going to be able to move forward with this project. Well, what happened is because of the rewrite of our affordable housing, we lost 2 years. Our submittal is still sitting on somebody's desk. And I find it really unfortunate that it's taken 2 years, and yet we still don't have this so-called revised affordable housing plan and agreement. So what's happened is, again, as time flies, we find ourselves in the quandary where we have no other choice but to come back and ask for this extension. If I had to start over with a new development plan for Spirit Wind, it would take us 7 years again to go through the through the SLDC and make that happen. Again, this master plan has been in effect for quite some time. We would want that we can continue with this master plan. Our ultimate goal is to move forth. And again, like I say, with the submittal that's already in place, we would like that submittal to be pushed forth. The issue for us is we don't have a revised affordable agreement. So the delay, I really do relate it to this effort on the land use department to rewrite our agreement and make the changes that were made, which brought in a lot of rental versus sale of lots, which we agreed to. We agreed that if we can do affordable housing and rent it, we would take that option. The reality is going back again to modular homes. In our meeting with the community organizers on the 285 corridor, the issue came up that modular homes were mobile home parks. Modular homes were trailers. Modular homes were unsightly. Modular homes do not belong in El Dorado. And what that did is it pushed us up against the wall once again, because we felt that by allowing modular homes, that it would bring in the people that so desire to want to live out there, that can only afford modular homes versus a stick-built home. And we could get into the cost differential between a stick-built home and a modular home. The reality is the people that we have out there in Spirit Wind is we have 3 nurses, families. I've got 2 members, families of the armed services. We got retired people. So, the people that are coming in there, they love their homes. They love their ability to be out there, but yet they feel what we call real estate discrimination. This discrimination is no different than all the other discriminations that's going around our country right now. We don't want to get into that because it's very concerning to me, but this is definitely a case of real estate discrimination, because your home, if it's not equal to ours, then it's not wanted. Well, again, when we were given the opportunity to develop these first phases, we worked with the community. We worked with the neighborhood associations, and they agreed that modular homes could make a fit in there. Well, what's happened here is we have this rush from people, and I named who they are, that wanted to live out there. They wanted a modular home. I've got a list of 9 people just waiting for this opportunity to buy their own modular home and do what everybody else has done so far out there in this particular development. Well, we made the decision and we forwarded the information to staff. We will, in the next phases of 2, 3, and 4, and phase 1A, which is the northern part of the development where We have 5 existing approved lots on. We will cut out modular homes. We will not do any more modular homes. Again, it's a concern because we don't want to fight with the community. But when you find a community like El Dorado, that I really do believe that they're picking on these particular projects because they don't want them in their community. Well, that goes back to the issue of housing. Santa Fe County, City of Santa Fe is in a crisis for housing. And we feel that we were providing a housing product that was appropriate. These homes are beautiful. They're set in ways that allows the homeowners to enjoy the vistas and the mountains behind them, and they're happy. These are very happy people that they are living where they never thought that they would be able to find a place like this. Again, the concession that we made, and I got to tell you, we had to make 2 concessions. Part of the other concession is we were being held hostage because of the Dollar General store. And what happened with that one is it brought dissension because a lot of people in the El Dorado area don't want the Dollar General. Well, guess what? This was actually brought against us also. So we had strike 2 against us. First the modulars, then the Dollar General. Again, in a letter that was issued by our attorney, Ron Van Amberg, we basically stated that the Dollar General will be expiring on their purchase option, and we will not renew it. That is a decision that we had to make. It was for the vital interest of the developments, for no other reason other than to protect what the investment is that Mr. Miller has put into this. Commissioner Roybal, I would plead with you to not let the opposition speak of their hate or their dissension against Joe Miller, because he's no longer able to protect himself. He's no longer in the capacity to back himself up. It's all on me right now and Mr. Miller's daughter. And what we offered to the community or to the committee that we met with is we would like to have a reasonable relationship with this community because we feel that we are a part of this community. Our affordable housing is tied into three ways, and it's tied into where Tirabello has affordable housing, Spirit Wind has affordable housing, and the potential development of Cimarron Village would have affordable housing. What we're working with the land use department is we would be able to transfer this affordable housing to the Cimarron Village development where higher density development is taking place. We're not developing on 2.5 acre parcels. We're dealing with a lot smaller parcels of land because we're working to develop a wastewater treatment system for that project. So again, the important part for us is I think we're doing everything we can to try to make everybody happy, and we're hoping that this is somewhat of a resolution by eliminating modular homes. And again, I speak for Tirabello and I speak for Spirit Wind because we're doing this to both developments is what we're doing. In my Spirit Wind property, and I don't know if you can see this map, but what happened here is in the orange is what we call Phase 1B, which is 11 lots. This is off of the Lamy Highway. There are 8 modular homes out there right now. The people, again, that have moved in there, they're very happy. And yes, covenants are very enforceable, but when you have to do certain things to make it work for potential home buyers, we had to work with these home buyers. We had to give them the option of not going into debt that they can't afford, but to allow them to develop the property and utilize it to their qualifications. So what we have is we got the Lamy Highway, and then on the north side, below the railroad tracks, we have 5 more lots up there that are approved under this Phase 1A approval. What we're doing there is, again, I have talked with members of the neighborhood association, and we would do nothing but stick-built homes in there. We would try to do custom homes. The interesting part about all this is through all this, we have had more people interested in the modular homes because that's the demand. We haven't had a single person interested in going out and building stick-built homes. So what we're doing is by eliminating the modulars, we're basically eliminating the potential for other people to live in the area, huh? But again, this is the decision we've made, huh? And I will have Ron Van Amberg speak of it in a while, huh? That's our issue. We need to get past this affordable housing. Further delays just only hinders our ability. Before you know it, if I can't get the land use administrator to finalize this amendments to the affordable housing, which really do change a lot, like I said, because it really integrates rental versus home sales. Yet we're not disallowed home sales, but it's really towards a rental mentality. Again, I don't like to talk discrimination because I think it's totally unfair. I think that what it does is it puts a scar on the community when people come back and say, wow, these people just really don't like us. And that's the mentality that I'm getting from the people that are living within Spirit Wind right now is, they didn't do anything wrong. They took the opportunity to invest in something that they felt that they liked and that they qualified for. Again, it's hard, it's hurting, and I think it's just totally unfair that the mentality is not in my backyard. It's got to be a non-discriminating attitude, and I call it a real estate discrimination is what I call it. So again, concession, no more modular homes. What we're hoping to do is as we move forth and once we have a final affordable housing plan in place, we're hoping that we can push Cimarron Village so we can put the affordable housing where it should belong, not out there in Lamy or out in the Cherubalo subdivisions. And again, the reason I want to ask that I don't present this twice, I'd like to speak through this one for both Cherubalo and Spirit Wind. I am open for questions. I think Nathan did a great job of presenting the history of the development. And again, we're prepared to answer any questions. I also do have Ron Van Amberg, like I say, he's available. If there's anything that needs to be discussed, he's online also.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Was it somebody else speaking?
Again, there's Ron Van Amberg. He's available also.
Okay.
Are you online, Ron?
Danny, yes, I am.
Again, if you can go ahead and speak on your concerns about what we're doing and the decision to eliminate modular homes.
Yes, if I could, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This is Ron Van Amberg. I'm counsel for the Miller family. And I think Danny has more or less said it all. We are committed at this point to eliminate modular homes as being permitted under the covenants of both Terabella and Spirit Wind. We are willing to consent to no further extensions of the purchase agreement with Dollar General. And what I would like to address a little more than Danny has is the affordable housing aspect and the reason for the extension. We have been working for years on an affordable housing agreement that's practical and can work in a large rural subdivision such as Terabella and Spirit Wind. We've come up with different options relating to transfer of affordable housing units to different subdivisions, options so that we can try to make this work. And if we can have the 2-year extension, hopefully the county and the Millers can work through and find a formula for an affordable housing model which can work in this area. It's going to have to involve considerable work and study. But I think with the 2-year extension, we should be able to accomplish something that maybe can be used as a template. And so I'm again, on behalf of the Miller family, we request this 2-year extension.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I just want to remind everybody that we will be enforcing the prohibition on redundant or irrelevant or harassing testimony. I know Mr. Martinez did ask that we be respectful to one another. And also, I will not allow testimony if the testimony consists of personal or other improper attacks or otherwise out of order. And Tessa, if you could help me monitor that as well, because it's a little easier for you to mute that situation.
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go on to. Thank you, Tessa. Number 3, and this is the third. The third item is members of the public. Tessa, how many individuals have signed up today from the public to speak on this item?
On the first case, we have 4 people who've signed up thus far.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to public comment. So if we can go ahead and start with that, Tessa, and we will allot 3 minutes.
Absolutely. I'm going to call members of the public to testify one at a time. When you hear your name, please unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and once the court reporter administers the oath, please provide your testimony. Testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person, and you will be muted after 3 minutes. So please time and plan your testimony accordingly. So the first person I have on the list is David Hollenbach.
Yes, I'm here. My name is David Hollenbach, 15 Cerro Blanco Avenue, Spirit Wind Ranch Subdivision.
Mr. Hollenbach, may I swear you in, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Continue.
So, as I said, my name is Dave Hollenbach. I'm the secretary of the Spirit Wind Ranch Homeowners Association, and I speak on behalf of most of the folks who live here in the Spirit Wind Ranch subdivision and who have tried since 2003 and the master plan to negotiate with the developers. They've sort of elected me to talk, although one other person's, Jenny Vellen, going to talk after me, who was the former homeowner association president. For your information, we were not contacted by the developers concerning this extension, even though the Spirit Wind Ranch directly borders Spirit Wind West and looks over it to the Gallicero Basin. But in the past, in negotiations with us and with other neighbors, and the developers promised to us and the commissioners, and I'm quoting, to keep said subdivision suitable in architectural design. They talked about on-site constructed homes based upon Santa Fe style, Pueblo style, and northern New Mexico style. They promised single-story homes with earth tone color stucco finish. They said single-wide, double-wide, and triple-wide manufactured homes are prohibited. So imagine our shock when what appeared to be, and I've sent you pictures of this to all the commissioners, the pictures so you can judge for yourself. What they look like are double-wide manufactured homes that were suddenly installed in 2018 and 19. And the same thing seems to have occurred in Tierra Bella. Now, in their arguments, they fall back on affordable housing, and Jenny Bellenda will address that so that I will not be redundant. So I will skip that. And although their recent promise to not build modular homes sounds good, we've heard this before. And we ask that a more positive condition be made on the extension. That is, to build one, like they said before, to build one-story, stucco, stick-built Santa Fe style homes. Now I see in Mr. Manzanares' presentation that he feels like this can't be done. You can't put a binding condition. And if it can't be done, then we ask you something you can do, which is to reject the extension. And let us together make a new master plan for these 110 sites, including Tierra Bella. The material conditions have changed since 2013. Even then, the commissioners were misled in granting the master plan. But since then, El Dorado and other subdivisions have developed in harmony with the land and the community. Galisteo Basin Preserve has flourished. There are plans for the Laney train station and surrounding area of tourist attraction. Santa Fe, New Mexico are more dependent on tourism. And so we ask you take a visionary stance to ensure that developments in our area maintain the qualities we are proud of here in Santa Fe County. We thank you for your service, commissioners. We really appreciate the fact that you are trying to maintain and improve the Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Mr. Hollenbach. Appreciate your comments, sir. Can we have our next speaker?
Our next speakers are Tim and Jenny Linga.
Jenny Valinga. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm Jenny Valinga. I live at 43 Cerro Blanco Road in Lamy, and I am part of the Spirit Wind Ranch subdivision. I was HOA president.
Ms. Valinga?
Yes.
May I swear you in, please?
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can proceed.
I was on the board, the HOA board up until June 1st of this year. We did have a discussion with Mr. Martinez 2 years ago, and it was about the 5 lots on Cerro Alto. It's news to me today that those were going to be modular homes, that those were scheduled to be modular homes. He did not mention that at all. He told us those were stick built, and he told us that he had a builder who was going to start in 2018 on 2 of the lots. That has not happened. We have never, ever said that we were against modular homes. What we asked was that they have a stucco finish. We also asked that the roof, the metal roofs have a darker color so that because the lighter roofs were highly reflective. Previous to living here, I've only lived here for 5 years. Previous to living here, I lived in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I volunteered for 10 years with Milwaukee Habitat, and I was on the board of directors there for 5 years. I know how affordable housing works. I happen to agree with Mr. Martinez that it is very difficult to do affordable housing. The only way to be able to do affordable housing is with subsidies and grants. Otherwise, you're not going to get developers doing affordable housing. Also, people who want affordable housing need to be close to transportation. They need to be close to grocery stores. They need to be close to all shopping areas. Not everyone who needs affordable housing has a car. Living way out here in Lamy, we are not close to anything. We're barely close to a gas station. So I do agree with Mr. Martinez on that. But he has not contacted me over the last 3 months about this development. We have never, ever said we don't want these houses. We have the times that we've had discussions with Mr. Martinez, we have asked him what his plans are. So I would like to just say that I am against, my husband and I are against this extension because nothing has been done in the last 7 years. In this kind of economy, I don't see anything being done over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker are Melissa and Frederick Brownell. Melissa and Frederick Brownell.
Brownell.
Okay, one more time. Melissa or Frederick Brownell.
Brownell.
TJ, I hear somebody. I don't think their volume is up enough to hear them. Check call and user 18.
I muted them. Melissa or Frederick Brownell? Okay, our last speaker on this issue that signed up is Roger Taylor.
You're right, I'm Roger
Commissioners, this is Roger Taylor. I live at 54 Camino Los Angelitos in Galisteo.
Go ahead, Roger.
I'm
if you
sorry.
Get sworn in.
I was waiting to be sworn in.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I am here speaking as co-chair of the 285 South Highway Alliance. I basically want to verify that the testimony that you've heard from these other people is quite accurate. I have been at these meetings over the years. I think the issue here, there's obviously an issue between the county and the developer regarding what happens with affordable housing and what that is. I think it's unfair to have the current residents be caught in the middle of that issue. It's obviously a code issue with an affordability issue with the developer. If you look at what the city has done, they basically actually take cash distributions from developers rather than do affordable housing because it is so difficult, and that is in the city. And I agree with the last speaker. There are reasons why people who need affordable housing live in more dense areas where there are more services, etc. I think the other issue is that there have been a lot of promises in these public meetings, which the code does require, and then the reality of what happens isn't quite the same. So if it is accurate that these conditions that people are asking for, Adobe look or stucco look or Western look, etc., which have been brought out by Mr. Martinez and Mr. Miller over the years, over and over. If those cannot be put on as conditions of approval for the extension, the question is, can you put in that if you approve the extension, within a certain amount of time, the amended covenants, which Mr. Martinez has agreed to represent those terms, be produced as proof? If not, maybe you need to postpone this until he's able to produce those amended covenants. That would be one way to do it if you cannot enforce conditions on covenants for approval. I'm not trying to delay this. I'm trying to figure out a way to resolve the issue for all parties. And that's basically what I have to say. If we can't do it, then the 285 South Highway Alliance must go on record as opposing this extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Can we circle back and see if the other one that had signed up, if they're back on? I think it was the Brownells. Is that correct?
Yes. Melissa or Frederick Brownell.
Okay, they must have had to get off of the meeting. So can we ask to see if there's anybody else in the public that would like to address the commission in regards to this item?
Would it be fair for me to make a few more comments, or it's my time? Since we don't have the Brownells.
Yeah, we can go ahead and allot another few minutes for you, sir, and then I'll close public comment on this issue after that.
I'll be very short. I've already sworn in. I get right on mute. So I'm Dave Hollenbach again. And I would just say that one of the things we sent to the commissioners, it's funny because you talk about people making accusations and this and that. I mean, in Mr. Martinez's presentation, he called us discriminatory, he called us NIMBYs. I mean, talk about insulting. I mean, as Jenny Velinga said, she was very involved in affordable housing, and there's a big complicated question about whether these $420,000 houses, which is what they're asking for these double wides, are affordable or not. It's slightly below market. One of them was on the market for I think it was 500 days, so they're not being snapped up exactly. I would also just like to say that we sent to the commissioners pictures from an Albuquerque outfit that were actually they were manufactured houses, but they were more in the style of what would fit into the landscape and so forth here, and they were inexpensive. They were $130,000 put up, and we sent a picture. Now this picture did not come over very well in the packet. It turned out to be a blank.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt the speaker. This is Rudy. I don't know. I don't really want to get into what a double wide looks like and manufactured housing look like. That's just my opinion, Mr. Chair. It's your call. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Go ahead and continue, sir.
Okay, well, anyway, I was just saying that we sent pictures of what is being constructed, and you can judge for yourself. But we also sent this picture of a Santa Fe style stucco house that was a manufactured house that was actually quite attractive and was inexpensive. And so my point is just that, there was this big plea about, we're discriminating against people who have lesser incomes. We're not. We'd be happy with something that fit into the landscape and fit into the environment, and we think it can be done affordably. That was all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Hollenbach. Okay, so that was concluding for our, as far as our
Commissioner Roybal
speakers. So yes, Mr. Martinez.
Do I have a chance to rebuke this all?
You can cross-examine. The last speaker is the only one. If it's a cross-examination,
and that's fine. That would work for me if I could just do some cross-examination, huh?
That's fine. Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Martinez.
Again, Commissioner Roybal, members of the commission. I'd really like to just point out that when we got these developments approved, the community was involved in the fact that we explained what modular homes were. Manufactured trailers, mobile home parks, there's a total difference between what we put out there, which is a modular home that's not on it's not on a trailer hitch. It's actually set on a permanent foundation. So the homes are actual homes, and if you actually go into a real appraiser, they will tell you that they appraise them as homes, not as trailers, not as manufactured homes. There's a distinction between a modular home and a manufactured home. And these modular homes, again, there's one house out there that's 2,500 square feet, I think is what it is. And they just recently got an offer at about $390,000. These houses that we put in there, they've sold for as low as $300,000. And again, who are the people that are buying these? Nurses, 3 of them. Army people, people that are part of the services. These are people that are just given that opportunity because they couldn't afford to buy something of higher nature.
I don't believe this is cross-examination.
Well, it is, because I'm just trying to point the difference between a manufactured house and a modular home, and I'm trying to point that out. I'll conclude with that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Okay, so I'm going to open it up to commissioners. I'm going to start with Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there are a lot of things that are being thrown around that cloud the issue. But what has come out for me is that there is no problem on anybody's part with the presence of affordable housing. There is actually not a problem with modular homes whatsoever. I think that has been essentially a red herring. The issue has to do with compliance with design specifications in a homeowner's agreement and promises that were made and agreements that came out of public meetings that were changed subsequently and weren't adhered to. So I don't think or commitment to cease and desist on doing modular homes addresses the issue at all. Frankly, I think it's a much simpler thing. And I recognize that the county does not have this as part of the SLDC, but it seems to me that the developer is offering to make certain concessions to make the community happy, which, as some community members have pointed out, is what happened 7 years ago in 2013. So I wonder if the much simpler concession to design standards, because as has been pointed out, it's really not relevant that it's a modular home. It's relevant that it is in Santa Fe style and stuccoed. If those are the kinds of things that the developer is actually willing to voluntarily agree to. And that's my first question.
Do I need to respond to this, Commissioner Ribble?
I would appreciate it, or Mr. or
Martinez.
No. You or
the attorney.
The attorney.
Okay. I'll go and open that up to you, Ron.
Van Amberg. I'm sorry, Mr. Van Amberg.
That's right. The main thing I'd like to address is the idea that there was not a strong community opposition to these modular houses. And the reason there's nobody showing up who were involved in that opposition was simply because Mr. Martinez and the Miller family agreed to drop modular houses as being permitted under the covenants. That's why there aren't as many of people speaking in opposition as showed up. It's not a straw man that we made up and then decided to knock over. And I would like to emphasize that all things being equal, we would like to have modular houses.
Well,
but
interestingly, I read the covenants and they spoke to not having manufactured homes and explicitly said modular homes were not excluded. So I read the covenants as well. So I believe that it's perfectly reasonable for me to have made the statement I made based on those covenants from 2013 and on what was presented tonight. Can you speak to what you would be willing to do with respect to what is being requested, which is a consistency of style, not expense of the home?
Okay, and the covenants have contained a number of explicit restrictions and requirements relating to building styles, and I would defer to Mr. Martinez, but I'm certainly that we could meet with representatives of the community and see if we could fine tune those. But I'll defer to Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson, huh? Yes, I'm very open
No, I'm
to.
Commissioner Hamilton. Thank you. That's cool.
Again, I do apologize. It's just really hard when we're doing it on the screen, huh?
Of course it is. Of course.
Yes, again, I have met with the 285 people, and we do want to change this all. We tried the modulars. We realized that it created a community outcry. Now what we'd like to do is we'd like to see what we can do. Our standards, and I'll give you the example in my previous meetings with past HOA members, we committed that we would make these new homes comparable to what they are. Maybe not as big, because some of those homes in there are very sizable homes. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to stay within the market range that is affordable, not something that is just specific to somebody that comes in and wants to build their own mansions of higher quality. Our goal is, yes, we will do everything that we're committing to. We will change our styles. We will eliminate pitched roofs. We will do everything that we can to make these covenants appropriate and acceptable to our neighbors.
Well, thank you. So let me make I'm getting a lot of reverb. I don't know what the problem is. Tessa Jo, could you hear me adequately?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought there was an audio problem. Well, I appreciate hearing that, because it is, as Nathan Manzanares said, it's not something the county regulates. So it's not something they would put in. It's not something that they're going to ask for. However, we have a whole history here we are trying to address. I would like to know if the county won't do it, but would you be willing to voluntarily add as a condition of approval of the extension that houses not based on size, but based on small and affordable, whatever it is you're producing for each of these different lots, but that they are consistent with the Santa Fe style of the community. And you just indicated you'd be willing to change color and stucco and roofline, whatever would make it consistent style. Would you voluntarily put those in as a condition of approval?
Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner Hanson, again, yes, we are willing to do this. We are willing to take it to the next step. We were even asked by the HOA above us if we would run things through their HOA. The problem is the HOA for the Spirit Wind Ranch subdivision are very in tune for higher priced homes. We don't think we can put higher priced homes out here. We'd like to put homes that are at a level that people can afford. And yeah, we'd change the conditions and we would comply with a lot of the requirements that we're asking for. I even offered a while back to one of the gentlemen there and the HOA that we would allow them to entertain our architectural plans so that they can see that we're trying to make this happen. I actually did present the plans at one particular meeting to John Rebacher, I think is his name, and told him this is the kind of home we're building. They're comparable to what they have, but they're not to the size that a lot of those people have is what it comes to.
Well, I think that's just wonderful, because while there's nothing in the SLDC explicitly that would allows the land use group to feel they can put this in as a condition, your acceptance of putting it in as a voluntary condition would, I think, satisfy the concerns that have been expressed here tonight. And I think this is true for both, since Mr. Martinez, you said you wanted to speak to both Spirit Wind and Terabella. I think that makes sense because there are some issues in common. And I think that if you were willing, that this would be a path to allowing an approval of the time extension, but with assurance to the communities, because it would be in the approval conditioned on being consistent with a community style.
And that's fine. Like I say, we're willing to commit to this in writing, and it would come through our attorney, Mr. Van Ambergo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. So I want to just follow up on what Commissioner Hamilton stated. So Mr. Martinez, it would not be only coming through your attorney, it would be coming through our order and our attorney.
Commissioner Hamilton, that's correct. We're in acceptance of that.
I'm Commissioner Hanson.
Okay, I do apologize.
I know it's challenging. Just remember I have pink on, she has red.
I will remember that.
It's the only way you can tell us apart, right?
Well, if we were at an open meeting and I could see your name tag, then I would have it corrected.
Okay.
I need name tags too, don't worry.
So I have a few more. So I worked on the development of Oshara Village. So I am very familiar with modular homes. And we actually put in a number of modular homes that were built by Lauren Treck's company up in Pueblo, Colorado, that you could never, ever, ever tell that they were not adobe stick-built houses. They looked beautiful, and some of them were even two-story, which I know is not allowed in yours. So modular homes can be made to look just like a beautiful adobe stick-built house. So far, the pictures that I have seen that have been submitted on this application, they're trailers, and they're not even sitting on a real foundation. I mean, I look at the pictures, and they don't even have a real foundation. So that, to me, is a completely different subject. But so you are willing to agree to making sure that these homes look like the other homes. So that I agree with that. Then I'm confused because you're renting affordable houses or you're selling affordable houses.
Yes, in this particular case, the one house that's sitting out there, we're trying to rent it because that's what the county land use administrator is asking us to do as part of our revised affordable housing plan and agreement. We would prefer to sell it. The ultimate goal is to transfer all the other ones up to Cimarron Village, which isn't approved. But the goal is that if we have to come in here and we have to stick-built an affordable home, it would have to be in the upper categories of income ranges 3 and 4, because income range 1 and 2, it just doesn't make it. It's just overwhelmingly a burden financially on the developers to put in a studio or 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom home. So that's all we ask for, is we would like to do more of the income range 4 homes. But again, there's just no qualified buyers that have been presented to us by the County Housing Authority, Santa Fe Community Housing Trust. We even went through HomeWise, which didn't want us to be their competition. So we're just not finding these affordable or qualified affordable housing candidates for these income range 3-4 homes. Again,
first you said it was renters. First you said it was renters, and now you're saying it's buyers.
Well, I said renters because the land use administrator has given us the option of renting the house until we actually get our Cimarron Village development going. At that point, the rental would become a market rate home, and the affordable would be built in Cimarron Village. So
are you planning to do TDRs? What is transferable development rights?
Yes, we are. As a matter of fact, that's part of the agreement, is we would do transfer of development rights to Cimarron Village.
Okay. Then when does your Dollar General purchase agreement expire?
if I'm correct, it expires August 2nd. I thought it was now in July, but it's actually August 2nd. Mr. Van Amberg has actually talked with their attorney and has put them on notice that we will terminate the purchase agreement after August 2nd.
So are you willing to put that in writing also?
I think Mr. Van Amberg has already put it in writing to the county. It was forwarded over to Penny and Vicky, so they do have a copy of the letter that was sent to them. I thought that they were going to give it to you and share it with you guys. So.
Vicky, I believe you're on the line.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson, that is uploaded onto Board Docs as one of the supplemental exhibits, so it is online.
Okay, I'm sorry. You put it up this morning?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I saw that you had.
Oh, it looks like they put it on the screen.
Yeah, I knew you had sent us something, but I hadn't had time to get to everything. Can you?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I'm trying to share this right now, but I'm having difficulty scrolling down. Dan, I don't know if you can help me out here.
Okay, where is it on Board Docs? I can find it on Board Docs if you tell me where it is.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it's one of the attached documents. If you click on the Spirit Wind case on the agenda, I believe it's the first one. It's called Supplemental Letter from the Applicant's Representative.
I have one that says we have represented the Miller family.
It's right there. It's right there on the screen.
No, but he can't scroll down. So I wanted to read more of the letter. No, that's not it. Is it a
Commissioner, with all due respect, so I think instead of dictating what exactly the letter actually says, I think the developer has agreed to Mr. Chair, Mrs. Commissioner. So let's.
No, I feel like it is important to see what it is written in writing.
Okay, well, then, do you want brown stucco? Do you want tan stucco? Do you want light brown stucco? What color stucco do you want? So are you going to get into the details of it, or what are we doing? As long as he's agreed to stucco the trailers, the homes, manufactured homes, and as long as he's agreeing to do the road, I feel that we as policymakers, what color stucco do you want? Tan, light tan, dark tan? I don't know. I'm just.
Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hanson, if you'd like to look for that document and review it, we'll come back to you.
I have it. Thank you. I have it up, and I will read it, and then you can come back to me.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia in the time being, and we'll come back to you.
But please don't interrupt me, Commissioner Garcia. It's rude.
I apologize for missing, but where do I start? As an individual that a single wide off of Airport Road, and my grandma still lives in the single wide when I grew up in 50 years ago. And I understand what a single wide is, what modular is, and what a manufactured housing is. Besides, Roger, thank you for being involved, Mr. Taylor, appreciate that. And where do I start? A manufactured home. My aunt and uncle live in a manufactured home, and that home, if you go to the address, it's probably one of the 5th beautiful pieces of property in the La Cienega Valley. And a manufactured home is a 2x6 walls. It's not 2x4 like everybody's house is built. It's a 2x6 insulated on a permanent foundation, beautiful home. Like I said, 2x6 walls, beautiful home, manufactured home. And as another individual actually worked on the 285 corridor 28 years ago, when I worked for the county, 27 years ago, 25 years ago, when 285 was 2 lanes, before the Agora Center was there, before Joe Miller came into town. And what individuals need to realize is the Eldorado subdivision, Eldorado at Santa Fe, not just the subdivisions, units 1, 2, and 3. the entire Bishop Lamy grant. The reason why the State Subdivision Act was actually adopted is because AMRIP came in and said, we're going to cut this place up. And the state of New Mexico created a subdivision act because of El Dorado at Santa Fe, not just units 1, 2, and 3. So we worked with the highway department and we created T intersections because 285 was all over the world. I actually reviewed La Paz subdivision, Spirit Wind Ranch. I reviewed all that stuff. Beautiful pieces of property, beautiful homes. And so as into requiring the developer to, and I appreciate Mr. Danny and Ron Van Amber as into agreeing with the stucco of the places and let's actually get the certain types of roofs you want. Thank you for actually agreeing because that's what the commissioners would like. And you have agreed to that. I appreciate that. So I get it. I feel what's happening with it. And I just want to just put that on the record as into, you know what? Go look at my aunt and uncle's house. That's a modular home that has totally brick around it. Probably the 5th beautiful piece of property in La Cienega next to the Simons Ranch. And I understand what we're trying to get at. And the developers already agreed to actually with stuck wet. And let's actually put them on permanent foundations. I agree. And let's also put the certain types of roofs. And for now, Mr. Chair, those are just the minimal comments that I have as into regarding modular, single wide, manufactured. I get it.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I know I noticed Commissioner Moreno's hands up.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Moreno. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Moreno, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I am very highly encouraged with this meeting this day. I think in order to solidify the deal, I would like to have the parties have some meetings to finalize agreements if possible, and mostly reach out to the other all the residents that are in that area, because it's been a struggle, and I'm really encouraged that that the parties have met, and keep it going. Don't let the don't let things go by the wayside. So I'm not. That's my suggestion for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner Moreno,
yes.
Are you suggesting that possibly we postpone this agreement until we have things in writing, or what are you exactly suggesting?
I'm suggesting to extend.
So to postpone until the first meeting in August? I mean, I'm just trying to get an idea of what your, if you want to table it till then,
No,
or
we can't table any further.
okay. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. So we cannot table.
Right.
So can we postpone?
What?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, can I offer an opinion?
Go ahead,
given-
Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, I'm deferring to you. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
I'm not sure I see a value of postponing if the agreement is acceptable to what everybody's asked for.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree.
So we just have to have it.
Okay, I would agree with that.
So I just want to be clear.
Commissioner Hanson, you still have the
I
floor.
still have the floor. I just want to be clear about what we're going to get. And I read the letter. It says, if Dollar General does not exercise its right to purchase the Miller Trust parcel under its current purchase agreement, then when the purchase agreement with Dollar General expires by its own term, the Miller Trust will not grant any extension. That is what you're agreeing to, Mr. Martinez?
Well, we're not a dollar store, Madam Commissioner.
It's in here and it's related to these two covenants because it's in this letter. So I'm just repeating what it says.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner Garcia. Again, the only reason the Dollar General came into this thing is because in a previous meeting, we were asked if we would have create a concession that would eliminate the dollar store. We know that this is an item that is just out of control in El Dorado because they just don't want a dollar store. What does it have to do with us? It's just the fact that the property belonged to the Miller family and it was being sold to a developer that wants to come in and do a Dollar General store. Again, the termination of the agreement is August 2nd, and we have already put them on notice that it will not be extended at this point in time.
Okay.
Okay, and then you are agreeing to, in writing, to agree to make sure that these houses all have the architectural and design style of Santa Fe style, Pueblo, territorial houses.
Commissioner Hamilton, yes, again, what's been done under phases 1B, we can't change that, but what we have left is phase 1A, phase 2, 3, and 4, and we will make those changes appropriate so that we would satisfy the adjoining neighbors.
So Nathan?
Mr. Chair.
Nathan, or maybe you can add that into the agreement.
Commissioner, Chairman Roybal, Commissioner Hanson, as far as the, are you referring to the final order, or it may be best to include that if you're going to make a motion to include that condition as part of a motion so that it gets captured in the final order?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson.
Go ahead.
If I may, sorry, Commissioner Hanson. I don't agree with Mr. Van Amberg or the letter putting in the dollar store. Separate case, and what happens with Joe Miller and who he sells whatever piece of property to whoever, however else. This, in my opinion, great. Please chime in here. In my opinion, that thing about the dollar store.
I'm responding to that because it's in this letter that's part of this case.
I agree with you.
If it wasn't in this letter, I would not be bringing it up. But it's in this case and it's brought up. So
yes.
I am going back to, I'm cleared that out of the question and that's done. I got my answer. What I'm trying to get now is the condition that Commissioner Hamilton asked for about the architectural design style. And I'm going to go to Commissioner, I'm going to give my time, or some of my time, to Commissioner Hamilton so she can define what she meant by that condition.
It was perfectly clear before. And
Okay.
I think the chair has been trying to take control back of this portion because we actually got the agreements. And
Okay.
and the key part of it was that the agreement to have things in the same style, not based on size, but based on style, gives appropriate flexibility to the developer, but assurances to the community that it will be adhered to because it is a voluntary condition agreed to by the developer of approving the extension. And as far as I'm concerned, that's as far as it needs to go. And I think any further
Commissioner,
clarification we might best get from Attorney
Commissioner
Schaefer on the
Hamilton,
process.
would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Hamilton, or do we want guidance from our county attorney?
I would be happy to get guidance if necessary, and then I'd like to make a motion.
Attorney Schaefer, if you can chime in, please.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I think that it probably would, we would all do well to perhaps state what it is that you believe that the developer has voluntarily agreed to, so that there aren't misunderstandings down the road as to what the surrounding area is, what the architectural styles are, how far are you looking, and I think a little bit more precision would serve everyone well with respect so that you don't find yourself with disputes over architectural styles in the future. I would suggest, for consideration purposes, if it is a question of stucco, and I think that's what has been referenced multiple times, whether or not the applicant would agree to the condition in the earlier version of the covenants, as I understand them, which was that modular homes with exterior earth, that the homes in the development, modular or otherwise, will have exterior earth tone color stucco finishes. That was seemingly in the covenants as I understand them originally, and perhaps that would provide a level of specificity that meets the primary objection. But again, a general reference to surrounding areas, given all of the testimony and comments that have come forward with respect, I think might be a little bit challenging to actually implement and police. So that might be one suggestion, which is to require, if acceptable to the developer, that the homes be exterior, have exterior earth tone color stucco finishes. Just a suggestion for what it's worth. And again, I would suggest that you confirm that that would be acceptable to the applicant.
Commissioner Hamilton, you have the floor.
And no pitched roof was another comment that I heard that they, I thank you, Attorney Schaefer, for your clarification, but I think we might need to go, define it as a Santa Fe style, Adobe Santa Fe style looking environment, or with flat roof, or and stucco of Santa Fe style. When I worked at Oshara, we had a whole entire design book of the type of houses you could build and what they could look like, and they were all laid out in, Pueblo territorial and Adobe style looking homes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Thank you.
Who was Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner Hamilton. Again, I think that's where we're at now is like I say, we're conceding to do everything in our power to make these homes comparable to our neighborhoods. And I think that that's a commitment that if you want to make it a part of the final order, I don't have a problem with it. As far as earth tone colors and all the fancies of it, again, it's part of the commitment is what it is. We're not going to alter the commitment. We're going to try to follow through with this commitment. And again, we are opening the door to the Spirit Wind Ranch subdivision HOA so that they can see that we're serious to do this. And we would allow them to look at our architectural plans. However, we don't ask them to look at theirs. Also, we would hope that they would be open to what we're doing, which is trying to be comparable to what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I'm going to go to Commissioner Moreno. I believe this is your district. Is that correct, Commissioner Moreno?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
How could that be?
I think that you probably, I'm sorry?
What?
Commissioner Hansen?
If
Go ahead.
from the way that it looks on the plat, it looks like it's in Commissioner Hamilton's district, but it says it's in so, okay, I don't know the district lines there. I thought 285 was dividing.
It is.
Okay, so we're going to go to Commissioner Moreno.
It is.
Commissioner Moreno, can you
I think I've said enough. I think
okay. Would you like to make a motion relative to conditions that were accepted by by Mr. Martinez, who is speaking on behalf of the developer or representing them?
I so move.
Okay, Attorney Schaefer,
second.
will that be okay? So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Schaefer, do we need to have a better summary of the way the motion is, or is that? I mean, yeah, Attorney Schaefer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. What was the question?
Basically, was that acceptable to make a motion in that regards? The way Commissioner Moreno did, do we have to go more into a summary of what the motion is?
I would just confirm for the record that the motion is to grant the requested extension subject to the applicant's voluntary agreement to meet the design standards that were discussed on the record. That's what I understood the motion to be. But perhaps if Commissioner Moreno would like to confirm that that's what his motion is, then the seconder can confirm that that's what is seconded.
That is my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. And for the seconder, is that, and I will go to staff afterwards. Commissioner Hamilton, does that include your second as well?
I think that staff is going to say, if I could, Commissioner, just to cut to the chase,
Okay,
but they would want to include staff conditions as well in the motion.
Okay.
Oh, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
And my second
Thank you.
would include that.
And was that it from both you, Nathan and Vicky? Is that both what you were going to add?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect,
Go ahead, Nathan.
Since we're putting ourselves in a position as the county to enforce these new design standards, it's going to be very tricky to define these design standards. One motion was made that no pitched roofs. Is that going to be part of the design standards? One was earthstone stucco, permanent foundations. I feel like it needs to be a little more better defined. It's too vague right now for someone to come in and submit a permit with our permit desk and our permit desk to say you meet these requirements or you do not. It's not in our SLDC as a design standard, so they're kind of flying blind on enforcing this. So with all due respect, I think we need to better define what we're approving as a condition. Are we approving Danny's agreement with the community? Are we approving, what are we approving right now? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that input, Nathan. I think that we need to probably identify how we need to proceed with that. You're right. I mean, we can't really figure out that exactly for. So we need to be pretty descriptive of what we're saying here.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I
Commissioner
would
Hamilton?
offer something slightly more specific if, as I'm only the seconder, but if Commissioner Moreno agreed with it, and that would be the general description of earth tone stuccos, as described in the original covenants, dark colored roofs, and permanent foundations.
Are you okay with that, Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And,
So we have a
you might
motion.
ask Mr. Martinez if he's okay with that as well.
Yes, Commissioner Ball, Commissioner Hanson, I got it right? Yes, again, I got to remind you that these homes are on permanent foundations. These are going to be standard stick-built homes. There's no question about it. They're going to meet the HERS rating. They're going to meet all the requirements that are set forth in the SLDC.
We're not speaking.
Thank you, Mr.
We're
Martinez.
only speaking to the design standards. So whether they're modular, as long as they meet the design standards, that would be acceptable in this situation.
And yes.
Okay, Mr. Manzanares, are you okay with that?
Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, thank you so much for the clarification. I believe that should be sufficient, and we will better define the approval condition in our final order that you will approve. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking up, sir. We appreciate that. So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
All those in favor? Well, actually, we're going to go to a roll call vote. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia first.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate Nathan, as in me working in the zoning department for many, many years, as whenever they go in for a permit 2 or 3 or 5 years from now, do you want 2-inch stucco? Do you want 5-inch stucco? And what's a dark roof? Red? Brown? What's a dark roof? I understand, Nathan, very good comments, and I appreciate you coming forward, because when you issue that permit on that desk, what does it mean? Stucco, brown stucco. What's brown? What's a dark roof? But thank you, Nathan, for speaking up. I appreciate that for your courtesy. And I vote yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next case, and this is case number 20-5022, Tierra Bello subdivision plat extension. The next case is 20-5020, Tierra Bello subdivision plat extension. Before we get started, I do want to, in case there was anybody that's joined the meeting that wasn't here earlier, I still want to go through the rules once again. The first order of the presentation is the cases as follows. First, we will have staff presentation. Secondly, we will have the applications presentation, or the applicant's presentation. Third, members of the public will be allowed to testify for or against the application. Commissioners may ask questions at each stage of this case. So for the first, second, and third, we can ask right away, or we can wait till the end of everybody's comments. Cross-examination, as I explained before, the county rule for the order allows a party to cross-examine or question the witnesses. If the applicant wishes to cross-examine or ask questions of the county staff or any other member of the public, the applicant must notify the chair before the staff member or member of the public is excused. Failure to do so means that the right to cross-examine with regards to staff or the particular member of the public is waived. Okay, and so the limits of the testimony. Tessa Jo, can you tell me how many people have signed up for testimony on this case?
Mr. Chair, we have 13.
13. Okay, so the time allotted for 13, as I addressed earlier, will be 13 or above is actually 2 minutes. But since it is right on the cuff, I'm going to go ahead and allow 3 minutes. But I do want to remind everybody to be concise in their presentation. Basically, members of the public will generally be allowed to speak no more than 3 minutes. Please be focused on your time and presentation accordingly. You will be muted after 3 minutes. I will be enforcing or redundant, irrelevant, or harassing testimonies, as I stated earlier, or comments. So you may not get to speak the entire 3 minutes. We will be monitoring that, and we ask for everybody to be respectful of one another. This means that if someone else has already testified on something, also when we're talking about not being redundant, we're not going to allow someone else to testify and say same comments. If testimony is not relevant to the issues raised by the applicant, I will not allow the testimony. If the testimony consists of personal or other improper attacks or is otherwise out of order, I will stop it and you will be muted. Identifications by the public. Before we get started with the case number 20-5020, Tessa Jo will be asking members of the public who are interested in testifying for or against the application to identify themselves, either via chat or our feature of WebEx or orally. At that time, for public input, you need to be sworn in one at a time. Once you're called, you need to be sworn in, but also state your name and address for the record. Tessa Jo will put a time up on the screen so you'll be able to see when your time is running out. We will allow for closing comments, but not more than 10 to 15 seconds. So we're asking for you guys to wrap it up as soon as you hit the 3 minute mark.
Mr. Chair, I think I've lost your audio.
Mr. Manzanares, are you presenting on this one as well? Can you hear me?
Mr. Chair.
Now,
Yes.
I lost you for a while. I don't know if anybody else did.
I also did. Mr. Chair, the case that's going forward right now shares similar, if not identical, parallels to the previous case. With respect to time and the people that want to speak, I am going to not do as in-depth of a history as I did for the Spirit Wind subdivision, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
That's perfectly fine, Mr. Manzanares. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The site for the proposed time extension for the previously approved master plan for Terabello is located within SDA 2 and is outside of the US 285 highway corridor. And the underlying zoning in that area is residential estate. The applicant requests a master plan extension for the project, which was set to expire June 12, 2020. The requested time extension is to allow the applicant to continue developing the remaining 7 phases of the previously approved master plan. This request is in accordance with Chapter 1, Section 1.1.4, Chapter 4, Section 4.9.9.10 of the SLDC. The applicant states the extension is based on continued efforts to complete their affordable housing agreement and affordable housing plan for the development. As the expiration date approaches, this could jeopardize the development's master plan approval history. The applicant also states that they are committed to modifying their existing homeowner association restrictive covenants to eliminate modular homes for the remaining 64 lots to be developed in the remaining phases of the master plan. The SLDC, like mentioned before, does not regulate such requirements. Building and Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with applicable SLDC standards and conclude that the facts presented support a 2-year extension of the previously approved master plan. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request for a 2-year extension as the records are stated, as the approval conditions are stated in the record. And staff would also like to include the self-imposed approval condition that was discussed during the last case as part of the record as well. Mr. Chair, may I enter the recommendations into the record as stated in the staff report and in accordance with the self-imposed condition for the Spirit Wind Master Plan extension?
Yes, sir, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now stand for any questions at this time.
Okay, did we have any questions from any of the commissioners at this point, or are we waiting till the end? I'll look for a show of hands. Okay, so Commissioner and Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia first.
Thank you, Nathan, once again. Very good, well job. Just keep in mind, when the code was adopted in 1981 to present day, the code does not discriminate against a single wide, a modular home, a mansion, whatever you have sleeping, eating, and sanitary fixtures in a structure, that's a dwelling unit. And the code says that's a dwelling unit. So let's just keep that in mind, commissioners. Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton, did you have comments as well or a question? You're muted, ma'am. Commissioner Hamilton, you're muted.
I get it. My light wasn't on. Light on, light off. Sorry, I was voting to wait until later. You had asked for a vote. I misunderstood. I'm waiting till after later.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, so I didn't have any questions and I didn't see any other hands from commissioners. So we're going to go on to the next presentation, and this is going to be the applicant's presentation. Mr. Martinez.
Yes, Commissioner Reval, again, thank you very much. And again, I do thank Nathan again. He's a wonderful man, and I think he's a big asset to this county. Our ultimate goal here again is to comply with Tirabello as we did with Spirit Wind. We are not going to do any more modular homes. We're talking stick-built homes that would be built comparable to the homes throughout the neighborhoods that we're in. We would emphasize more participation from the existing homeowners association, because I have discussed this with them and have put them on notice that we had two choices. We could separate their covenants and create a whole new set of covenants, and they prefer that they be a part of any future covenants as far as the rest of the development. So I don't want to create an animosity against the existing homeowners. And again, I got to tell you, the people that are living out there are retirees. They're hardworking local people that were able to move out this area. It's a positive reach that we've got out there, and I really don't want to create any animosity against them because of what they have that's not comparable to the rest of the community. I do want to state, and I should have caught this on Spirit Wind, the Santa Fe County Growth Management Plan earmarks El Dorado as one of the hotspots for future development growth. In today's world, in today's market, we're not going to see a quick turnaround on this, but what we have out there is again, I've got a list of 6 people that are just waiting for lots. I have expressed to them that modular homes will not be allowed on anything else that we have out there. Out there, all infrastructure is in place. When this development was built out, water was put out there. We got telephone, we got electric, we got natural gas. The interesting part about this is, as Mr. Miller developed this property, he actually extended these utilities to the boundary lines of the adjoining subdivision. They had the opportunity to take advantage of getting natural gas in an area where this doesn't exist. So there's been a lot of benefit that was provided by this development. Again, all we're trying to do is we're just trying to bring this back in tune. I don't want the opposition to torment us and destroy us because they don't trust us. You know, we gave our word. We got every effort and plan that we are going to eliminate modulars, and we will move forward with comparable housing in the rest of the development. And if I may, I'd like to also show the map of Tirabello. What happened with Tirabello is it was originally a 73 lot subdivision, or it is a 73 lot subdivision. The area in orange, the 9 lots that are right here, that's the limit of the development at this point. There's been nothing else built out in this area other than the infrastructure that's in place. So you can see the first 9 lots that are modulars, there is one stick-built home in here, but the other ones that are modulars, we got to treat them equal too. And like I say, we're not gonna turn around and create this as a game of animosity because now you guys can't compete with what we're trying to do with the rest of the development. Our commitment to modify our covenants and again, satisfy the community if this is what works. A lot of the problem that I had was a lot of the comments that were received from neighbors were very harsh. They were very intimidating to the point that some of the people that responded to you, which you should have letters in your packets in there, they expressed their concern about being put in a whole different category because they're not comparable with what the surrounding areas. That's what I'm trying to avoid. We don't want this conflict. We don't want this animosity because there's modular homes that are out there. And again, these modular homes are on permanent foundations. These are people that are proud of their homes. They love the vicinity. They love being a part of this community. And I just really believe that I want to keep them happy, just like I want to make the rest of the development happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission? Yes. Okay, I'm looking for a show of hands. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and keep comments to the end. Okay, we're going to go on to our third. The third item is where members of the public will be allowed to testify for or against this application. I'm going to go to Tessa. Joe, if you can start with our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Jan Stevens.
Commissioners, my name is Jan Stevens. I live at 106 Avenida de la Paz in Tierra Colinas in Lamy.
Ms. Stevens, may I swear you in, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Although I appreciate the concessions made by the Miller Trust to eliminate any manufactured or modular homes in the future phases of Tirabello and the concessions made tonight, I have concerns about the method or document needed to ensure compliance with this promise. The letter states that the promise of no modular homes will be written into the Tirabello restrictive covenants. As Santa Fe County has no oversight of restrictive covenants, the developers will have the ability to potentially change any covenant with their majority voting block on the Tirabello Architectural Committee, or HOA, for many phases to come. So this promise and other covenants should be addressed specifically with some other remedy that can ensure compliance. The current Tirabello covenants include stucco, what we've talked about before, y'all have talked about, New Mexico earth tone colors, garages, and other covenants worked on and agreed to through diligent work and perseverance by the concerned residents of the neighboring communities. Currently, there are no homes in Tirabello with stucco as stipulated in the restrictive covenants, showing the developer disregard for one of these very important covenants. So I ask that you either deny this extension or find some way to require compliance by the developers to their no modular home promise and the other hard-won covenants. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. So can we have our next speaker, please?
That's Jeremy Paul.
I'm here. What am I doing wrong?
You good?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay. I'm Jeremy Paul. I own a 135 Mayor Lotto.
Mr. Paul, may I swear you in, please?
Absolutely.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time for letting me speak. I don't want to rehash a lot of the points that have been raised or ones that concern us as well. The main issue here is that this is not to attack Mr. Martinez in any way, is that the original design criteria here and development plan was approved that was supposed to adhere to ordinance number 2005-08, which specifically under 8.4A requires that the overall planning goals provide that there's visual continuity from one subdivision to another using the elements of open space, landscaping, and that. And the problem that we're having here, and Ms. Stevens just enunciated as well, I believe Mr. Martinez did it as well. Commissioner Garcia is absolutely correct. The idea of modular homes, manufactured homes, that's a red herring here. That's not the issue that's concerning all of us here. The issue is that the homes that have been put in here are completely opposite and violate the intent of the granting documents in the development plan. They're basically eyesores. Now, there's plenty of modular homes that you can just have in the Santa Fe style. In fact, if you just Google Santa Fe modular homes, you get millions of pictures of homes that comply with the surrounding neighborhoods of El Dorado, Tierra Bella, and Sun Ranch, the home division where we live. And in fact, there's this company, Home Direct, that has 3 different locations in Santa Fe, and they all sell these Pueblo-style Santa Fe historic that have gone back 400 years from the creation of Santa Fe style homes. And yet Mr. Martinez elected, for whatever reason, to purchase modular homes that didn't comply with the original granting documents and put them in that are these wooden side and pitch roof homes that are totally opposite to the surrounding developments and therefore violated the ordinances. So all we want here is we're not opposed to the extension per se. What we want to make sure is, as Ms. Stevens said, and as the commissioners have enunciated, Mr. Martinez has enunciated, is that we want some ability to enforce beyond just the CCNRs, which are not enforceable by either the county or the surrounding homeowners association, that there's compliance, regardless of whether they're modular, manufactured, stick-built or not, that there's compliance with the design criteria that have been established and that they match the surrounding neighborhoods. All the other neighborhoods, El Dorado, Tres Santos, Sun Ranch, all look the same. Even Spirit Ranch also look the same. We just want similarity so that we don't have these eyesores that exist on these 9 existing lots. I really appreciate that. We also would like to have some of the roads completed and various other things, but we really want to have compliance and enforceability.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Karen Rago.
This is Karen Rago. Can you hear me? Karen Rago, can you hear me? Karen
Yes.
Rago, can you hear me? Karen Rago, can you hear me? I'm getting a really bad echo. Okay, hopefully that will be better. I'm Karen Rago. I'm the president of Sun Ranch Homeowners Association, and I live at 106 Mejorlado.
Ms. Rago, may I swear you in, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes.
Would you spell your last name, please?
R-A-G-O.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. I want to first make it very clear that our homeowners association, both Sun Ranch and Tres Santos, were both adjacent to Tierra Bello subdivision, have no issues with the owners that have purchased the homes on Tierra Bello. We have issue with the developer who did not follow the declaration of restricted covenants. And there is no one who could prevent them from violating the declaration of restricted covenants. I also want to go on record to state that Mr. Martinez has not reached out to me or anyone in Sun Ranch or Tres Santos to discuss the development or future plans for the development. We've had no opportunity to meet with him. We've had no opportunity to discuss anything regarding our opposition. I won't restate what Jan has stated or what David Hollenbach stated about Spirit Wind or what Jeremy Paul has stated. I believe that the declaration restricted covenants as they are written need to be upheld by Mr. Martinez. The Santa Fe style Pueblo, northern New Mexico, stucco, earth tone colors, garages, and no sheds. There also have been some lighting violations, which I think are in the middle of being addressed. And I have seen that one garage two-car garage is being currently built. The other issue that I want to make sure was brought up at subsequent previous meetings was the paving of Los Compadres. And I would like to see that as a condition for approving phase 2 and 3, that those conditions would be met, that the road will be paved. And want to understand fully who is going to uphold any decisions made tonight with the developer of these properties. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your, Ms. Rego. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Lucinda Marker. Good evening. This is Lucinda Marker. I live at 9 Cayuse Place.
Ms. Marker, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I want to reiterate everything that has previously been said. I live in the Las Nubes subdivision. I would like to mention that in the May 14, 2013 meeting minutes, Chair Holian at that time said, quote, "I would like to see that the developer has followed through on the conditions of developing this first phase before future developments are approved." I know you're not approving future developments, but I think that's important that she expressed that concern at that time. I'm just going to reiterate that what we were talking about is that through numerous meetings with residents in this area, hard work, cooperation, communication, collaboration, size was agreed upon for these houses, style was agreed upon, modular was agreed upon, garages were agreed upon, the road improvement was agreed upon. All of that's in the covenants. The covenants were part of the conditions of approval on the master plan that was approved, and apparently they are not enforceable. I don't understand that, and my concern is that what is discussed tonight is enforceable, and that is all we are asking. What has happened is that the covenants have not been complied with, those covenants that the community worked in collaboration with Mr. Miller and Mr. Martinez on. That's what we want. That's what we're asking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marker. Can we have our next
Olivia Carroll.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. My name is Olivia Carroll, and I live at 19 Avenida de la Paz.
Ms. Carroll, do you swear or affirm your testimony will be the truth?
I do.
And will you spell your last name, please?
Carril.
Okay, thank you.
I am the president of the Tierra Colinas Homeowners Association. And also to Mr. Martinez's point earlier, when talking about the other division, I want to point out that affordable housing, which brings in nurses and military workers, I'd like to point out that in my neighborhood in Tierra Colinas, there are firefighters, mechanics, and therapists, and I am a middle school teacher. And there are enough of us out here that aren't retirees that there's actually a public school for our kids. I want to thank the commissioners and others for letting me take a few minutes of your time to talk about some of the important issues for the home and landowners in the Tierra Colinas Association. And I'd like to make it clear that I'm speaking on behalf of many in my community who've reached out to me about this and were unable to speak to you today. I ask you to deny Joe's request for an extension on phase 1 of Tierra Belo until there's a binding legal document holding him to what he has agreed to do already. I am, until this is addressed, against his application. While we in Tierra Colinas recognize the need for and importance of affordable housing in Santa Fe County, we also picked this area and the homes that we did because of their architecture, that of the neighboring homes, and how it fit into the landscape. It was made clear to the residents at the time that Tierra Belo homes would be built and styled to match the surrounding homes and the aesthetic of the region. And to my understanding, the whole point of the developers meeting our communities was to come to some sort of compromise so that the values of the existing homes were not affected by the presence of the affordable housing, and so that affordable housing and its nurses and military workers could be incorporated into this area. Our issue is not with affordable housing or with the character of Joe Miller. The homes constructed during the first part of Joe Miller's development failed to meet the standards put in place by his very own covenants agreed on with us. And if Mr. Miller is the majority vote in that place, it rests on him to see that those covenants are enforced. For these reasons, we have a hard time trusting Mr. Miller and his associates. We ask that the county commissioners seriously consider whether what's happening in Tierra Belo is the right thing to do, and we ask Mr. Miller and associates to be asked to put in a legal document their intent to not further put in more modular homes, that the tone of the house, the earth tone color, the size of the home, the presence of additional structures, and all other restrictions that we in our homeowners association and they in their homeowners association should be abiding by. We ask that he and his associates talk with the surrounding communities if they choose to veer away from these covenants that we all agreed upon. And we ask that he be held accountable for the negotiations, compromises, and agreements he made prior to being allowed to build in this area. We urge you to deny any further extensions until he can legally promise to abide by what he has already promised to do.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. We appreciate it. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Ernest Gruler. Ernest Gruler. Okay, the next one is Harvey Daniels. Harvey Daniels. Patty Ward. Patty Ward. And I'm going to get this last name wrong, so please excuse me. Casey Tavronas. Casey Tavronas. Okay, our next one is Blair Von Gruler. Blair Von Gruler. How about Jane Carson? Jane Carson. Roger Taylor.
I'm right here. So Roger Taylor, 54 Camino Los Angelitos in Galisteo. I affirm that I am sworn in and still attesting to the truth.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think this has been, although I realize it's been a bit contentious, I think this has been a good learning lesson. The issue here has not been about modular and manufactured homes, although it's something people have focused on because that's what they're seeing on their properties. The issue here is going through a master plan approval process where the public gets involved, has meetings with developers, certain expectations are put out to the public, and master plans are approved based on those understandings. And then they don't happen as the people in those communities expected them to. And there's a reaction, and people begin to focus on things to try to deal with it. And sometimes in desperation, they say no modular homes, no manufactured homes, when they're really trying to say, we're trying to enforce that we get what we expected when these master plans were approved. So to go back to an earlier discussion before this came up, Chair Roybal, you mentioned that there is some reviews in the SLDC. I brought this up on the Dollar General issue when there are public meetings and the developers meet with the public and they bring out an expectation and description of what their master plan is going to do in order to get us, the citizens' approval, and then it doesn't happen that way. Where is the enforcement process? And I think that is something that should go on the list of going back and looking at the SLDC and saying, how do we keep developers accountable to what they have laid out as expectations and promises to the residents in those areas? So I think you've done a great job tonight of trying to resolve this particular issue with descriptions and earth tones, etc. But the question is, how do you get to that next step? Because I think that's the real issue that you've been hearing tonight from all of these people. They're not against incomes. They're not against certain types of housing. They're looking for the affirmation that what they were told was going to happen will actually happen. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you
for your comments, Mr. Taylor. Can we have our next speaker, Tessa?
Hank Hughes.
Yes, I'm Hank Hughes. I live at 25 Esquila Road in El Dorado.
Mr. Hughes, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I live in El Dorado, and as many of you know, I'm the commissioner-elect for this district, and I've been happy to see that so many of my neighbors came out and expressed their concerns and seem to have gotten some movement on this. I do think that the concerns are valid. I've lived in El Dorado since 1989, most of the time that I've been in Santa Fe. And I just want to say a couple things. One is when I moved to El Dorado, it was extremely affordable, and that's why I moved here. And we were able to, take the equity out of our first house after we had kids and build and buy a second house that was larger, et cetera. So I think, when we think about affordable housing, and these comments are more things maybe we think about for the sustainability code or advice to the developer here, but I do develop affordable housing as part of my work at the New Mexico Coalition to End Homelessness, and it's important that the housing be affordable, maintain and heat and cool, as well as to buy. And so I think it's important that, you know, these houses be built so that they're energy efficient for the people who are going to live there, so that they don't end up spending more money on their heating than they do on their mortgage payment, or on their rent. Also, I think it's very important, not just for the benefit of the neighbors, but for the benefit of the people who are going to live there, that these homes fit in with the surroundings, be of the same style, and not stand out like a sore thumb in some way or other. When you're driving home from work to your nice affordable house in El Dorado, you don't want to drive by a whole bunch of houses that look a whole lot better than yours and then feel like you don't fit in. And I think that's, you know, that's psychological, but it's important. Finally, I think it's important that the houses be constructed in such a way that they gain in value so that the people who live there actually benefit from that. Again, I think you heard from other people the importance of having a way to verify that the promises are kept, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Hughes. Commissioner-elect. Can we have our next speaker, please?
Commissioner-elect Hughes was our last speaker that's signed on, so I'm going to go ahead and ask, is there anyone else who would like to testify in this case? Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this case? Case number 20-5020. Mr. Chair, that concludes public testimony.
Thank you, Tessa Jo. So I'm going to go ahead and close public testimony. And I'm going to go to commissioners. I'm going to start with Commissioner Moreno.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how to get a handle on this. I'd like to hear from others about that, because the issues are different, but we all have a sense of what they like. I think I think I'll pass for the moment.
Okay, Commissioner Moreno, that's perfectly acceptable. I'll come back to you, sir. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, to the extent there are similarities between these cases, we have covered some of the ground. However, there is a point that has come up repeatedly, and it is quite valid. And I feel like this may be a question for our county attorney as well as land use, as much as it is a question for Mr. Martinez. The intent, my intent, was to ask, given that the applicant in this case had made the applicant's lawyer put a letter and have made a statement indicating willingness to agree to these conditions that are in this case, the design standards in the homeowners agreement, the restrict and the covenants for Tierra Bello. It was my intent that if that was voluntarily agreed to, it would become, as the way I believe we voted on it in the previous case, a condition of our approval of the time extension. And therefore, as a voluntary agreement to this condition would be enforceable. I want to assure that that's the case, that we are doing this to indicate that we can actually have this as an enforceable condition, assuming it is agreed on voluntarily.
Commissioner Roybal, can I respond?
Is this Mr. Martinez? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir. I think we may need staff, but if you have a comment, I'll go ahead and allow your comment, but then I think we need input from staff. So go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Again, my comment is strictly related to the fact that once we go into a subdivision submittal, that requires neighborhood meetings, that requires direct interaction with the overall community that we're affecting. So under an extension of time, we realize that as we move forth into the next phase of the subdivision to get it approved, we will be having a public meeting because that's what's required by SLDC. Thank you.
I understand that, but frankly, I'm not willing to vote for the extension without having this as an agreement that's actually documented in this approval of the extension, because that has been the problem, that there are agreements made in public meetings and then they change. And so what I'm looking for is to be able to memorialize this in our approval of the extension so that the county has some mechanism for assuring that what is agreed to will be accomplished.
Okay, can we have somebody from staff that could address this question? Vicky?
Just Mr. Chair, on that note, I agree 99.9% with Commissioner Hamilton. Sorry to interrupt you, Vicky, Mr. Chairman. And so, Danny, if you agree to these conditions, we need to have some sort of leverage to say, when you permit 2 years, 1 year, whatever else, we need to have that leverage. So I agree with Commissioner Hamilton. So sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's all right, Commissioner Garcia. Can we go to Ms. Lucero?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we will include that condition of approval on the final order when it comes back to the county commission. So that will get carried over when they make an application and come before you for the final preliminary and final plat approval. That's something that we can recondition at that point. And the way we can deal with it to enforce it is have them put a note on the actual final plat that states, exactly what your condition was, that they would have to comply with this as each individual lot comes in for a building permit. So that we'd put that under the county notes and conditions, and then we could enforce it at the permit desk.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that confirmation. That's exactly what I was asking, and I really appreciate the clarity.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero, and thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hamilton, you still have the floor. Did you have any additional questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson next.
I don't really have any questions on this. I support Commissioner Hamilton and what she is asking for. What I hear from the constituents is repeatedly is that Mr. Miller and Mr. Martinez do not follow and comply with their own covenant. And so that concerns me, especially since I worked really hard on the Oshara Village covenant, and we made sure that every builder followed them. So I guess I want assurance that you're going to follow your own covenant and that what you have told people you're going to do.
Yes, Commissioner Roybal, Commissioner, I want to get this right, Hanson. Yes, again, I'm willing to have Ron Van Amberg, our attorney, write up a letter expressing our desires to comply with the conditions. And again, when we do come back for subdivision plat approval, we will have gone through the communities and we will have done everything we can to satisfy them. The issue for me is nothing more than I just got to get past this extension. To lose this development would be very financially harmful to the family. As far as road maintenance and all that stuff, it's been a part of the plan that we are going to pave this road. We just got to get past the next phases where we're at. And we are willing to comply with the conditions as noted.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So,
go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
I'm sorry. So, the covenants might say one thing at one time. And then, since you own most of the shares or lot, then you come and you change the covenant. And that seems to be one of the complaints that I have heard. That makes me uncomfortable. But since we will also have this other agreement that will be written in the plat, that you will abide by your covenant and your design standards, I will support Commissioner Hamilton and hopefully Commissioner Moreno on this issue.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and thank you, Mr. Martinez, as well for the clarification. Great questions. I'm going to go next to Commissioner Garcia, and then after that, I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Moreno. Commissioner Garcia?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Great response, great questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Moreno, you're up, sir.
Yeah, thank you. This piece of information has settled in my mind that I'm comfortable with the information from Vicky and others. So I'll be in support for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Moreno. Are there any other closing comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, and I think that I want to commend our Mr. Martinez for working with the community and agreeing to some of these conditions that are not enforced by the county. I think that he's really taken a great step. So I want to commend Mr. Martinez for that, and the developer as well that he represents. I think that the Miller family and I think that they are coming forward with resolutions, and I think that this is a great path forward. So if we don't have any other comments from commissioners, I do want to make sure that we go back with staff and see what the recommendation is for the motion so that we get the motion correct and give some clear guidance. Mr. Manzanares, do you have anything to add?
Mr. Chair, if I may, please. If I may.
Is that Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, just really quick, Mr. Chair. I would just like to, I understand the challenges that we've had in the last 30 years with different developers off of the 285 corridor. I would just like to wish Mr. Miller very well, because Mr. Miller came into the community 30 years ago, 35 years ago, and I would just like to wish him well. And, just like to wish him well. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, wish him well. And that's all I just want to say for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Mr. Manzanares, did you have anything that you wanted to add, or so that we can be descriptive enough for guidance?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just wanted to, just for procedural wise, a pretty big precedent was set tonight as the county is going to enforce these covenants. And I just want it to be known that, you know, it's because Mr. Martinez's willingness and Mr. Joe Miller's willingness to self-impose such conditions, because normally we would not do this, but you know, there has been a history of commitments not being fulfilled. And I just want to thank Mr. Martinez for doing that and, you know, agreeing to those self-imposed conditions, because that's not a normal thing for the county to enforce such regulations that are not within our zoning code or within our regulations. So just want to let that be known. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Manzanares. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to Mr. Moreno or Commissioner Moreno and see if you would like to make the motion.
I would be happy to do so. I so move.
So the motion that Commissioner Moreno, can we get a clarification? I know this is also on the boundary of Commissioner Hamilton's district as well. Is that correct for this one as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want to summarize on your second exactly what we need to put in place.
Sure. I would second Commissioner Moreno's motion that would include our discussion of approving the 2-year extension, including the voluntary agreement on the part of the developer to include the constraints of the current covenants that speak to design aspects such as the presence of stucco and in earth tone colors, and if I'm not mistaken, in Terabello it includes roof lines and even speaks to garages, though I don't know if that was in the original agreement, and I have to admit that's all I recall from the covenants. So I would second the motion as including the design constraints as written in the current version of the covenants. And in this case, those current covenants include the improvement to Las Compadres Road. And if I got the name of the road wrong, if somebody could pipe up and correct me, but I know that's close.
Okay, and I do want to circle back around to our county attorney and also back to staff and see if that direction is adequate from what you understand. County Attorney Schaefer?
So if what I understood is that we're going beyond what was specified in the previous case, which were specific design standards that were enumerated. And now the ask is that we're incorporating into the order all of the covenants as they exist now. And just to clarify, is that your intent, Commissioner Hamilton, is to go beyond the somewhat focused standards that were discussed in the previous case, number one. And then secondly, I think it would be worthwhile for staff, land use staff, to address the timing of the improvement of the roadway. And because I think that was a separate issue that you were trying to touch upon. And I believe that was dictated by previous approvals by the board, but I could be mistaken. And so perhaps Ms. Lucero could address that once you've clarified, Commissioner Hamilton, exactly what it is that you're wanting to include in the order.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. You hit everything accurately, and my reasoning, unless, well, I guess we'll find out, was based on the discussion with the developer and the agreement, and is that in this location, those covenants still exist, and that it was in the original agreement for, in the original approval. And so it seemed reasonable to just put it as a condition of this, that if it's acceptable to the developer, and they have been indicating that they are amenable to this, to agree to assure that the community is happy with what they get. I was not trying to extend anything or make it more broad, but to just reiterate what had been agreed to previously, and that's what they wanted to see implemented. So you hit it correctly, and I'll happily consider if there's any further clarification that staff thinks is necessary.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, if I could go back and address the road issue, as Attorney Schaefer pointed out, there was, when the applicant came in with the preliminary and final plat approval for phases 2 and 3, there was a condition imposed that they pave Avenida de Compadres with phase 2. Those approvals have since expired, so they will have to come back again and request preliminary and final plat approval for those phases again, at which time we'll analyze it and make recommendations as far as the road improvements.
You're suggesting, that makes sense to me, you're suggesting that that's best left with in that context and can be readdressed when those have to be reapplied for?
That's correct.
I think that's acceptable.
Thank you, staff. I do want to circle back around to Mr. Martinez and make sure that this is correct to our understanding with him. I don't want to impose something that he didn't agree to or voluntarily accept. Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Commissioner Roybal. Again, we have known all along that paving of the road is a priority. We have spent on average of $10,000 to $15,000 in road maintenance per year, going in there, grading the road, keeping it up to a good standard. We know that as we move forth with the development, that paving is incorporated in our overall plan. So it's nothing that we're not going to run away from. We are planning that we are going to pave the road.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Commissioner Moreno and Commissioner Hamilton, we have a motion and a second from you. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson? Or Commissioner Garcia, did you have an additional comment?
Yes, I agree with the compadres getting paved. And so if the developer has already agreed to pave that portion of the road, so Vicky, sorry, Mr. Lucero, Vicky, so does he have to come back for an additional approval just to pave, or for an extension to pave the road, or can we put it in the if the developer has agreed to pave the road? I guess I don't want him to come back again for another 2 or 3 months just to get approval to pave the road. So can we make that a condition if he's agreed to it? Can we do that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, so the only thing they've got approval for thus far is phase 1. That's recorded and it's currently being built out. They did come in and receive preliminary and final plat approval for phases 2 and 3, and that's the time when that condition for paving Avenida de Compadres was imposed before, when they came in or when they developed phase 2. They have since lost those approvals. They've expired, so he's going to need to come back in with the preliminary and final plat application for phase 2 again. So I think at that point, when he's actually doing development, is when we would look at the requirement for paving the road.
Thank you, Vicky. Mrs. Lucero, sorry. So I get it. So we're just approving the extension of the approval. So he has to still come back for all the plat approvals, final, preliminary, and final. And at that time, we'll look at that, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct.
Thank you, Vicky, Mrs. Lucero.
Thank you, Ms. Lucero. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm going to go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
So for clarity, what's included is in the motion is extension of the time with with the design considerations that are in the it's getting so late. I'm sorry. That are in the homeowners the covenants as currently written.
I believe that's accurate. So the motion from Commissioner Moreno and the second from Commissioner Hamilton is still on the table. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner, or actually, I'm going to ask one last time if any other commissioners have comments before we go into the vote. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Couldn't hear you.
And that's because I didn't want you to. Reluctantly, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. This item passes unanimously as well. Thank you. I believe that this is...
Commissioner Roybal? Yeah, Commissioner Roybal.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
We need to add in with all conditions. What else do you want, Vicki?
Staff.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, that was going to be my comment, whether that included staff conditions.
Yes, it includes all staff commissions, but that's not my motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so the motion from Commissioner Hamilton, from Commissioner Moreno and Commissioner Hamilton, does this include with staff conditions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so we have already voted on it unanimously. So I just want to make sure if there's any commissioners that have a change of their vote at this point because of adding the staff conditions. You know, is there anybody in opposition at this point? Okay, and I do want to ask Greg, do I need to go back to a roll call vote, or is it adequate for me to make that statement?
Mr. Chair, since it's not that burden, I would go back through the roll call vote just to make sure that everybody does concur. I think that's the way to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So I'm going to go back to the roll call vote, adding staff conditions as well to the previous amendment. So Commissioner Hanson?
Reluctantly, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. This item passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you for everybody that was here tonight. We are going to go on to our next item, which we're going to go back actually to executive session, and I will entertain a motion to go into executive session. If we could get a summary of what we're going into executive session for, Attorney Schaefer. And I believe I do want to thank staff for all of the reports, and I don't know that we still need staff after executive session, but we'll find out from Mr. Schaefer.
Chair Roybal?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm still here. I will take roll call for executive session, and I will also issue the resolution number when you're complete.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and get the resolution number, Madam Clerk?
You're going to go to executive session and then come out and vote on the resolution. Am I correct? And that would be?
Yes.
That is correct. So,
okay, so that's what I'm stating, that I'm here waiting for you.
Okay, so we are going to go to a summary from our attorney, Mr. Schaefer.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. We would be looking for a motion to go into executive session to have board deliberations and administrative adjudicatory proceedings as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(3) and MSA 1978, threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7) and MSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(8) and MSA 1978, including the disposition of open space property, disputes arising under joint powers agreements, rights of way for county maintained roads within exterior boundaries of pueblos, and BCC case number 19-5241, Dollar General Store BCC appeal and water delivery agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina Schaefer. Yes, Commissioner Hamilton?
I move that we go into an executive session to attend to the items as just delineated by Attorney Schaefer.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
I second that.
So we have a motion and a second to go into the executive session. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Chair Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno.
Yes.
You have 5 yeses. Thank you.
And Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
thank you, Madam Clerk. Go ahead, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. We will have to, the commissioners and myself and county manager will need to leave this meeting and join the WebEx meeting that had been set around separately for executive session. And then Daniel Fresquez will put up the appropriate signage to let people know that we're in executive session who are on this channel or participating in this WebEx meeting. So again, commissioners, you need to exit this meeting and join the executive session WebEx meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer.
Bye, Vicki.
Okay.
Thank you to everybody.
Why don't we meet back in executive session, take a 5-minute break, and we'll be there at 9:36, commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It says it can't connect me to the webcam, which is odd since I've been on it all night.
Sometimes it could be that your webcam is on in this application and not in the other one.
Okay.
And sometimes you just have to X out of it and re-enter it. That's happened to me before too.
Hi, Tessa. Scott Caseman.
Hi, Scott.
Do I just need to sit by here in case they need to hear from me in executive session?
You're welcome to do that, or you can send me your number and they can call you if they need you to. You don't necessarily have to wait. It's up to you.
Okay. I'll send you my cell number. I'll send you an email.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I think everybody is here. You're on mute though.
I'll entertain a motion to come out of executive session. You're on mute, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner
You're still
Hamilton,
on
you're on
mute.
mute.
It wasn't putting it up on my screen. I didn't see that I was on. I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session, assuring that that we only discussed items as listed in the original motion to go into session, and to also note that Commissioner Garcia recused himself for the first item because of a potential perceived conflict, since he is also on the education board and did not participate in that piece.
Thank you for that motion and the clarification on Commissioner Garcia recusing himself. Commissioner Hanson?
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we have a unanimous vote to come out of executive session. So we are out of executive session. I want to go to Commissioner Hamilton or Hanson. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Daniel, would you put the motion up on the board, please? From executive session.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, Daniel, if you could just pull up the name of the resolution and broadcast that. This is item 8B, please.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve a resolution delegating the county manager the authority to dispose of real property located at 3600 and 3740 South Meadows Road through negotiated sale in accordance with MFA 1978, section 13-6-2 and 13-6-2. .1, including the authority to negotiate and execute the purchase and sale agreement, closing documents, and any other documents necessary or proper for the sale of real property, and the authority to do all things necessary or proper to attain Board of Finance's approval of the sale.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Mr. Chair, Greg, please tell me if I'm out of line and cut me off. I'm not for this. And but I'm accusing myself because of, actually reasons that I sit on the Board of Education at Hamilton said. And so I'm not for it and I have to recuse myself, but thank you.
So was that a recusal or was that a vote against it, Commissioner?
Greg, can you actually help me out with this? I didn't participate in the executive session, this portion, so is my vote just a recusal? How's that work?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my understanding is that you're recusing yourself from participation. So it would not be counted as a vote, but rather you were acknowledging your recusal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Moreno?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we do have 4 yeses and 1 recusal. I believe that is our last item tonight, commissioners. That last item does pass. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn for the evening.
Chair Roy,
Yes, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, we need a resolution number. Can you
yes.
please?
For the record, the resolution you just passed is Resolution 2020-55. Thank you.
55, thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, so
Move to adjourn.
yes,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hamilton or Commissioner Hanson?
Mr. Chair, I would just like to,
I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson first, and then I'll go to Commissioner Garcia.
I'm sorry, I
Go
just
ahead,
butted in
Commissioner
and I
Hanson,
moved
you're
to
on mute.
adjourn.
Okay, so we have a motion, but Commissioner Hanson, you're on mute.
Thank you. It's late.
Second.
Yeah.
Second.
So we have a motion, and Commissioner Garcia, did you have another comment as well?
I just like to thank my colleagues for, the stuff that we do out there that nobody realizes what we do, but just thank you for my colleagues and all the staff, obviously, for what we do. And thank you for helping us out. And I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I appreciate all the staff and my colleagues as well, because it's not easy to make the decisions that we have to sometimes. And I think that, I appreciate each and every one of you. So thank you all. We do have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton and a second from Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to a roll call, or actually, I'm going to go ahead and just call for, is there anybody in opposition of us leaving tonight?
Hi.
I'm in opposition. I still want to stay in the meeting.
Good night, everyone.
You do that, but I always
We're
threatened it.
dismissed.
I'm just kidding. Good night, y'all. Good night. Sleep well. Be safe.
Good night, everybody.
Everyone. Thank you.